We all set?
I think it's new antennas.
Okay, super.
No, we've done it. There are always new antennas.
Good evening. This is the September 27, 2022 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission of New Canaan, Connecticut. This will be a hybrid Zoom meeting. So Lynn, would you kindly talk about how you're going to run the Zoom part, please?
As the chairman said, this is a hybrid Zoom meeting, so there are people online and both people in the room. When it comes to public comment, we'll take comment from those in the room first and then those online. If you're online and you're not a member of the commission and you're not presenting to the commission, please keep your video off.
Okay, great. Thank you. Roll call. John Goodwin, I'm here. Ken Turner.
Here.
Dick Ward.
Here.
Dan Radman.
Here.
John Chris.
Here.
Claire Tiscornia.
Here.
Krista Nielsen.
Here.
Arthur Cassavant.
Here.
John Engel.
Here.
Chris Herring's absent. James Bash.
Here.
And do we have Paul Canaglin on Zoom? Okay, so he's absent. Okay. Okay, we all have all regular members here tonight, so we will not be seating anyone. Commissioners, you will be shocked to see that we have an extremely long agenda. This is getting very old. There is an 11th commandment and it's called being concise. So I would urge all applicants as well as public and commissioners for that matter to kindly be as concise as possible. Okay, let's get going. We're going to start in regular meeting mode. Item number 1, 824 review of the proposed sale of Parcel K on Cherry Street. Who's here to present?
I am, sir. Tiger Man, Director of Public Works.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry. So as mentioned, we're looking for an 8-24 review for the sale of Parcel K, which is a small parcel on Cherry Street. It's approximately 448 square feet. It's unimproved land between 21 to 25 Burtis and Cherry Street parking lot. It was acquired in the 1970s by eminent domain when Cherry Street was constructed from Main to East Avenue. It was a small wedge of land, and to be quite honest, until recently, the town didn't know we owned it. So as per section 8-24, no municipal agent or legislative body shall sell any piece of parcel without it being referred to this commission. And I would say that as far as the plan of conservation development, what the parcel shall be used for, what we're looking to use it for is to sell it to the current applicant for a development. And in section 5, enhance livability, provide for a diverse housing portfolio, increase housing in and near downtown. Since this is a very needed portion of this development, I would state that this would be in keeping with the POCD for that matter. I'm happy to take any other questions or comments that you might have.
Any questions, commissioners?
What is the price of the sale?
That's to be worked out at present. We did have an appraisal done for it, but that would be underneath the purview of the Board of Selectmen during executive session to determine the price of the parcel.
This is Commissioner Chris. Mr. Mann, are there any historical, environmental, anything else pertaining to this land to your knowledge?
No, nothing was found in the appraisal report. Nothing to my knowledge, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Everybody good? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mann.
Thank you.
As you know, the decision is to determine whether this is consistent or not consistent with the plan of conservation and development. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the sale of the land by the town to a developer, and I believe it's consistent with our plan of conservation development. I don't see any environmental, historical, other value to this land, which could argue otherwise. It seems to be a very small lot, and sale for development seems to be the appropriate action with cash going to the town, which would increase revenue for the town.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chris. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Radman, second. Any further discussion of the motion?
None further.
Okay, call the question. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant,
Yes.
John Engel.
Here.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay, we'll go into public
Thank you.
hearing. Thank you. Item number 239 Locust Avenue, upon application Selco Partnership, care of Kenneth Baldwin, Robinson Cole. Authorized agent FJL Holdings LLC, owners for a special permit of section 780 to allow installation of 3 additional antennas, replacement of 9 remote radio heads with 6 new remote radio heads in the business Z zone at 39 Locust Avenue. Who's here to present? Okay, kindly step to the podium, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Emily Deans of Robinson and Cole, representing Selco Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless. We are here today before you for an application to modify antennas and remote radio heads on the existing facade mounted rooftop macro cell located at 39 Locust Avenue. As you may know, we've come before the Commission several times before for the replacement of certain antennas and related equipment. Antennas located on existing structures are permitted by special permit. The existing facility, actually, could we go to the design drawings if that's possible? The existing facility is shown in the application and the design drawings. Thank you. This is great. Oh. Consists of antennas attached to the facade of the building's rooftop and mechanical penthouse, and equipment associated with the antennas is located inside the building. Verizon is one of 3 wireless carriers currently sharing the Locust Avenue rooftop. And as you can see, if you go to the next page, please. This provides a good visual representation of what the proposed antennas will look like. You can see the new smaller antenna is proposed in gray, and the 2 antennas are existing but may be relocated to accommodate that new smaller antenna. The proposed modifications are for 3 of these additional new antennas. That's 1 new antenna per sector, and the removal of 9 remote radio heads, and the installation of 6 new remote radio heads. And these modifications are proposed in an effort to improve wireless voice and data services in downtown New Canaan, and also to provide the latest and greatest technology upgrades to people in downtown New Canaan. As shown in the construction drawings, these new antennas will be located adjacent to the existing antennas, and they will also be painted along with the remote radio heads to match the existing penthouse, which is consistent with the town's original approval of this special permit, which was back in 2014. As also shown in these design drawings, the proposed antennas will not exceed the height of the existing antennas on site. So the new antenna tops will be even with the existing antenna tops. So there will be no higher than what is already located there. The remote radio heads will also be attached to existing pipe mounts on the facade of the penthouse and will be painted to match the building as well. In addition to the special permit, we are also seeking a waiver of the A2 survey requirement, given that all of the modifications will occur on the building with no changes to the building or the property itself. The application packet that we provided includes a set of project plans, an RF affidavit that demonstrates compliance with FCC limits, a visual assessment concluding that the proposed modifications will not have any adverse visual impact on the existing view or character of the community. And you can see that if we could please switch to the visual assessment photos, you can see an example of the, it's the other document with the big photos in it. Thank you. It provides images of the existing antennas and structure, and then a photo simulation of what they will look like with the new antennas added. That's it. Thank you. If you could go to the third or fourth page, please. One more page. So this is an example. It's kind of zoomed out, but was provided in the application materials. You can see the existing antennas of one of the sectors in this photo. And if you go to the next page, you would be able to see that right where that arrow is in the photo, there's an additional antenna shown in there, inserted between the other antennas located there. The application packet also includes a compliance statement describing how the special permit criteria have been satisfied. And we've also complied with notice to adjacent owners within 100 feet. The notices were originally sent on September 7th. 2 of the mailings we received back that they had new owners, or the mailings weren't accepted. We did also resend the notices to those new owners on September 14th. So both mailings in compliance with that 10-day requirement. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question for you. On the elevation, there's a heavy black line that runs from the tower down to grade. Is that exposed cable?
No, those are interior to the building.
Great, thank you.
The agenda says we're adding 3 additional antennas, but we're replacing 9 radio heads with 6. So I'm trying to do the math. Did we add or did we subtract, or did we do both?
We are removing 9, adding 6, and then the 3 new antennas are actually integrated units that are an integrated antenna and remote radio head all in one antenna unit. Thank you. So it's adding 3 and 6, but taking away 9. That makes sense.
Okay. I think.
Will the additional antenna and radio heads increase the range of the capability of the antennas?
To his house.
I can't speak to if they would increase the overall coverage, but it is to also provide the additional service of 5G to downtown New Canaan. So it will also, in addition to providing that additional coverage to the area, it will also provide capacity support. So be able to support additional data usage in the area. I would also note that as part of plans to continuously update service in the area, these rollouts will be proposed and will be before you again in the future for other macro locations in town that would also receive these upgrades.
This is John Chris. As I understand it, it's basically swapping out old equipment for new equipment
Correct.
that are more or less the same size.
Yes, and the new antennas are a bit smaller than the existing antennas. So the 3 new antennas are more compact. But the existing antennas will remain the same. They are not changing.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Everybody good? Okay, thank you very much. This hearing's
Thank you.
closed. You're welcome. Okay, item number 3, 150 Rosebrook Road, upon application David Rucci, Lampert Tui, authorized agent for Richard and Marie Hollahan, owners for a special permit, site plan approval of sections 33C6, A2B1B to allow construction of an attached accessory dwelling unit in excess of 1,000 square feet and not accessible by an operable door on a common wall in the 1 and 2 acre zone at 150 Rosebrook. Mr. Rucci.
They know who I am. Hi, David Rucci, Lambertu and Rucci in New Canaan. And I'm here with Marie Hollahan, who's the owner of 150 Rosebrook Road. And this evening, we're asking that the commission issue a special permit for an accessory dwelling unit that's going to be attached to the actual property rather than detached. Most of the time, if we're talking about detached accessory units, in this particular case, we're talking about one that's attached to the property itself. And the reason we have to be in front of this commission is twofold. Number one, we're asking for more than 1,000 square feet, which you see more often with the accessory dwelling units. But we're also asked, we don't have a common wall with this accessory attached dwelling unit. So both those items, if they're not, if we don't have those particular things, we have to ask for a special permit to do that. This is a picture of the existing property. And we can just move through those sort of quickly, Lynn. This is the driveway. And as you look at this driveway right now, right where the basketball court is essentially where we're going to put this unit, where we're going to attach it to it. And the rationale behind this, before I forget, is extremely important, obviously, to this applicant who's bringing her mother from Pennsylvania, who's widowed, to come and live with them. And, you know, one of the challenges that we're seeing a lot is when we're trying to get senior housing into town and we're trying to bring in family members, they also want to be independent. They want to think that they're still independent. That's, I think, why we do a lot of the accessory dwelling units. But in this case, it's sort of this look, if you want to keep moving through, is fine. This look, as you'll see, is going to make it almost look like a little house is attached to the main residence. This is to the east. This is the screen. It's really heavily screened. And you'll also note that where this position of this new unit is going to be is really at the rear of the property, beyond the garage. If you can move through, please. This is across the street. So anybody who's going to be looking at this residence is not going to see it from across the street. Based on the screening that's already existing, I'm sorry, across the driveway, across the street onto Amy's. This property, by the way, is it's on the corner of Amy's and Rosebrook. So the address is Rosebrook, but it dumps out onto Amy's Lane. That's basically where it fronts. So it's a corner lot in here. And so there again is sort of where this is going to end up going. You can see the corner of the garage here, and then where this new building is going to go. And if you could just move through again, please. Once again, you see there's actually some screening already existing sort of in that area to the front of this garage here. So that will remain as well. And if you just keep moving, I'll just get to the, so here's the survey that I was speaking of. You can see it's a corner lot. It's really facing Amy's Lane. You can see the proposed addition sort of to the south off the patio. Thank you, Lynn. Yes, right there. If you can keep moving through. I just always like to show distances between, you know, where this is going to be and how far away people end up being. You're looking at, you know, even the one that's sort of the closest 200 feet away. That's where, if you remember, I showed you earlier, it had the kind of dense screening across the street from it. And then the next one is about 464 feet away. And then the other side is all the way across Rosebrook. And we actually received, I got a phone call from the neighbor who was across the street from Rosebrook, who was in support of the, Sigurdsson was in support of the application. If you could just keep moving through. So here are the plans. This is sort of a better look on page 13 of what it's going to look like, where the current garage is. Everything's going to match. And you can see where that sort of door is. That's going to open up into a mud room. And then to the right will sort of be the residence for Marie Holohan's mother. And then to the left, you'll still be able to get into the garage itself. There's actually like a sunroom that's off the garage in the back there. But that's why we don't have a common wall, like a common door in between the two buildings. If you could just keep moving through. I'm not sure how much. I mean, it's going to look, it's a beautiful house to begin with, but it's going to match what's there today. And these are just elevations. It's only 20 feet high, so it's only a story and a half. And there's no living space on the second floor of this unit of what we're proposing.
It's detached.
No, it's attached through a wall. It's attached through a wall. So you can, if you go back to that page that you're looking at there, John, you can see where Lynn's pointer is. That's essentially another door that's attached to the house, right? So this is all one structure. And when we get to the rear, you'll be able to see what the back of the property looks like. And this is just showing this, we were talking about, you see the entryway sort of in the top there. Yeah, thank you, Lynn, right there. And then you'll see the sunroom is off there, and that kind of opens up into the garage. There's a family room. There's an existing patio there now. Like I said, the intent really for the applicant is that her mother live separately, feel like she's living separately, but very close to the applicant's family. And it's just garage plan. I think we just moved through these. Here's a west elevation of sort of a little entryway that kind of goes out towards the backyard. I'm sorry, towards the east, the side yard. Elevations you can see here. I think we can keep moving through. That's the rear of the property where the patios is today. And I think there's some interior plans showing the bedroom. And then once again, the south elevation, you know, it's going to be done by Letcher's group. Steve Letcher's has developed this. I put in a pretty low end landscape plan. I mean, there's a lot of landscape there now, and unlike a detached unit where you're sort of putting it out in the middle of somewhere and you want to screen a little bit more, I mean, this is really more of just an addition to the house. And so we are proposing 3 to 6 trees, you know, sort of to the neighbor to the Gruskys there and the Russos. But it's kind of a work in progress. We're going to see what it looks like once we finish. So I'm more than happy to have any sort of condition that the town planner will look at this. It was sort of a different way to look at this with landscape, and just based on the fact that we're keeping it with the house rather than detaching it. And there's just so much screening there now. I don't think it's a major item here, but we're just not really wed to any real plan right now. And that's really all I had. I didn't know if there's any questions. It's about 1,388 square feet. We have a 2.249 acre piece of property here. It's going to fit, I believe, right in with the house that's there today. And it's going to be used, you know, at this point for a family member. I'm happy to answer questions.
3 questions to
Sure.
you. First, and I don't know the answer to this, but there's an existing 3-car garage. Is there any requirement for incremental parking with this ADU? I'll ask all 3 questions. 2, how are the systems integrated? Because with the absence of a basement, is it going to tap into existing heating, plumbing, and other activities? And if it has to, does it have any change in septic or other, and has it already been through wetlands? And then the third question is, you specifically are applying for a special permit, I guess, for the use of the mom at this stage, but what would be the intended use at a later date, and does that affect the permit out?
Sure. As far as the utilities go, yeah, they're all going to be hooked up to the house itself that's there today. There was a septic approval for an additional bedroom that should be in the file, I believe. And then, I mean, that's always the question, right? I mean, there's no regulation. Initially, when this was all put into play, these regulations, I'm pretty sure there was a number of members that were still on the board. A lot of times when you went for an accessory dwelling unit, you did put a condition on it that it could only be used for a family member, that you couldn't rent it out for somebody else. But then when they redid that reg, I think it was 16, they specifically took out that requirement. the board did at that time. They didn't feel like it was something that they should prohibit someone from use in the future. I can only speak to this particular applicant, but yes, in the future, if they moved away or their mother, they decided to relocate, technically someone could use that as a dwelling unit that they could rent.
And the question on parking.
No, there's no issue with parking per se. I mean, there's already 3-car garage there now, and certainly there's some room for additional cars. And if you look at one of the first couple of pages, Ms. Castavant, of what I sent you, you can see there's a large driveway that kind of circles, and there's also parking on the back end. So there's no requirement that we show parking. I think that would be different if we were trying to do that in like the B resident zone or something much smaller.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. You may or may not have the details, but do you know the existing coverage versus the proposed coverage?
Yes, I do know that. We are adding 1388. I know we're under coverage. See if I can see it on the survey. Can you push up the survey, Lynn? I think it's going to be, well, hopefully it's not there. I think it might be, is it on the other side? In the middle?
Basically, I just wanted to confirm that it's not going to be over coverage.
No, I mean, they went in for a permit initially not knowing the rule about the about having the common door. So I know that it had gotten through everything until we got to that particular point. So, I mean, obviously it has to be under coverage or it won't get through Lynn's office. So we have
That's
5
under
extra feet.
coverage.
Glad you asked.
David, I have a question for you. On the roof plan, it shows an area of storage utility. How do you get to that space?
I'm not sure I know the answer.
Yes.
Kindly step to the podium, please. Miss,
Maria,
kindly
come
step
on
to
up.
the podium, please. Thank you.
This is Hallahan, Marie Hallahan. Yeah, I think that's more a decorative look on the roof because we're not going to have any storage up there. It's just, it's one floor. There's no storage in the addition. So I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
2/3 of it is open.
Open and then-
above,
Yeah.
and then
Storage,
over the
storage.
bedroom, there's storage.
Yeah,
Oh, there's just like a little, maybe that's over the bedroom.
yes.
I guess maybe a little,
But I mean, how do you access it? If,
maybe it's a drop down door. I'm not sure, Steve. We didn't even talk about that, to be honest.
I do see a
Um,
dash line in the dormer that could
Maybe
be
that's
a
just like a drop.
door.
Drops right.
Little
into the
extra,
closet.
because if you're making, right, the main area is the cathedral and then the bedroom, that makes sense. to
Yeah,
me,
it's
is
in the
lower.
closet. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
And just a observation in the bathroom, the shower looks very small. And for an elderly person, you might want to think about, making that a little.
Probably a good idea. We
For the
haven't really
future.
talked through all the logistics of everything. I knew I wanted everything to be like, thank God she's not in a wheelchair or anything, but
Mhm.
down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't really.
Just something to think
Yeah, no,
about.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to ask one more question, but David, do you happen to know the implication of this for our unit count relative to HUE equivalents?
I don't.
The reason I asked the earlier question about usage is if the implication of this is it'll add one more unit. I don't know, John, if this is affected by our rules on eligibility and adding units.
I would ask that to Lynn. I don't know.
I guess the
know.
question is whether or not it's almost considered more of a bedroom than an actual unit. But if you're right, if it's an accessory dwelling unit, it may count towards that. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm sorry to put you in this particular condition, but since this is the first ADU I think we have seen since the addition of the units requirement. And I don't know if our LMI, low moderate income rules are covered here. I'm looking at the applicant because I'm not trying to be difficult there. I'm just trying to get an understanding, Lynn, if we know the answer to that. Thank you. I only raise this because I don't want it to become an issue later on.
So is it related to our regulations or related
Well,
to?
both, but I'm thinking about if we're adding a ADU as it's
Mhm.
technically applied, are we adding a housing unit? And therefore, do we need to apply our rules on adding a unit? Probably not, because it's fewer than 5, right?
Right.
But then second, will we inadvertently add another unit in the denominator of our LMI calculation? Probably not relevant to this approval.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think that we should, Lynn. My concern is the opposite of
Yeah.
that, Lynn, that we're
He's
adding
increasing
the
the-
denominator, you're adding the
Yeah.
base again by adding another unit that won't be deed restricted. The problem is that we're going to add another unit, and when we calculate our eligible units, we've just increased the base again.
Yeah, but I think what Lynn was, this was what I thought my understanding was too, but which is why I directed you to Lynn. I think under 2129 ADUs don't count against you as units that add to your denominator.
That's great if that's the case.
I
just
don't have
know.
confirmation, but that's my recollection.
They count to the numerator if it's deed restricted
And the denominator.
Yeah.
That's a gimme.
and the denominator, right?
So I think from a global perspective for this commission and ADUs moving forward, when we were trying to put these ADUs in back in 16, it was to give more senior housing, like, so people could bring in people for senior housing. So I wonder if the senior housing element of it, though, counts the other way.
So the reason for my initial question is presumably the applicant would prefer not to deed restrict this. My concern is that there's been a great deal of change, as you know, in the last year and a half in particular, both on ADUs and HUEs and eligible units. This is probably the first time, I'm sure it's the first time this commission has heard it since all of this changed. And my concern for an approval here, A, timeliness for you, but B, we don't know the answer. And it could be important to the homeowner, right? Either way. And Lynn, I don't know how to deal with this tonight, but maybe we can, but
We could continue it if you'd like.
well, I'm hoping not to. I'm just trying to see if anybody actually knows the answer.
Well, and from our position, we would really like to get an approval sooner rather than later, because this move that we're trying to make is supposed to happen as soon as possible, bringing the mother from there. I mean, if you got to a point where you wanted to, restrict it based on that, that would sort of be a first, since that regulation changed at least. So, and then I would say, just from a practical matter, adding one today is not significant as to how far we have to go in New Canaan. I mean, I mean that as respectfully as possible. I mean, we have a long way to go.
The issue is precisely that, is that
Yeah.
each time you get an application, someone says, I'm adding one, and then it gets worse and worse. So I guess, John, at this juncture, what we should do is go forward, but I think that
I
I
agree.
hate to have this continued if we don't know the answer, but it's a big deal.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about this in deliberations.
Well, and I would say that we would probably take a deed restriction to get this approved and continue it another month.
Okay.
And if it's not applicable,
Yeah.
we could always come back and ask for the condition to be removed.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, would anyone from the public like to address this application? Lynn, can we check Zoom land, please?
Does anyone on Zoom want to address this application? If you do, could you just raise your hand?
We good?
I don't even know.
Sounds like somebody's simply not muted. So we good? Okay, well, this, so this application is closed. Item number 4, 62 Lone Tree Farm Road. Upon application, Michael Smith, authorized agent for Christopher and Suzanne Turner, owners for a special permit of sections. What sections are those, Lynn? I've got a triple X here. Mr. Rucci, is this you as well?
Yes.
Can you tell me what sections of special permit you're
Sorry, yeah.
33C1.
33C1? Okay.
Sorry.
To allow the construction of a single-family dwelling and 11-car garage to house the owner's car collection in the 2-acre zone at 62 Lone Tree Farm Road. Mr. Rucci.
Yes, 33C1.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, David Rucci. I'm here this evening with Michael Smith, the architect for this project. And I'm also here with the owner, Christopher Turner. This evening, what we're asking for, we have a, if you could put up the slides, please, Lynn, when you get a chance. We have a vacant lot over at 62 Lone Tree Farm Road right now that is owned by the applicant. He also lives around the corner at 112 Lone Tree Farm Road. And essentially what he's looking to do, he has been in the business of both pleasure and business of vintage cars and car servicing. And what he's looking to do is to build a residence on this vacant lot that will act as both a residence and act as a storage place for vintage cars. So it can hold about up to 11 vintage cars. You may have 12 on there. It's actually 11 if in fact the entire space is used. If you can just start. So here's a picture of, there was a house there before in 2015. It was removed. You can see that there actually is an existing driveway that's still on the lot itself. And we'll utilize some of that existing driveway. A majority of it where we're going to place this new residence. If you can move through and this is just, it's a nice big open lot. Actually, you know, since it had a house on it before, this is just showing the end of Lone Tree Farm Road. So this is the view north. This is a view sort of up from Lone Tree Farm Road. This property also kind of sits on a corner lot as Lone Tree Farm gets to the end of Lone Tree Farm, and then it goes up north. You'll see that this property sort of sits right on that corner. When we get to the survey, you'll be able to see that. If you can just move through. And this is view sort of across the street from that corner lot of the nearest house. Where we're putting this residence though is nowhere near this part of the property. It's really more up towards the driveway itself. Just move through. And then this is across the street, essentially from where the property is, and that's a very large piece of property across the street. So here's the survey, and we put in the location of this particular new residence. And you can see that the residence, it's about 4767 square feet as far as the footprint goes. And it has a main level of about 4,400 square feet. And it's got a second floor, which is about 1,645 square feet. And then it's got a lower level in the back of the property, which is unfinished space, which is about 2,300 square feet. So here's just sort of an overview of what we're looking at. It's sort of that dirt patch. On the bottom there is the location of property, and it's essentially going in a very similar spot to where the original house was. You can move through that, please. And this is just showing, you know, appropriate distances, about 140 feet across the street. It's another 200 so feet to the actual Turner's house, which is in the back. And then that other property towards the east is about 180 square feet, 180 feet away. So here's the architecturals, and I think it'd just be better. I'll have Michael Smith go through what he was thinking about as far as putting this together. I mean, it's essentially going to look like sort of a barn on the property, but it was designed so that eventually, if the house did need to be converted into less vintage car storage space, it could be used more towards residence, a residence space. But I'll have Michael go through this part with you, as he'll be much better served than me to explain his thinking behind it.
Can I move? Okay. Good evening, Michael Smith from Michael Smith Architects. Yeah, so as David mentioned, the inspiration for the structure was Vermont barn. The owners have a house, a Vermont house that is very barn, like a converted barn. So it's based upon that. It's a very flexible structure, as David suggested. It could be easily converted at some point in the future as a residential building. This is just the front elevation, but let me go through. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is the basement plan. So this is about 2,400 square feet of just unfinished basement storage. Next one. This is the main level, which is the car display storage area, and essentially it's got a driveway and parking on one side and a couple spaces for cars on the other side. This is the residential portion of it, which is currently has kitchen, living area, bathroom, bedroom, dining area, and then like a small entry access way. Go ahead. It's just roof plan. Sorry, go ahead. That's the elevation facing Lone Tree. This is one side of the long elevation. There'll be a rendering which will make it a little bit clearer. This is the side facing the Turner's house, and then this is of course the other side. If you keep going, Lynn, I think these are just sections and heights and everything. So this is essentially what it's going to look like. It's going to have a standing seam metal roof, a cedar siding, which is going to be either reclaimed or what they call new reclaimed, which is a gray sort of old looking wood, and then just painted windows and a stone foundation base structure. Sorry, one thing to note on that slide, if you could go back that one. So this little portion you see to the right there, that is basement access for like equipment and like lawn storage. The Turner's house right now is a very small garage and small basement. So there's no driveway access to that. So there's no cars being parked under there. If that's a question. Okay, and that's just a rendering again from the driveway. I think there's a couple more, Lynn. These are just, again, proposed lighting fixtures that'll go on the outside, which were shown in that rendering there. Landscaping is going to be relatively simple. We are going to add some screening to the adjoining neighboring property. There is some screening already there that you saw in the pictures. We'd like to add a little bit more low screening in there. There's going to be some foundation plantings around the structure and a couple of feature trees. But beyond that, it's going to be mostly lawn and be mostly sort of open. Yeah.
Questions?
So
Yes, I-
sorry if I missed this. Is there going to be any commercial operations that are contemplated, or is this solely for personal use?
Solely for personal use.
Thank you.
Could you describe what this area is? This is on the basement plan. It's shaded. It's the area up in the right-hand corner.
Basement. See here. Oh, that's a structural note. That's a dropped area from above for drainage.
Oh, it's a.
Yeah, that's, yeah,
Wash up above.
yeah, that's just because we're at the, basically that whole area, we're gonna have to drop a little bit to accommodate that. So that's more of a structural. note.
Okay.
I noticed that the door to the basement seemed to look the same as the main door to the first level, which would be a garage size door allowing cars to enter. So it would seem that eventually, if you had the need, you could store cars in the basement.
Yeah, I suppose you could. That's not the intention. The intention is that's an unfinished area for lawn equipment and storage that they currently don't have.
And my other question would be, you say that there is no intention of having a commercial type business of any sort, but would it be, these cars would be available for viewing by people? I mean, it's sort of almost a car museum situation.
Yeah, Chris, do you want to come up and maybe just touch on that? In terms of, so I don't put words in your mouth.
My name is Chris Turner. I'm from 112 Lone Tree Farm, right next door to this property. So the intention is not to do anything commercial here other than store vehicles. We have commercial operations in Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York that are in the automobile business. So we don't have a need to do anything commercial here. And we're sensitive to the fact that, it's a residential street and that we've lived on for many years. So it's strictly storage. And it's not for the public. It's not for showing. It's not for events. It's not event space. It's strictly private.
Thank you.
Can you, where would the front door for the dwelling unit be?
It's actually on the opposite side of this rendering. So the where the driveway comes up, the opposite side there. There's a door in this one, but
Yeah.
the actual door where you would park sort of every day and come in is right there. So right, that's the glass door, the third one in from the right on the first floor there.
So that just comes into one of the garage bays?
Yeah, and then you access a stairway. Because the inside of this is gonna, it's gonna feel like a barn. So it's gonna be a nicer space. It's
I
gonna be
assume so. I don't know where it is.
not like your average sort of garage.
Are there any plans for anyone to live there?
There is space there for one bedroom and a kitchen. Yes.
Is anyone going to live
Sure.
there, or is that more of a guest?
It's more of a guest situation, not full time. Our house is literally next door. And I think the point that Michael made, but he was the architect on our existing property. And one of the things we lack there is garage space and storage space. So this kind of makes up for it. The basement area is strictly for lawn equipment, tractors, bicycles, stuff like that we have stacked in our garage at the moment that's, doesn't have much room for cars.
I had a question. I mean, I'm thinking a couple moves ahead here, and eventually this building gets hollowed out and becomes a residence, sort of garden variety house. I'm thinking someone may want to put a detached garage on the property. I just want to ensure that that can be put somewhere relatively easily, given where this building is planned to be sited. Because the only alternative, frankly, is to sort of go underground and do it in the basement, which they may want to use something,
Well,
use it
you'd
for
be able
other
to use
purposes.
The main floor, the garage part, you'd be able to use, if that were to happen, you would be able to use a portion of the main floor for a 3-car garage or 4-car garage if you wanted to, and then close off the rest of it and then create a sort of loft-like residence. Because this is an undersized lot, so there's not enough coverage to add yet another garage here, and I don't think you would have to if you were to
Okay.
convert it.
I also noticed it seems to be designed as essentially a 2-level bank barn. And
That's the inspiration, yes.
yeah, not as opposed to a 3-level, but anyway, 2-level bank barn. The topography of the site, is there going to need to be fill in order to create the hill or the bank?
No, it's
Or
a
how's that gonna
natural
work?
hill that goes from Lone Tree. It's on a corner, so at the bottom, it's a natural hill. It's probably about 15 feet from the
Yeah.
bottom to the top of the site where the house would be. So the idea was that it settles in there like a bank, honestly, like a bank barn would, and kind of settle into the property and the natural topography. So there's going to be, no fill anywhere here.
So the planned structure would be on top of the hill, and then you dig out underneath
Yeah. Yeah.
to create the basement.
Correct.
And then the land that flows away from the barn. The prior owner's home kind of sat in the same spot, and it's always been a field there, and that would be the intention, to leave it like that. And not over landscape it, just leave it kind of natural.
Thank you.
I have some questions for Mr. Rucci about the zoning. So Mr. Rucci, this is its own lot, right? This is not
Correct.
joined with the owner's house next door.
Correct.
And so what would you say the principal use on this lot is going to be?
It has to be residential.
Right. And so 11-car garage and 1 bedroom, you would argue that's a residential structure?
Well, I mean, it has to be based on the zoning regulations. If we combine, I mean, we could combine the 2 lots together and still ask for the same,
Right,
particular.
because then you could have an accessory.
Yeah, we'd have an
garage.
accessory garage rather than the residential unit, correct?
But so it looks to me instead you want to build an accessory garage and call it a residential dwelling unit.
Yeah, I mean,
the
that's what we're
principal use.
doing.
Yeah.
That's what we have to do.
Well, you don't have to do that. As you said, you could combine it with the neighboring lot, and then this could become an accessory structure to the single family home that's.
You could, I think that initially the plan was based on the fact they don't want to lose the lot itself, right? As a buildable lot moving forward, right? So if they wanted to sell this property to someone else, they don't want to have it merged and then have to try to come back and subdivide again if they were trying to get rid of the lot. And also it is an undersized lot in the zone. So they would have to then take, I don't think they could actually divide it again because it's less than 2 acres. And they don't have enough room on their property to give them additional lot area to make that 2 acres. So if they did choose to do that, they would essentially be taking a buildable lot out.
Okay, but so basically what we're being asked to do is to approve what under our zoning regulations is an accessory structure as a principal structure on a lot.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put it that way because this is the only way that we can do it. I mean, we have to have a residence here to do what we want to do, regardless of whether, I mean, I think that's a kind of a negative way to look at it, but yeah, I mean, that is what we're doing. We're not trying to hide that or anything. We have a residential use on the lot. We don't want to lose that lot, we don't want to merge it into the other piece of property. It has been a lot in the past. It has been a residence in the past. And I think the original person who took down the house, I'm not sure what their initial plan was, whether they were going to rebuild it or not. But yeah, and I guess if we had come in here, the question also could have been, whether or not you would want to approve a 4,000 square foot accessory dwelling unit. I'm sorry, barn, for lack of better
Well,
words.
I mean, it is what it is, whether we call it an accessory unit or whether we call it a house or whether we call it a barn. I mean, it's still
I mean,
an
I think-
11-car garage, basically.
Yeah, but I don't, that's not necessarily unusual for larger lots for people to ask for those particular things. I mean, on this street alone, we have an 8-car vintage garage that's been approved by the commission. We have the one up on 49 North Wilton, which I want to say was 7-car garage, 5 to 7-car garage on that particular property. We just did the one up on Clearview, which I think was 5.
But those were all part of the lot with the principal residence on it.
Yeah, I mean, the one on Lone Tree actually has a principal residence on it, and then they converted a tennis court into I think it was an 8-car garage in the back. But I mean, technically speaking, it's probably not being used as a residence. It's being used as it's a part of a larger piece of property that's owned by someone in that neighborhood who owns, 3 or 4 pieces of property. So, I mean, I think that the way that, this is something that, the applicant is able to do. He owns this piece of property. This is what he wants to do as far as, storage cars, which is not sort of an unusual thing anymore in New Canaan. I feel like we have a lot of people that are looking for properties to put their car collections in.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question to the architect. There's 2 levels of parking here. The second floor level has the living unit. in
Just
it.
one level of parking. Sorry.
It's only 1 level of parking.
Yeah, it's only one level of parking. Yeah.
So
It's just
the
one.
plan is labeled main level construction plan. The second, that does not have any dwelling, that has a car wash bay in it and the 2 entrances. And then the second floor construction plan has parking in it and that.
Yeah,
has
no,
a
sorry,
dwelling.
that's seen below. Sorry.
Sorry?
That's seeing the cars below this. So it's all wide open.
Oh, okay.
That's all wide open. So there's no, so if you're looking at the residential,
So the two,
Floor,
the
there's
lower
no- there's no
2/3 of it
parking.
is open to below.
yeah. So if you're, it's just an open sort of vaulted structure
Got it.
there. There's only one grade, the parking's only at grade level.
Got it.
There are 9.
I apologize. That's a little confusing there with those cars there, but I was sort of showing that the parking below is below there.
9 cars or 12? One of them shows 9, one shows 12, right?
11 is what we're asking for.
But in reality, you could park it as many as 18 cars in there, correct?
Mm-mm.
Sure you could. If not more.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Just have them in the driveway. yeah.
And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 17.
I mean, the request is for 11. So the special permit, if issued, would be in violation if there was more than 11 cars in there. That's what the request is,
Yeah, how do you enforce that?
I
There's
guess.
no enforcement, What I'm worried about is just the scale of it, I don't think we've approved directly across the street, number 57 is an 8 car, right?
I think it's 8, yeah.
We approved that, we approved North Wilton, all of which were sort of in that size and scale, but this one is effectively, if you really stack the cars in there and put them in, you're doubling that size.
I mean, I guess the question then really becomes, is that problematic based on what the space that we're asking for? I mean, in the end, we're not using it for commercial purposes. It's going to be used less than a residence is going to be used in the neighborhood because you're basically only going to be using it on, weekends or the like to drive one car at a time or whatever it happens to be. There is no, no mechanicals, no lifts, no grip separators. No, there's nothing going to be there except for like a showroom. It kind of reminds me of that. And Mr. Engel might remember it because I'm trying to blank on it on Chichester, where they had the whole museum there. Can't remember his name. He had a whole museum in his house. Yeah. Where a person had basically taken his whole room and made it, a museum for.
Taxidermy.
Yeah, taxidermy. It wasn't great, but it was interesting when you walked in. But I mean, to a certain extent, yeah. So it is. I mean, this is something that people on larger lots generally can maybe do on their own house.
So there won't be any repair facility or anything, any corner where there's going to be a lift to tinker and
Nope.
mess with the cars?
No, the only thing that's, somewhat different is they have the wash area. But no, there's no,
It's essentially just a drain. Essentially it's an indoor drain.
Okay, any other questions?
Just a real quick one. Could the architect explain the mechanical system and fire protection? Just, it's starting to get to be a kind of a parking garage. I'm just curious as far as code, how you're handling that.
Mechanicals are still TBD in terms of like whether, and obviously we're gonna heat this space to a certain degree. I don't know if it's gonna be air conditioned yet. In terms of that. There's obviously, we do have 2 or 3 large ceiling fans in the structure. And there's a lot of volume. We didn't want this to feel like a single story, garage, if you will. It's intended to feel more like a barn that's going to have open air to it. In terms of the code, the residential structure needs to be separated from the parking garage area as per, the New York or Connecticut State Code. So we have accommodated for that in here.
Is it sprinklered?
Yes, it's the only part of the sprinkler is there's glass that looks over the from the resident from the unit out over the cars, and that will need some sprinkler heads to meet the equivalency of the rating that you need.
2 hour?
No, it's like 45 minutes is the rating. Yeah.
Thanks.
But
And I
not
just
over
have
the whole
one-
structure.
I just have one quick question for request for Mr. Rucci. Would you be so kind next time to give us 11 by 17 drawings? So we
I
can
knew you were
see-
gonna ask that. Same thing happened to the variance board.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Very hard. I mean, the only thing, the only thing I would say is that, it's, if you look at it as a combined lot, all right, you still have about 4 acres of property here. You have a residence that will be on this lot, albeit with the 11-car garage, but it's going to have less use than a residential lot. You're going to have, so it's not going to be anything disruptive to this particular neighborhood in and of itself. So, being able to do this and having the means to be able to put this in for, people or residents of this town, I don't think that should necessarily, I don't think it's a negative from a zoning perspective.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone in this room from the public like to address this application? Okay, Lynn, let's check Zoom, please.
Thank you.
Does anyone on Zoom want to speak on this application?
Okay, great. Thank you. This application is closed. Item number 5, 8 Ferris Hill Road. Upon application, Rob Sanders Architects, authorized agent for Chris and Dudley Shipper owners for a special permit sections 34C3, 34C6, 34C7 to allow the garage to be less than 150 feet from a road in a front yard setback and to allow a building of 1,150 square feet with 327 square feet screen porch for a total of 1,477 square feet in lieu of the maximum 1,000 square feet building covered with 2-acre zone. Sir.
Good evening. I'm Rob Sanders, architect from Wilton, and Dudley Shippers in the back. We're presenting today another accessory dwelling unit, perhaps a little bit more classic to the form, which is a freestanding structure. 8 Ferris Hill Road is on the corner of Canoe Hill, and we have been to you before because if you may recall, this is the oldest house in New Canaan in the foreground. The garage is not, though it kind of looks like it is ancient because it is in a somewhat deteriorated state. It's probably dating from the 1950s. It is a simple 2-car garage, 24 by 24. And on the site plan here, it's the part on the right where the north is straight up in the screen. It has a 324 square foot screen porch on the south part of it. And part of the reason we're here today is that although the building is quite far back on the property from behind the old house, as Canoe Hill comes around on the west side of the site, we're just under 100 square feet in our proposed structure from Canoe Hill Road. So both sides count as front yards. And because we have 2 front yards, that's one of the things that needs to be varied as part of this application. So the intention here is to create an accessory dwelling unit to the west of the existing garage. And Lynn, if you go up, I think. Next slide up. Thanks, Lynn. You can see the garage is the square on the right and the ADU is on the left. It's again approximately 24 by 24. And instead of a projecting screen porch on the south, we've done a wraparound porch on two sides. Because there's a lovely amount of space in between the existing house and this particular structure with which the shippers are returning into a meadow state. And then to the west is a sunset side of the house, and they wanted to have the view to that side. The building meets it is slightly under the 15-foot average height for the roof line. It is intended to be a single-story structure. There is a stair up for attic access there, but it's otherwise kind of a monospace of just a sitting room with a sleeping alcove, a full bath that does have accessibility as part of this, and an alcove kitchen on the side. The construction is also kind of masked for the other intention, which is the ability to create south-facing roofs for photovoltaic. And that's particularly part of the design because currently the gable runs the other way. It runs north-south, and we're going east-west on all of this to maximize that exposure. Utilities will be by a heat pump. We will have a bottle of gas for an on-demand hot water heater because of periodic occupancy. Earlier this year, a brand new septic system was constructed, and you can see the elements of it there on the site plan. On the upper part are the infiltrators. Septic tanks are in between the two buildings, and we have our state approval to interconnect the ADU to this septic system. That was part of the design. So, and I think the health department included their memorandum to that effect. So the other trick with utilities is water, which will be underground from the main house, and electric utilities. The current old house is served by a 100 amp overhead service, so we can't tap off of that. So it's our intention to put a site pole on the other side, on the east side of Canoe Hill, and then go underground from there to bring utilities into the structure. Another thing that's interesting of note, just kind of as far as neighborliness and the ability to see the proposed improvement on the site, there is a 25-foot elevation difference between Canoe Hill Road as it passes directly west of where the ADU is proposed to the level lot essentially up from the Hoyt Burwell house and to the ADU. That's all at an elevation of 435, and Canoe Hill is down at 410 as it passes by there. So there's quite an embankment. Septic is up on the kind of the edge of that. And so between that and then a building height that's an average of 15 feet, this is pretty discreet. There is existing buffer plantings. To the north, there's kind of succeeded woodlands. To the east is domestic plantings that go along the property line from the Whitmers. There's no wetlands on the property that we know of. So our impacts are all pretty low. We're keeping the existing driveway, which comes in off of Canoe Hill, goes east of the house and goes straight back to the existing garage opening on this. And so we're going to continue to utilize a garage. That's the two-car garage for the property. So with those thoughts, I welcome your questions.
Go ahead, please.
I'm a bit confused.
Sure.
Why didn't you show the building or the addition that we have recently approved? It's the density is a lot greater than what you're showing the existing.
I think perhaps Mr. Shipper can answer, but there is no intention to build that addition at this time.
Okay.
So,
well,
you know, if
I mean,
someone does,
that's
yeah, I mean, let's
that's
take
kind
it.
of that's kind of painful in a way. We spent a lot of time approving it, and
We spent a lot of time designing it, and
and-
they spent a lot of money paying us to do
Right,
so.
right. And
what would have to happen here, because with this addition, we'd be slightly over what was the approved addition if they came back and said, okay, we want to do the house now. What I came to you originally with the special permit was, what we came in on the historic house improvement side of the regulations for a special permit there, because the front house is completely within the front yard setback. And as we reached our roof over to access the second floor of the old house into the proposed house, we were going into the front yard setback. So a considerable part of it was essentially, if it weren't for the historic house side of the regulations, we would have had to have gotten a variance to the front yard setback to allow that addition to occur. But let's take this out to the future. The stock market goes great. They hit the lottery, whatever happens, and we come back to add on to the house. With this structure existing, it would reduce the available square footage on the property. So as far as our building coverage maximum would be concerned. And so we would have to redesign that building. But with no immediate plans to do so, and we can have Dudley come up and address this if you'd like. It doesn't exist. If I came in with the plans, it would get caught at planning and zoning as being over the site plan, because as you know, we would have to have a survey prepared showing what the proposal would be to get the building permit approval, and we would be over the coverage. So we'd have to either get a variance or change the design.
I'm sorry, I'm still confused, but we approved it. What has changed?
It's not going to be built.
No, I realize that, but you're saying that you would have to come back because you are exceeding the footprint and the setback. But I thought we approved that.
But on the basis of the existing, or excuse me, the existing garage building being the size that it was. We were conforming without the proposed ADU space that would be added now. We were conforming on the site coverage for the addition to the existing house.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say it's a different owner, but if a different owner came in and wanted to build something different, they'd have to come back on the main house and make the building coverage conforming to what the maximums are in the regulations. So.
Can I just ask a question to the planner about that? So Lynn, how does that work? We have a special permit approved with a certain square footage for a house with an addition, and now we're going to have a separate special permit potentially approved with an ADU, and together those two things are over the coverage, but one of them may or may not get built. Like, how do you reconcile that on your end?
It's likely based on the site plan. Both gonna have to come back for something like this, one of them.
But you can accept two different special permits that collectively exceed the coverage until such time that one of them gets built. Okay.
But Ms. Nielsen is saying, can we have two approved special permits which conflict?
Each are separate and distinct. They didn't do it as a master plan for the site where they did the coverage on one. So each one of them, when they come through on a building permit under each one, the second one is going to end up triggering the zoning variance. And I'd like to do some of the probably that site if you have a proposed petition. And this ADU, they'll likely have to modify one of them in order to come.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure administratively we had a process to catch that, because otherwise you could have six special permits on a site, and how you eventually going to reconcile all of it. Sorry.
So if I get this is John Chris, so in effect, the special permit that is already in effect would be de facto voided. Is that what I'm hearing? But if we approve this one,
and they're not acting on the original one, do they need to come back to us to build the original one?
The clear way would have been just to modify the existing special permit. And then or modify it to account for it. So at the end of the day, they're gonna bring in 2 separate building permits for each thing as a separate structure. And each special permit attached to each structure, something's gonna trigger ending up going to zoning board of appeals for variance.
What if there was an approval on condition that the first special permit is voided if the second special permit being approved is being built? Could you attach a condition to approval to resolve this issue?
But I mean,
It's like a legal thing here.
the way it's gonna play out, that they're gonna end up going 2 separate building permits because they're 2 separate structures.
Again, for you though, Lynn, that would go to a different body, right? It would go to, it'd be a variance request. And consequently, if in fact they opted to pull the 2 building permits and exceeded coverage, for example, it could go and somebody could say, oh, well, this is only 11 feet above or whatever it is. And the original intent of both of these could be seen by a third party that might not have the same consideration that we had here.
Yes. I mean, yeah.
If we approve this application, this special permit, are we able to retract the approval of the original special permit?
You make it a condition.
Do that. I mean, as a part of this approval, we could ask the applicant and accept a condition to.
Yeah. You can effectively do it through a condition, it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
I didn't, I didn't want to interrupt your questions, but so a couple of factor, the special permit that was issued on the main house, we didn't go any further than that. So there's no building permit application valid at this point. So from that point of view, when we would come back, even if we tried to ride on this building permit, which is pretty preposterous because they're 2 completely different structures, I don't think the building department would accept that. We would run into the need for the survey beforehand, your requirements would trigger, oops, you can't do that. So there is no active building permit on the house. But I think, just as Mr. Shipper said, we would take a condition here that if any additional building area is developed on the site, it must remain within the requirements of the maximum site coverage allowable. And that would be fine with us, because it's not our intention to try to do an end run here at all. So and there is a genuine need for this ADU. It's not just because we feel like doing one or we want some extra room for guests. It's actually for medical reasons and just looking forward to kind of long-term occupancy in the house. So that's it is intended to be owner occupied. So.
Okay, anybody else, commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Lynn.
Yep.
Approval that was under section 7.7 for stark structures, and any modifications to that need to come back to you anyway, so you would see it a second time.
Excellent.
No, I'd fall back on, anyway, I think we're good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Sure.
Would anybody in the room like to address this application? Lynn, check Zoom, please.
Does anyone on Zoom wish to speak on this application? There doesn't appear to be anyone.
Okay, great. Thank you. Item number 6, this hearing's closed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item number 6, 39 Sheridan Drive, upon application Rick DePalma of R&D Renovations LLC, authorized agent for Jim and Lynn Baraster, owners for a special permit of sections 34C, 37B7, 34C1C to allow 1,334 square foot two-story garage with an accessory dwelling unit on the second floor. Setback change from 55 square feet to 35 feet on the easterly side of the property in the 4-acre zone. Sir.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here representing Jim and Lynn Barassiter with 39 Sheridan. We're proposing for a special use permit for a 26 by 42, 1.5 story accessory dwelling and garage below.
Can you describe the project, please?
Yes, it's a 1.5 story garage. We have the site plan up with the survey just there a second ago. There you go. So we've already designed and hired a septic company to come in and do a new septic system for this property. The property was purchased about a little over a year ago. It went under a very heavy renovation where from the roof all the way down to the bathrooms and kitchen being replaced. And the owner wishes to store his car collection in the garage below and then use the accessory dwelling on the second floor, the 1.5 stories for his daughters when they come up and visit on weekends. It's a pretty flat lot. We had wetlands do their investigation. There was no wetlands found. And we worked with the health department to fit in a 6-bedroom septic system to replace the one that's there now. House was built in 53 or 50, was finished in 58. And it was very dated when the owners purchased it a 1.5 years ago. And they've done nothing but bring it up to speed and to today's current, to bring it to market value to what it was worth if it was remodeled. And it's looking really good right now.
Okay, questions for the applicant?
I have a question about the style of the two structures. If I understand correctly, the existing house is colonial in character.
It's like a 1.5 story split. Because the left side was originally a garage. And they had taken a permit out, I think in 58 or 60 to convert that garage into like a family room. And then they added a 2-car garage to it. So that section on the left-hand side, as you're facing it from the street, is only 1 story. And then it bumps up in the middle for a 2-story where the 3 bedrooms are on the second floor. And then it steps back down to a living room / open kitchen area. So the addition that we're, not the addition, but the accessory dwelling that we're requesting a special use permit for is more like what you see now of a Gambriel style barn look, but a little fancier to meet the modern look of the new home compared to what would just be a normal barn looking garage,
The as far as materials and color, is it
Materials will
compatible?
all be right now the theme is white with black shutters and a little black trim. We will do hardy plank siding, cement siding. The roof color will be black to match the existing house. The garage doors will just be paneled, white paneled, very sleek and white, more of just basic, nothing to stand out to bring any attention to it. And I will like to say for the audience as well, we sent out the letters to all the neighbors and we've been in contact with them for the last 1.5 years while we were doing the renovation on the home, keeping the place tidy and neat. And the neighbor to the left did have a little bit of questions and concerns about their privacy. And we've discussed with them which was our original plan anyway, was to plant a row of arborvitaes between the new garage and their stone wall that's there.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
It's not clear from the agenda item what the special permits are for. So I think there are 4. I think you're asking for 1,334 feet where you are allowed 1,000. I think you are ordinarily allowed a 1.5 story building and you're asking for a 2-story building because there's more than 60% use of the second floor. I think you're asking for a change from a 55 to a 35-foot setback, but I'm not sure what the setbacks are in that zone. I suspect they're not 35 feet, so you may not be asking for anything there. It just might be an observation. And the fourth is maybe the use, the ADU, the existence of an ADU at all. So could you go through what are the special permits that you're asking for?
Right. So it was a little confusing initially when we began the application. We were going to do the 1,000 square foot and be, down and dirty done. We've already would have been built already, but we had a little bit of requirement to get to the second floor. So that's where we created a little bit more footprint to put a staircase in to get to the second floor. And that's what brought us over. The wording of this 2-story should really read 1.5 story. That was just a typo.
So this is 1.5.
It's a 1.5, correct. And that was portrayed initially by me, the surveyor, put 2-story on the survey. When I submitted the plans for my application, it was picked up at 2-story. And then we went back and amended the application to read 1.5 story.
I believe it's 2-story if you're using more than 60% of the floor area on the second floor.
I did the calculations with the folks in the zoning, and we brought in the dormers so that we are at the 60%.
Okay.
Yep.
How
And
does,
then the third question is the 35 versus the 55. That's because that's a 2-acre lot in a 4-acre zone.
So what is the setback?
The setback will be, we were asking for 35. I believe it's 55. Because we're in a 4-acre zone. And I think that's the only 2-acre zone on that
So it's
property.
currently 55, but the setback is probably 50.
Correct. 50, it's more than what we can, and we wouldn't be able to fit this new septic system in which they need if we encroached on that. That's our hardship on that one.
Okay, so I'm clear on, I guess, all three
I'm
asks.
glad you asked the question about the 2-story, because that was supposed to be 1.5 story.
how is the garage accessed? Because looking at the site plan, I didn't see a continuation of the driveway.
Yes,
The garage doors.
there's correct. The driveway would just continue straight on. Very
Was-
limited asphalt. And we have
Is that
it.
included in the drainage calculations?
Yes. Yeah. And that's where you see on the left of that survey, when the septic system, there's a stormwater management system designed for this as well.
Lynn, can you bring up the site plan layout again, please?
You would be on the septic plan, which was the first plan.
Right.
In the deck.
And where are while she's pulling this up, where are the arborvitae screen to the west, to the north?
To the east.
To the east.
Yeah.
And how
It's-
far away from the structure and how far away from the property line?
We're thinking doing like right down the middle, between the 35 feet, they'd be maybe 17 or 18 feet. Because there's a very significant, large stone wall, as I explained to the owner, that we wouldn't be able to plant the arborvitae successfully up against the stone wall, because that was an old fashioned wall where it's probably just a bunch of rubble underneath. You wouldn't get good footings for the roots.
Okay, that's good.
I would just, Mr. John Chris, I would suggest that arborvitae tends to be deer food,
Oh, yeah.
and you're gonna have popsicle plants there.
Well, that's what
before
they have.
long, and you're in deer country.
Yeah, that's
So
what they have now. They have, they're not arborvitaes, but there are some evergreens of some type there. And they're all about 7 foot high, or just bare right to the trunk.
I would suggest you may want to pick another plant.
Okay, well, there's a place right down the road within a walking distance that sells all these, so,
Holly's nice.
yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, Holly would be really nice.
Okay, anybody else? Everybody good? Okay, would anybody in the public in this room like to address this? Thank you, sir. Anybody in the room like to address this application? Looks like the answer is no. Lynn, check Zoom, please.
To speak on this application? Charlie Worth, yes, we have one person who wants to speak. Mr. Worth.
Hi, this is Joanna Worth, under the guise of Charlie Worth at the moment. So thank you for, giving us a chance to, giving us a chance to be here. So I had actually two things I wanted to address. One of them is I'm a little uncertain of, why this makes it a special permit exactly. I think I was hearing more so around the square footage, of the unit, the fact that it's an accessory dwelling unit as well. And then was the variance part of that, or was, did you guys clear that they were in the correct variance, or setback? I think I was just a little concerned about the special permit.
Well, they are here for a series of special permits.
Mhm.
We do not, this commission does not cover variances.
Okay.
ZBA.
Okay, so I'll just check on that, because I don't know if we ever heard about, the variance part of it. So I'll move on to,
Excuse me, I think the planner, did you?
There's not a variance. So in the regs, in sections 3.7, we allow for people in the 3-acre zone to use the 2-acre zoning setbacks if they can prove that they have a lot that's been recorded in the office of the town clerk since December 15th of 56, and they were able to successfully prove that. So they get to use the 2-acre zoning.
got it. Okay, thank you for that. And then just wanted to clarify just on the landscaping. So I think because we are on, the back side essentially of that garage, or accessory dwelling unit, we just wanted to make it clear, and we've sent an email to Jim and we've spoken to him and Rick about it as well, as sent our concerns over to planning and zoning earlier today. So we just kind of want to have it on record that, while it's, we understand they have in the plans to put some arborvitaes up there. I'm not sure what they're called. But we just want to make sure that it's clear, in terms of cleaning up that section, putting, adequate privacy bushes up there, because it is, very much up against our property. There is a lot of overgrowth there as well. So we just want to ensure that that back part does not become, kind of forgotten space, since it is, in the back of they won't be seeing it every day. We will be seeing that, so along that rock wall, just ensuring that that's kind of kept clean and some, adequate privacy is added there.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Could I
Yeah,
speak to
please
the
do.
audience?
Sure.
The audience and the board. We did address this in an email. Joanne, thank you. And the owner addressed it as an email back, return communication back to the neighbor that it is in his intention to do a screening of planting. We may take the advice of not doing arborvitae so that the deer don't eat them, but we will do something to screen off that area, but obviously it won't be done until after the construction is done, but part of the closeout of the CO. We could actually include that in the permit if we get permitted to do this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It's all our intention to make sure that the neighbors are all happy with this. So,
Okay. Great, thank you.
you're welcome.
Anybody else from the public, Lynn?
Does anyone else wish to speak from the public? Don't see any other hands.
Okay, great. This hearing's closed. Thank you, sir.
You're
Item
welcome.
number 7, public hearing, Town of New Canaan's proposal to opt out of the multifamily parking requirements as set forth in Public Act 2129, Section A2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Lynn, if you'd kindly just remind us of the legislation and the process, please.
So in the legislation in 21-29, there's an opt-out procedure for those communities that don't want to adopt the parking requirements that the state has changed it to. The opt-out procedure is essentially that the Planning and Zoning Commission has to hold a public hearing to opt out, and then it has to affirmatively decide to do that before January 1st of 2023. It has to state the reasons on the record, and then it has to publish the notice of that decision. In our regulations in section 6.2, we actually have a pretty pretty respectable our parking regulations. We don't actually require 2 parking spaces for every multifamily dwelling unit. We when multifamily dwelling units are greater than 20 units, we only require 1 1/2 spaces per unit, or when they're greater than 10 units, but they're in mixed use developments, we require 1 1/2 spaces for studios and 1 bedroom units and 2 spaces for 2 or more bedroom units. Though in single family dwellings, we do require 2 spaces for the dwelling units. And the regulation in 21-29 is looking to force municipalities to reduce their parking requirements. But in many municipalities in Lower Fairfield County, parking is at a premium, and there's not parking on-street parking in all communities. There's not a big presence of public parking garages in some of those communities. In fact, we don't allow in New Canaan, we don't allow overnight parking in our public parking lots. So that takes that off the table. And what else did I want to say? And so in New Canaan, for instance, parking is pretty much at a premium. We have demand for parking in the downtown where most multifamilies would presumably be built. And we would expect people to build the appropriate number of parking spaces on each site. And lastly, just as an aside, I did attend a WestCog meeting last week for the planners in WestCog. It was noted by WestCog that almost every municipality, there are 18 municipalities in WestCog, and almost every municipality has already or will be opting out of parking.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Commissioners, this is primarily an opportunity for public input, but before I go there, any thoughts or comments? We'll revisit this in our deliberations as well.
I just want to, for the record, be clear of what the 21-29 restriction was. It's going down to 1 parking spot for each studio or 1 bedroom, and no more than 2 parking spots for 2 bedrooms or greater, correct? That's what we're opting out of. Sticking with our regulation. Thank you.
Anybody else on the commission? Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Would anyone in the room like to address this issue? Nope. Let's check Zoom, Lynn.
Does anyone on Zoom wish to speak on this matter? Does not appear to be anyone on Zoom that wishes to speak.
Okay, great. We'll revisit this in our deliberations for a formal motion. So this is closed. Item number 8, public hearing, Town of New Canaan's proposal to opt out of the accessory dwelling unit ADU requirements as set forth in Public Act 21-29, section 8-2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Lynn, if you would kindly explain similarly on this one as well.
Okay, thank you. So similarly with the ADU requirement, there's an opt-out. Again, it follows the same process. PNC holds a public hearing to opt out, which we're doing, and then we have to affirmatively decide to opt out. We have to state upon the record the reasons for our decision and publish notice of the decision. Just as a point of reference, this commission already approved regulations several years ago before the ADU regulations in PA 21-29 in sections 3.3b6 of the zoning regulations. that we actually allow for attached dwelling units for all lots that conform to the minimum lot width in any zoning districts. We allow them on lots as small as 9,000 square feet in the B zone. As you saw tonight, we had one before us, but the ADU can't exceed 1,000 square feet or 40% of the combined floor area of the single family dwelling and the ADU, whichever is less. And the ADU in our regulations under a zoning permit follows the all accessory structures follow accessory setbacks. Each zone has its own accessory setbacks. And then we don't require any renewals of that zoning permit. So once you get approval, it's approved. And I just want to clarify earlier this evening, I probably didn't say it as clearly or cogently as possible, but so the total, so I'm going to just read it out. But for the purposes of calculating the total number of dwelling units in a municipality, the accessory apartments built or permitted after January 1st of 2022, but that are not described in subdivision 4 of this subsection shall not be counted toward the total such number. So if they're not deed restricted as affordable housing, it wouldn't be counted towards our denominator.
Could you say that one more time? Say that last part.
So essentially, if it's not a deed restricted ADU, it would not be counted towards our denominator, our number.
Okay, sorry, commissioners, I was just writing something down here. Any comments on this?
That last sentence, could you explain it? So the 3 accessory dwelling units that we looked at tonight, Sheridan Drive and Lone Tree Farm, they would not be added to the denominator means what?
It wouldn't be added to our count of dwelling units. It would not be added to our count of dwelling units for the purposes of 830G.
For the count. Housing good. Okay, let's open to the public then. Would anyone in this room like to address this issue? Nope. Check Zoom, please, Lynn.
Does anyone on Zoom wish to speak? Looks like a no.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 9, 11, 21, and 25 Burtis Avenue, Cherry Street parking lot and Parcel K. Upon application, Jacqueline Kaufman, Carbonate Torrance, authorized agent for Ventana 11 Burtis LLC, Ventana 21-25 Burtis LLC, and Ventana Cherry LLC in town of New Canaan for special permit site plan approval sections 43B, 43C1, 43D1, 4544B, 44C1, 544D1, 248C, EFL, 49E, 62E2, 64F, G, 71B176C, and 82A.
Development containing 25 residential units. I don't know who it is, Trace. It doesn't matter.
Lynn, what do
Burtis Avenue, Cherry Street parking area. I think that's they want to.
I know where it is.
If you're on Zoom, can you please refrain from a conversation?
Well, can we mute Zoom?
Sure can.
There's a mute all
Mute
button.
everyone.
Yeah.
There was a mute all button.
There is a mute all button.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Kaufman.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is.
Going to have.
I'll seat him. I'll seat Mr. Bash once we close. You can participate. Once we close, I'll then seat Mr. Bash for you, Dick. Okay. But everybody's free to ask questions in the public hearing. Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jackie Kaufman. I'm an attorney with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy. Here tonight on behalf of my clients, the owners of 11, 21, and 25 Burtis and the Cherry Street lot, represented by the owner Philip Palmgren, the architect replace Philip Palmgren, and also Jennifer Islani, and also their colleague Eric, to our landscape architect Thomas Cross with Wesley Stout Associates, our traffic engineer Emily Foster with SLR, our civil engineer Emma Brewer, and Rachel Breslin, my associate. So we are here tonight. It's the second night of our public hearing. We've made considerable progress since we were here with you in August. To quickly review where we were, we are here seeking site plan and special permit approval of a multi-family, multi-building redevelopment of the parcel. You can see here we have some updated renderings. You have received a package that has all new information, but the information that is new, we tried to very distinctly write out in a bullet point form on your Schedule B. We're here to review those, but most of those are procedural and technical changes. They are in response to comments and inquiries from the engineering department, also from this commission. And we've had the opportunity to sit with staff and to review those page by page, and also to sit with Fire Marshal Payne, who has provided you with his endorsement of the project pending final review before building permit. We've also had the opportunity to meet with the police commission to review the on-street Burtis parking revision, which you may recall at our pre-application meeting and leading up to our first meeting, it was desirable to have, we've requested a special permit to not have a loading zone on the site. We have a very small and de minimis commercial space, which is roughly 447 square feet. That number's been refined from around 400 square feet. And it was recommended that a loading space be placed on street if possible, adjacent to the parcel. Rachel, if you could go to that for me, as long as we're speaking about that. You can go to the parking chart for me, please. And so we had brought that request to the police commission. They reviewed it. They also endorsed the concept of adding a loading space to Burtis. And we were able to do that in the draft form that we showed you in August without any loss to existing on-street parking spaces, was very critical to the police commission. And it was recommended that the new space not be, it was originally located adjacent to building 1, but it was separated between the existing loading space. It was recommended to us at that meeting that the new space be adjacent to the existing loading space to create one large loading space that could accommodate 2 small trucks during the day, 2 small delivery trucks, or 1 extra large truck at any point. And so they leave this to you ultimately for your final site plan review, but this was their recommendation. Rachel, can you show me what we had shown the commission before? So this image that's up before you now is what we had presented to you at the August meeting. You can see the loading space adjacent to the entrance to 11 Burtis. Let's go back to how that was changed after our meeting last week. Here, you see the 1 or -1. Really what you're receiving there is a double wide load, a larger loading space. And that also allows for the increase of additional on-street parking. So not only do we not have a loss of on-street parking, we have an addition of on-street passenger parking, and also an enhanced and increased loading space. We are presenting, let's go back to the top, please, Rachel. We're continuing to propose 25 units within 2 multifamily buildings, 4 townhomes, and it was recommended by the commission that we study the affordable unit mix that was proposed. We are proposing 3 on site and a fee in lieu payment for the fractional space under section 7.6. And the architects spent a lot of time looking at that and have reassigned those unit counts. Before we had 2 in 1 building and 1 in a townhome. Now we will have a 1-bedroom unit in 11 Burtis, a 2-bedroom unit in townhome 1, and a 2-bedroom unit in townhome 4. And as a result of modifying some interiors to accommodate this mix, we also started looking a little bit more closely at some of the other interiors. So you've seen that there were changes to the buttons, to the windows, and to some other design features. If you look closely at the Schedule D, it takes you plan by plan about which where the additions were. Not additions to the building size, mind you, those we have corrected those ever so modestly on the zoning charts so that you have a consistent number there. But really, these are more design features, buttons on the windows, some minor facade revisions, and those reflect interior layout changes. What we've also done too, if you can advance for me, please, Rachel, through to the. I'll just keep talking. Okay, never mind. You have all these plans in front of you as well, because we did deliver you hard copies. There also are some parking space and storage reconfigurations, unit renumbering, again, procedural and things that we can speak to if you have questions, but not substantive changes to our discussion. There have been landscape changes made to the exterior plaza of 21 to 25. Mr. Cross is here if you'd like to speak to those more specifically, or if you have questions about that. It did result in the loss. There were 71 trees, and I believe we lost 9 trees, still have 62 trees on the site there. But still a very thoughtful and replete landscaping mix, and he's here to answer those questions as well. The commission asked for a clarification on parking on the revised zoning chart we've highlighted, and that is on the last page. There are 50 spaces total provided on site for passenger cars. Those are all concealed from view. We've asked for special permits to permit them to be in underground garages or concealed garages. And the requirement is 39. So we have excess parking available for visitors. One of the more notable parts of our conversation included questions regarding circulation and traffic safety in and around the site. And we have responded to those questions with an updated circulation study prepared by SLR. And Emily is here tonight to answer those questions. We've also received an inquiry from our neighbor, Mr. Sachs, about that as well. And I think that this report, which is short, it is about 3 or 4 pages, and also includes various circulation patterns to walk us through that. How trucks can access the site from Burtis, how passenger vehicles will make their way through the site. Remember, it's a right turn, a restricted right turn only out of the site, which will significantly reduce conflict. Created certain pockets around the existing exit, the one-way exit out to Cherry Street, again, with no loss to on-street parking on Cherry Street, but that there will be the conclusion of this report, which complements the previously submitted traffic report, both confirms that the proposal will result in an improved site and an improved traffic and circulation patterns, notably because people are now not taking a left turn in or a left turn out of the site. The Cherry Street parking lot today allows for traffic to go both ways. And so this does present an improvement in a control mechanism to that regard. Also, the report concludes that the number of trips when take the residential use with the small commercial use compared to the full commercial build out that exists today and or could exist on the site is reduced. It presents a reduction of traffic impact, and that's based on CONDOT standards and ITE information. And that's all confirmed and corroborated in the report. But given the length of time that you have on your agenda, the number of things that you have after, I won't go into that anymore, but would be happy to answer any further questions or speak to any of the images that are in that report as well. Another document you've received are updated snow, trash, construction, delivery, and mail logistic plans. And that's both in a brief narrative form and also in, we can go to those if you're back up. Thank you. Here's the existing view, but let's go to the last pages. I'm already at the end. And then we'll circle back. But we included those logistics plans at your request. Those will obviously continue to be reviewed with staff and with engineering, but they're all detailed and demonstrate the safe and reasonable ways that deliveries will be made, snow will be removed, and trash will be picked up. If you go back for me, please, Rachel. I will have to say that since this was not updated, since we received our police commission review. One more back, please, to our deliveries. Do you see that new loading spot was the proposed loading spot that will now be moved a little bit further back? So on the new and widened sidewalks, one will, thank you, it'll be a little bit further up the block and then taken directly into the buildings. There are mail rooms within the buildings, and the property manager will also be responsible for coordinating deliveries and move-ins. Again, this will be a condominium complex. This will not be a rental, so turnover is expected to be less. We just talked a little bit to this plan as well. All of the zoning charts and narratives have reflect all the updated and refined numbers. We have studied and looked again at all of our heights to ensure that they are accurate, and in responding to inquiry from our neighbor, Mr. Sachs. And in fact, when doing so, two of the buildings actually came down in height, one very diminutively, and another by a few feet. So that was good, and that's represented here as well. And another also went up de minimisly, a few inches. I'm looking for the architect. I can speak to those numbers, but those are accurate on your zoning chart as well. And we continue to make progress. We expect that we are going to continue to meet with engineering. We do have some additional sewer studies to be completed, but have responded almost completely. We've responded with updated stormwater management reports and have updated all the civil engineering drawings to the extent that we can in response to those questions that have been posed by engineering. And we expect within the next 2 weeks to have the sewer calculation study done to address that question. And with that, I'd be happy to answer continued questions from the commission.
Commissioners, questions?
I have a question about the parking. You mentioned that you had additional visitor parking spaces.
Yes.
How does that work with tandem parking?
Well, I think that the spaces are all assigned to individual units. And then have you decided if you're going to have a bank of spaces for visitor parking spaces? Yeah, I'm looking to Mr. Palmgren for that.
Is that some of the parking spaces, sorry, Commissioner, I'm Philip Palmgren, who is representing the developer and the architect for the project. The fact is, some of the spaces are tandem, and those tandem spaces would be assigned to units. And then there are additionals that are single slotted. If you look at the drawings, you can see single slot, and those would be obviously for visitors, but also dealing with ADA handicap accessibility spaces. So we have both of them in the total count. So that's kind of our plan.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
More questions? Mr. Engel?
So I'd like to make an observation. I was the guy in the first hearing to talk about the Zoom rooms. And I said, I object to Zoom rooms, that I believe Burtis Avenue is an important retail corridor. We're now down to 447 feet of retail and 80,000 feet of residential, more or less, if I count correctly off of one of these spreadsheets. I think it's a great design. I think that you've answered 99% of our questions, but I am still left with the fact that this is a massive stretch of limestone wall with a lobby in the second large building. You've put a small bit of retail in 11 Burtis, but 2125 Burtis is essentially a lobby with a few windows either side. So it's my one regret, I think, in this design is that we couldn't make a more inviting, retail friendly streetscape in Burtis Avenue. I think that this commission, for the last 50 years, ever since we invented the magic circle, has been very protective of our bitsy little storefronts. And we've agonized over the fact that retail is going away and whether we should allow service businesses in our retail sector. And so it's not a great retail environment now. You're replacing, you know, an office building on stilts. So I get it. It's already an improvement. I just wish you had gone a little bit further, because it does not seem to me that the Burtis Street frontage is pedestrian friendly as it could be. And I don't know, and I may be the only commissioner who feels this way. And, you know, I accept that, but that's my observation, you know, on the design. I think you've done great with the landscaping, pedestrian friendly. You've addressed a lot of the concerns with traffic flow, but it seems to be, especially with the choice of limestone, rather, you know, massive and New York City residential like. You jump up and tell me I'm wrong.
Look, I'm not, again, I think what we tried to do on 2125, and we looked at retail, we obviously the Zoom rooms could have been converted to retail. I think what we did was we looked at sort of your design guidelines, and we understood sort of the nature of fieldstone and the fact that you do have a handsome fieldstone wall there, and there isn't street level retail there now because the sidewalk drops off, right? And so the challenge of tearing down a fieldstone wall and populating sort of retail down there, I just think any retail tenant who moved in there would be challenged to try and get a pedestrian level field that actually worked with sort of what New Canaan kind of is. It has this sort of, and it was sort of a nod to the historic nature of the fieldstone wall and trying to keep it and trying to be sort of keep something from what's there. I mean, again, you know, I would say that the more sort of New York response would be to just line it with retail. And that isn't what I thought was like the right answer here, but rather to replace the street level retail that was there, which is what we did. So it's more a nod to what's existing than trying to propose something that's different or new, or, you know, it was recognizing the design constraints that we had and trying to work within them. So that was kind of our response. I understand about retail, and you know, look, retail is challenged at the moment. We all know it. And from a market perspective, it's not, you can't create a place by just simply putting retail there anymore. I mean, we work all over the country, lots of different places. And I wish that retail was like still the, you know, thing you put it in and all of a sudden you have a great place. You got to find ways to mix different in there. And so keeping the fieldstone was what we were hoping to do there.
So that's on the eastern end of 2125 Burtis, but even on the western side to the west of the lobby, it seems to me that does not provide you the topographical challenge of the fieldstone wall. And it also would actually, so, you know, I look at the examples you cite in your presentation on Forest Street and see how it was handled. And, you know, many of the other smaller streets around our magic circle and how it was handled. And it's not a complete scape of retail, but it is at least punctuated with a couple occasional. I believe that adding one more retail on that building would have helped connect this area, the magic circle, down to the swirl, down to the Brock Sachs buildings at the bottom of the hill, and allow a more pedestrian, you know, friendly circulation. I just think we're missing an opportunity here.
Let us think about it. Thank you.
It's John Chris. I remember speaking on this and, you know, trying to think 20, 30 years ahead, which I think is important, because if I look across the street, particularly everything between Cherry Street and Main Street, except for the houses on Main Street, I can see that being redeveloped in the fullness of time. There's some retail there that's not the most attractive buildings. While assembling property is a tricky exercise and one must be patient, I can see that occurring. And if I think about Forest Street 20 years ago, it was a lot different than it is now. Now it's a fun, very funky, appealing area. We've had significant redevelopment there, including housing with significant grade retail, and it's extremely popular, and it's a narrow one-way street similar to this. I can see Cherry Street not being the most inviting pedestrian street. I can wrap my mind around it, but if I'm thinking a couple moves ahead and what might happen on the other side of the street in the fullness of time, having additional retail on this side of Burtis, I think would be helpful, because you need some sort of critical mass to make the turn off Main Street worthwhile. And so additional commercial, I think, would be useful. I said that at the first meeting, and I'm sticking with it. It's my story. I'm sticking with it. But I think that would be a plus. That's me. Thank you.
I have a question about the affordable housing, and I appreciate the significant changes since the last plan. But I'd like to understand, if you could, the mechanics of this. All of these units are offered for sale, correct?
Yes,
And the 3 affordable units designated within the space would be offered for sale, but need to be sold to someone with no more than $89,000 of income.
it will be deed restricted, so they would also, in the future, that would also have to sell. Yes, to that same, there are programs that manage that.
I'm quite familiar with those. My question is, has anyone actually done a calculation on the projected price of the affordable units, and whether or not an applicant with that income can in fact conceivably qualify for a mortgage even under a 0 down payment subsidized rate program with the target? We don't have information. See the developer smiling about price levels here.
You
but
can
I'd
certainly
like to
answer that. We prepared the affordability plan, the draft, which does include a breakdown of some of those numbers for your review. And
I read them, and I don't think the math works, which is I'm trying to understand how it could work.
Right. I think the hard part in the equation at the moment with the Fed raising the interest rates is the interest rates actually change because it's based on the payment so essentially you take AMI, you do the calculation, and it's 30% of their yearly income that they're allowed to basically pay for a mortgage payment. So again, it's somewhat of a sliding scale what they would be offered at, but the idea is that someone at that percentage AMI would then pay 30% of their income. And so depending on the mortgage rate, right, what you could charge for that unit is currently becoming less and less valuable, right?
That's correct. I'm trying to understand how this, are you going to retain ownership of those units? Or you're going to sell the units?
No, they're for sale.
I understand that. So what I'm trying to understand is, has anybody actually done a calculation, even at today's interest rates, of whether $89,000 can satisfy the minimum price? I don't know the pricing, obviously, for the units, but I appreciate the substantial improvement in this plan. I'm questioning whether or not it can work, given the math of doing the 30% calc against a payment, given what is an unknown price level for the unit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still here. So yeah, it's like, the fact is that the economics of providing the 3 affordable units work within our projected target of what all the units will sell for. And that piece of the equation is actually, so if it reduces in price, we're going to have to bear the cost of that. So yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a follow-up question on the affordability, and it's just simply because I don't understand how this works in a for sale project with affordable units. So I understand that you have to make below $89,000 a year to purchase one of the affordable units, at least based on, 2022 numbers. So say that's me and I buy it, but then, over the course of 5-10 years, I live there, my income goes up. It's not like if you're a tenant, you have to each year certify that your income's that level. So I guess I don't understand how it does truly stay. I mean, I understand it can't be sold in the future to somebody who doesn't make that, but somebody could buy it. And I'm not sure if this is a bad idea. I'm just trying to understand how it works. Someone could buy it, their income goes up, and they've still bought a deed restricted unit that they basically no longer would qualify for if they were to buy it again today. Is that
Correct.
okay?
Correct. I mean, again, we can't change the program. It's the way the program works.
No, I know. I'm just trying to think through the logistics of
Yeah, I'm with you.
policy.
It's very, affordability is a really, I mean, as you guys, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. Affordability is a challenge for sure. Because it's measured at a point in time and things change over time. It's hard.
So in terms of like annual certifications and the paperwork that you'd be required to submit to the town, again, that's just a point in time. So it's not going to change
It'll
necessarily
be deed
annually.
restricted, like the units will be deed restricted so that if someone does in fact decide to move out who owns an affordable unit, they'll only be able to sell it within the affordability quotient. So the unit itself will remain as affordable throughout its duration, whether or not the person there needs that affordability is something that can't be controlled for.
Okay, I'm just wondering what kind of stuff do you provide to the town then I guess you don't provide it on an annual basis. You only provide it when the units turn over to show that
We
they.
would deed restrict it, and so it would be in
Got it.
perpetuity. I
Okay.
think it's for 40
40
years,
years, 40
40 years, right?
Thank you.
So what would be the attraction then for someone to purchase an affordable unit, knowing that when they go to sell it, they're not going to be able to make a substantial profit because it's going to be deed restricted as to qualifying for a certain limitation on price point?
That is,
Yeah,
that is,
No,
that
but-
question's right. That's a conceptual
but I
question,
mean,
but it's,
but I
you pay it
think-
forward. You have an opportunity and then you have.
It's
you-
a qualitative thing, right? It's that someone here can buy into the unit and send their kid to a school in New Canaan, Connecticut and be part of the community. It isn't, the affordability program isn't about, the market
Profit.
rate or profit. It's literally about
Quality of
quality
life.
of life for someone to come here and live in your community and contribute. I think.
So in my familiarity with doing many of these projects in New York City, it is quite common to segregate those units into a condominium and retain ownership in order to provide annual compliance. I'm not going to suggest that you should do that. I am thoughtful that it will be very difficult for this proposed plan to actually be effectively administered. I am quite appreciative of the changes since the last go round. They are substantial. I recognize that, but I'm thoughtful that it will be quite difficult to, execute.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys know better than anybody, affordability is a really hard thing. And I mean, we're committed to trying to provide our share of affordability here in this development.
I'll take a stab at it if you like. I mean, I work with mortgages and houses all the time. My interpretation of this is if I make $89,000, therefore I qualify, and I go to apply for a mortgage. I think that the number that they use for conventional mortgages is still 38%. So roughly, I can qualify for about a $2,800, $2,831 monthly mortgage payment and still stay within the 38% threshold. To buy $1 million worth of mortgage requires a $4,700 a month mortgage payment. So therefore, I'm saying that roughly when I calculate this plan, I'm seeing that they probably, in order to qualify as affordable, they would have to sell these 3 units for more or less $600,000 a piece. More or less. They're not $1 million units. They're not $200,000 units. So if they put them out there on the market at 600,000, they would be substantially cheaper than any of the market unit condos available in town now. And therefore it might be, and so that's why it's very important to ask that question of, do you intend to keep these and rent them out, or are you going to sell them? And is the person who buys them bound to the same? And I guess the answer is yes, they are bound to the same covenants for the next 20 years. That's how I interpret this plan.
It's 40 years and
40
it's
years.
quite commonplace throughout the state. It is also quite difficult. There are numerous programs. The most useful is the Federal Home Loan Bank program, AHP program, which is the most useful for doing this. It's extremely complicated and it puts the town mildly at risk because of our own need to be in compliance. And it's harder to get compliance on an owned building than it is on a rental building. Again, these are simply factual statements. This development has come a long way relative to this issue from the first go round, and appreciate that. And
We're trying, we understand like the issue here and how difficult it is. In our calculations, I I actually like your 600, our calculations are around 480,000 per unit, but that's our calculation at the moment.
See, that's very helpful. I think most of us are just looking for
Yeah,
a order of magnitude.
We are too. It's really hard because as
HOA
I said,
fees.
interest rates change the actual asking price so we're
Yeah.
constantly calculating because it is, obviously all of it, it all factors into sort of the bottom line.
I calculated on a 4% interest rate because I'm an optimist.
Yeah, right, you are an optimist.
Okay, commissioners, other questions on the project?
I just want to add the concern for the design along Burtis Street. I think we had talked about maybe setting it back or something. It just seems to be like one just wall of housing. And I think all the movement, all the fun part of this design takes place off of the street. It takes place only where, no pedestrian could really see it. The only exception would be the 3 townhouses on Cherry, which I think is really nice. It's kind of pedestrian friendly, but all along Burtis, there's nothing there. There's not even any landscaping. There's nothing there, but just hardscape.
I think obviously, as you come down off Main, I understand your comment, and we've set back actually the mast about 1.5 feet so that we've increased the width of the sidewalk there right off of Burtis, and obviously with the Victorian to the right, we're kind of set back. And I think we were talking a little bit about retail. The first sort of set of windows that you see there is retail. It's a retail component. It's exactly the same amount of frontage as currently is on Burtis, except we're actually pulling it out of the building. Oh yeah, sorry. We're pulling it out of the building and we're putting it on the street. So that first bit of Burtis is actually lit. There's hope that there's going to be a shop in there and it's going to be lively. And then you have a lobby. And then you have essentially a drive. So we've tried to narrow it as sort of as much as possible. It's about, I don't know the figure off the top of my head, but maybe 15 feet or so. 15 feet to allow a car to pass through. And then basically you hit the stretch, which is a sort of the width of a single family house. And then you have another lobby, and then you begin the fieldstone wall and you fall off the hill. So to us, there is a sort of narrative here, syncopation with what's happening on the street currently, and we're trying to move both in and out. So we've set back the mast, we pulled the mast out, set back the mast, we've punctured the mast along there. It's again, Burtis has a whole bunch of telephone poles along it and a very narrow, I think it's about 3 feet from the telephone pole to the face of the building, and we're actually proposing to remove the telephone pole. So that the notion isn't that it's a bustling sort of wild street, but rather it's a stroll for residents, for people heading down a Cherry Street, that it isn't. And as the fieldstone wall actually rises, the mast sets back and there's an entire planting strip along there. So the idea is that it's actually at view height level at the top of you can see it here at the top of the fieldstone
Yeah, I
wall,
don't
but there
have a
is
problem with it
greenery.
at the corner.
Right,
My
where
problem
right
is on
now
the
there isn't.
Would you consider some type of landscaping, even like large pots or something?
On the sidewalk?
Yeah.
I actually,
Create some ADA compliance issues.
and I would,
Sorry?
It may create ADA compliance issues, so the width of the sidewalk has to be unobstructed for ADA purposes.
But didn't you just say you widen the sidewalk?
we did.
So do we know the measurements?
We do, we can.
Of what,
Yeah.
the widened sidewalk or the,
It varies, it continues, it varies, so at certain points possibly.
all I can say is, I think for the street to actually give a clear and sort of a direct sort of sidewalk experience there, which isn't there today, I think is important to actually widen the sidewalk rather than reduce the width of the sidewalk. I think one of the comments we heard way back when at the first preliminary hearing was about how narrow the street felt when you first came down off Main, the 2 sheer walls and sort of how it was like very narrow. We've tried to address that by setting the mast back, increasing the sidewalk. But equally, I think one of the things about when you're a pedestrian, if there are objects in front of you, it actually causes you to feel like you're being compressed in a way. And so our hope here is that by setting the mast back, offering a little bit more graciousness to the sidewalk that you don't feel like you're being pushed into traffic. So we could obviously explore putting planters along the sidewalk, but truth be told, I think it probably is not something that if I showed you would be something that you would actually think was a good design move. I think the widened sidewalk, reducing the number of curb cuts, the amount of traffic that's pulling in off of Burtis, which is what's happening now. There are 3 curb cuts. So when you walk down now, you're worried about cars coming at you. We're reducing that down to 1 sort of entry point. I think we've tried to be as mindful of being respectful of sort of what's there, but also trying to give pedestrians a better experience.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the zoning officer. It has to do with the affordability issues. Not necessarily applicable to this application since they made some changes, but it's my recollection that with our inclusionary zoning, there needs to be a certain number of units, was 15% have to be that. But there's no requirement regarding what we mean by the word unit. And so if I'm worried about is that, let's say there's a 20-unit building and 17 of them are 3-bedroom and the 3 affordables are studios, we're going to get lowballed. And also with 830G, all units are not created equal. And so you get different points for bigger units and smaller units, and that this commission may wish to revisit this at some point and say that of the affordable units, whatever the average size of the other units, market units are, the affordable units must be the average, so we don't get lowballed. And this way we have larger units, which will also help us on 830G compliance, maybe something we should consider. So I just put that out there for a later date, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
I think sort of to that point, I think a positive is the applicant did come back to us.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, I completely
Went in
agree.
that direction.
We may not see that in every application.
Agreed.
And so this may be something this commission may wish to consider at a later date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chris. Any other questions?
I have just a comment about the elevation on Burtis Street. I personally think that the fenestration between the windows, the drive between the 2 buildings, the flagstone wall, it actually creates a great deal of interest. And I think that is actually a very handsome elevation. And I don't think it's as brutal as I think some people might think it might be as far as the pedestrian. I think there's a lot of opportunity there for light, texture, and different things happening that actually it's will be a nice pedestrian experience.
Thank you.
I'd like to just touch on a couple of things. Following up on what Commissioner Turner noted, and what Commissioner Tiscornia was touching on to the architect, I think what's bothering me about the elevations, and I think it might be others, is sort of this, and don't take this the wrong way, but this sort of sterile monochromatic feel of certain portions or certain elevations. For example, the Burtis Avenue elevation, specifically the rendering on PZ 401, looking down the street on that page. While the articulation and the stone wall and the things that Commissioner Turner mentioned are very good and very strong on the east side of that elevation, closer to Cherry Street, the portion between the buildings and approaching the retail storefront is just pure limestone all the way to the sidewalk, right? And there's a little bit of articulation with the water table line on the stonework and so on, but it's very monochromatic all the way down, and that's different than the moves that you've made elsewhere on the building. For example, the courtyard between the 2 buildings where the driveway is, the elevation facing Cherry Street where the townhomes are. The ground floor has more texture and differentiates itself from the rest of the elevation. And I think that would help the Burtis Street, the rest of that Burtis Street elevation, to achieve sort of the texture and the color and differences that we're looking for. And that same, although less important, but you may want to think about that same approach. For example, the courtyard view that's PZ 408. Looking between the two larger buildings, on one side, you've got the trellis and the creeping vines going up the building, which I think is great and gives it some texture on that lower level to, it's the right word, to ground it, to anchor it, to make it feel like, it helps it in scale and everything else. Whereas on the left side, you're monochromatic all the way down, it just doesn't feel right. So just some, you've taken some great cues all the way through this process, and it's come a great way in terms of addressing our concerns. So I'm just offering a couple of those comments that might get us over the goal line, so to speak. Two more questions I have on sheet PZ 500, which is that is the green energy, let's call it the sustainability concepts for powering these buildings. You've got ground source heat pump solutions and boring locations for the 4 townhomes. But there's nothing identified for the 2 main buildings. What is the mechanical infrastructure for those 2 main buildings?
So again, I think we were trying to use the site as sustainably as possible. And so the number of geothermal wells that we could put in will only provide enough heating, cooling for the townhomes.
Sure.
On all of the on the multifamilies, it actually goes to the form of the roof structure. And so our ideas here are around solar panels, so you can see them on the roof. So the idea is that the solar panels actually provide the power for the common spaces in the 2 multifamily buildings, and then it'll be split systems for all the units inside.
So all the units are going to have split systems.
Yes.
Where are the condensers living?
The condenser, again, it goes to the roof. It's actually a really interesting thing about this roof. And I know most people look at it and see it as a sort of, how would I call it, a more conventional or formal sort of approach. But where all of the balconies are up above, the roof is cut back. And so what that does, it allows us to tuck the condenser units underneath the roof and vent them into the terraces there on the right. So they're serviced from the terraces. So you'll never see a condenser anywhere on site. I don't know if
I can't tell that from the sections or from the roof plan and the rendering on PZ 409, which
she's pulling it up. You can see it here. Jen will show you there. Okay, you see that in the roof structure, and she's going to zoom in here for you. So one of the nice things about the roof here is because of the way it works is it allows us a sort of void in that sort of space, which allows us to locate the mechanical units. Actually, that one's a really great one, Jen. Sort of in that shape of that roof. And so instead of it venting out in the roof, because of the way we position the terraces, it actually vents into the terraces. So from a public perspective, you'll never see those units, and frankly, there'll be louvered doors in the terraces that cover them for residents in the unit.
so those condenser units are going to be living in those garages, vented garages up there,
Correct.
effectively. Opened to the patios or roof terraces for each of those units. Isn't that going to be a little loud?
Again, these units aren't particularly loud. They, decibel levels are measured. I feel like we all live next to them now, one way or another. But we'll obviously, as it gets to
Don't get me wrong, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm just
wondering
if it'll actually work.
Yeah, I mean, we're very much, we've done a lot of designs where we've used, and you can put these things next to someone's bedroom now. I mean, they're really Mitsubishi split systems driven by solar power are really, frankly, the fan in the units themselves are louder than the condensers now. So
okay. And then My last question is concerning the amenity space. 3 levels of amenity on the Cherry Street side. Is that going to be fitness center for the tenants only?
Correct. That's where we are at the moment. And I think, you know, from our perspective, we're not, it won't be retail space, if that's the. Could it be a question? Could it be?
The reason I ask is, well, let me ask first, what is the square footage of all 3 levels of amenity space?
Wow, you're.
Ballpark.
Yeah,
It's big.
ballpark. I think, yeah, I mean, it's the lowest level, I think, is around 3,900 square feet.
Right.
And then the second level is about the same. And the top level
Small,
is, it's not, because it's actually cut. So the top level is actually quite smaller. That's like a lounge, coffee sort of
Right.
Type space. So that's probably about 1,000 maybe square feet, a little bit under.
So you're pushing north of 8,000 square feet of amenity space for, and it might be much more than that, but it's north of 8,000-ish.
It's probably less, but. yeah,
Okay,
around
so amenity space for the 23 unit, 23?
25.
25 units. If that is not getting used and you have amenity space that is sitting dormant there, is there an ability to change it to retail?
Again, like we would have to, in the condo documents, as we get into the next phase of the project, we could think about that for sure.
Because to Mr. Engel's point, I mean, the most effective way to animate the retail component of that streetscape on that corner would be on that corner, which is where the amenity space is.
That's our hope.
And you have the easiest access off the sidewalk, directly in, you have elevator, all of that. I mean, for the team's purposes, I would, look at a possible plan B for that amenity space, maybe cutting it in half or changing it somehow. There could still be some fitness center, but I can't imagine that 25 tenants in this building are going to need an 8 or 9 or 10,000 square foot fitness center.
For sure. I'm with you. And I think one of the design features was by actually placing the door on the outside.
Right.
So that people actually are coming from like, we aren't ignoring the importance of bringing people down to the street and actually entering from the street. So I'm absolutely with you. And we absolutely would consider that as we further develop our thoughts around how people occupy the space, for sure.
Also like to thank you and your team also for going through this process and listening.
I'm sorry.
Your team for going through the process and listening. I think it's to all applicants out there. I think it's been a very productive process for this particular application in terms of addressing our concerns on design, scale, quantity of units, streetscape, etc. It's been very effective.
Thank you. And I mean, I appreciate your guys' comments too. I mean, I think the project benefits, and I think we've collectively heard your comments and hopefully it's sort of when I speak to our neighbors and residents here, like our hope is to build a stronger community and like all boats rise if we do the right thing here. So I'm with you completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody good?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what I wanted to get clarity from town staff on where we are with the stormwater and sewer stuff. If this is not the right time, I can wait. Because we have some memos here. And so I was just wondering, Maria, if you could just clarify, I assume you're going to be responding to these memos and letting us know when we've reached a satisfactory point.
Would you like to?
Depends how
Engineer
long you're
Copland,
into this.
yeah, kindly come up to the podium, please. I know you're allergic to that, but.
So we did receive the application last week, and on Thursday, I did a high-level review and I sent a memo that was kind of outlining all of that. There are still open issues regarding stormwater that need to be addressed regarding water quality and water quantity. And again, as was mentioned, the applicant is still awaiting their report for their sanitary sewer monitoring. So we do not have a copy of their sanitary sewer flow report. We have advised them that should they have significant flow differences from existing conditions to proposed conditions, they could have to go before the WPCA.
Okay.
But in general, you know, we just received it. We're going through, but that's kind of high level what our comments were. One last thing for circulation. They did show vehicular paths through the project, but really my comment was stemmed more as to how does that vehicle get into the parking garage? How does that vehicle get into each of the individual townhouse garage spaces? There are bollards in order to separate pedestrians, which is great, but it does appear that there are going to be restrictive turn movements. And so I kind of just want to see a little bit more direction there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What does it mean to go before the WPCA? I mean, you said if the proposed and the reality is not the same, they have to go in front of the.
If it's a significant difference, then our sewer rules say such that they would need a new sewer connection permit. And typically, when it gets to the point of a significant change, then it would have to be presented before them. They'd have to hear it. It depending on, I guess, how significant it is whether or not they would have to take action on whether or not they would accept the additional flows into their system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Kaufman, what I thought I was to open it up to the public and then after that you can summarize. Is that okay with you?
That's great. We
Okay.
will have, within 2 weeks, we will have those calculations available
Perfect.
to continue
Okay.
the discussions with Ms. Copeland. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody from the public, Mr. Sachs?
Good evening, Chairman Goodman and the members of the commission. My name is Brock Sachs. I live at 105 Wahackney Road. Manager of Cherry Center LLC as owner of the property that sits across the street from this project, which is 107 and 111 Cherry Street. As I've outlined in my communication to the applicant and the commission, we've managed and owned the nearby property for a while. We welcome the improvements to the existing conditions at the site, but want to make sure everything is done to address some concerns we have. And as far as building heights, I've tried to solve for actual building heights at the average grade figures used in the applicant's exhibit, but it makes it hard to arrive at the actual building heights as measured from the sidewalk in front of each building. With that said, the project appears to loom over Cherry Street in our property, which sits across Cherry Street, creating a tunnel effect. I'm unclear as to what sort of shadows will be created by the buildings as they appear to stand around 45 feet tall. When it comes to setting back the building facade above 30 feet and 2.5 stories, so as not to overwhelm the street, the commission previously pointed to 21 Forest Street as a model for development that sets back its massing and height from the street. So I've included a slide from 21 Forest Street for your reference. And as far as site layout and traffic, I appreciate the work done to present a design that says aesthetically pleasing for most pedestrian viewpoints. However, the townhouses are sited on Cherry Street, so the entire eastern side wall of Townhouse 4, which appears to be 44 feet high, is the only thing that a person would see when standing directly across the street from the project on the sidewalk or driveway at 111 and 107 Cherry Street. In addition to the slides that show the slide of Townhouse 4, the landscape plan slide, garbage removal slide, and the snow storage slide should all be viewed in sequence. It's not clear to me how the landscape plan and snow storage plan slide sync, as I can't figure out how snow can be piled in the same area if a tree is meant to properly screen the 44-foot span of the eastern side wall of Townhouse 4. To add further downside to the same view from directly across the street, the slide detailing trash removal suggests that the plan for garbage trucks to pull over on Cherry Street, perhaps back up into the site to load and dump containers. These movements will all take place in plain view, pedestrians on the sidewalk, people and vehicles crossing on the property as our driveways directly across the street. This highlights what I feel is an inappropriate plan for the garbage truck to utilize Cherry Street, and I defer to one of the great local land use experts and planners in that of Rick Redness and Mead in Stanford, who's always suggested that every development site needs two proper points of egress, primarily so that fire and garbage trucks can enter and exit to properly pull on the property to service the site or attack a fire. As to traffic, I've included slides that show the current and proposed number of vehicles exiting the development's driveway at the curve in Cherry Street where existing problems exist. The increase from 16 to 50 vehicles using basically the same point of egress will only add to the traffic queuing problems that occur at different times of day on Cherry Street. Lastly, I just have some current concerns about the site being predominantly ledge. I assume the applicant will have to blast the existing ledge in order to excavate the basement and garage. If that's the case, what safeguards will be put in place to protect neighboring properties? Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Anybody else in the room like to address this? Yes, sir.
Giacomo Londi, 313 Elm. One of the benefits of coming to this meeting is you hear a bunch of different projects. I just had a question on the mechanics of the affordable housing for this. If it's a for sale unit and it's income restricted, how do you make sure that you sort of get people who genuinely have a need purchase it rather than sort of finance through friends or family rather than a mortgage? So we're actually attacking the interest. So for example, you're a student in college, you have a college job, you therefore are qualified, but you don't take out a mortgage because you get essentially a gift. How does that work? So are we actually solving the issue through this? That's the question. Not that I object to this situation. I'm just curious how it works.
Okay, thank you. Interesting point. Anybody else from the public in the room like to address this application? Yes, ma'am.
I just had a follow-up. If they.
I need you to step to the podium, please.
I just had a follow-up to the gentleman who just spoke. If somebody buys this unit and his income increases, can he rent it and keep it forever or 40 years as an investment property?
I think that's what we were discussing is, yes, once they acquire it.
Does that?
I don't know all the particulars, so if anybody wants to, I'll defer to
Does
Mr.
that mean
Cassavant.
that it comes off of our numbers as an affordable housing?
Oh,
unit?
no, it stays in place for
Stays in
40
place
years. Yeah.
anyway.
And normally there are restrictions preventing the lease of a purchased property. And again, that'll get to the mechanics. I presume Ms. Kaufman will work through those. When units are sold, they are usually not eligible for lease by the person who buys them. To the prior person's question, there are numerous realms of affordable housing that occasionally lead to unusual outcomes. For example, an eligible student, or perhaps somebody who's unemployed who may momentarily crawl under or become eligible under rule, but they are very infrequent. And generally, through many years of experience, since particularly 1986, when most of the low-income housing tax credit programs were begun, overwhelmingly, you would find that units are occupied by people who are the intent of the underlying legislation.
Okay, Lynn, let's check Zoom, please.
Does anyone on Zoom wish to speak? I believe we have a speaker.
Hello?
Can hear you.
You can. Okay, thank you. This is Elise Pitts. I've lived in New Canaan since 2005. I worked in affordable housing lending on and off from 2003 to 2019. I have a lot of problems with 8-30G. working in the industry for as long as I have. So I
Excuse me.
really,
Excuse me, are you addressing the Burtis Avenue
Mhm.
application?
in a way, I am. One thing I think that is happening is I think that they are going to be significantly less than $480,000, which is what I think we need a more clear understanding of exactly how much these units are going to cost, because I think $480,000 for a family that only earns $89,000 is way too high. So I think it's important that it's real. So you work with someone that would know how much those units are actually going to cost. And for all of our developments that are going to be under this purview. So I think you're probably looking more at like maybe $300,000 to $400,000 when you take into account interest and taxes and insurance, and then common area charges, which all factor into that 38% number. So I do think that it's going to be significantly less than that. And I think that that the developer should do more research on what they'll actually be worth.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on Zoom, Lynn?
Does anyone else wish to speak on this application? I don't see anyone.
Okay.
If we continue it, we need to get the applicant to grant an
Yes,
extension.
that was my next question. Attorney Kaufman.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak again and for those comments. We did have an opportunity today to respond to some of Mr. Sachs' comments, but notably, there were some questions about shadows and also about continue the traffic circulation and the impact. I'd like to invite up our traffic engineer to speak to some of the new, not to all the items that she's already spoken to or that I've already covered tonight, but specifically to the two exhibits that Mr. Sachs just entered into the record.
Hello, I'm Emily, excuse me. I'm Emily Foster with SLR, with the applicant.
I'm so sorry for doing that.
Oh, that's okay.
I apologize.
Very cool.
Emma and Emily, I say that it makes them up.
And in response to the new graphics on that the egress will change from handling 16 vehicles to 50 vehicles. We put our numbers in the circulation study and also in the traffic study, but we typically look at the worst condition, which is usually the morning and afternoon peak hour during the commuter times. And we see that there will only be 11 total vehicles in the morning peak hour and 16 total vehicles in the afternoon peak hour generated by this project. And those are, split between inbound and outbound. And so that is right around the numbers that he is stating as 16 vehicles. And just to reiterate again, that having the right out only is dramatically improving the circulation at this area. The left turns have sightline restrictions due to the curve in the roadway. And so that's why we show it as right turn only. And with the queuing that is seen at the intersection, really these cars, the site will be impacted by the queuing. The cars will not really impact the queuing because as we showed in the circulation study, there will be a reduction in traffic from what is there today using industry standard trip generation rates that are used throughout the country and have been vetted for years. So any other?
Good, thank you.
I have
Oh.
I guess a question or comment, and I'm not sure if it's for you or for Ms. Kaufman. In response to Mr. Sachs's comments, you guys seem real keen and you showed another graphic tonight about keeping the loading zone on Burtis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I just started thinking like, would Cherry Street make more sense, especially if you could put the loading zone to the left of the parking or the egress from the site so that presumably most of the time the loading zone's not filled and you could have more sight line as you look left so that you can make that right turn.
We've looked at that. Loading zone.
If the truck's there.
Yeah, they will be.
I thought we had looked at the, we're happy to look at that further. But given the proximity to the number of, where the greatest density is,
Yeah.
it seemed that it was most appropriate, especially for move in, move out, and the ability to make it into those mail rooms. Certainly we had no loss of spaces on Cherry Street, and expectation is that a quick delivery can be made that way as well, but also by standing in, having something in the delivery, having the existing loading zone on Vertis, a delivery person can walk through the development and also make a backdoor delivery, because as you can see, you have access to the units, not only from the front, doesn't have to be just left on the stoop. There's a rear access as well available to those units.
Yeah, it was just a thought. And the other thing I will
Richard,
just add to that
Can I-
briefly is that I was turning on Bertus the other day to go to 84 Sports and watched a truck try to parallel park there in the loading zone. And it was a couple of minutes that I waited. I actually made a video of it that I would put on record, except my kids are in the background jabbering about why I'm stopped taking a video of this. But my point is, it's not easy to get in and out.
That's actually the benefit. So that the existing loading zone is going to be increased, so they won't be backing up and trying to squeeze between two cars. They'll actually be able to pull in, is the hope, by the increased width. Equally, we've submitted to you guys a package delivery plan. And the idea is not that the package delivery, if they landed down on Cherry, they'd stop there and walk all the way around to go to the lobby. The idea is that all deliveries will be going into the lobby, which is why the loading zone on Bertus is super important. If we went and put it out on Cherry, actually, we think we could increase traffic and stopping along Cherry, and we don't want to do that. So that's why we've located along Bertus. It's actually really, and if you look at our package delivery plan, I think it shows how we're handling packages. And obviously we know with the increase with Amazon and everything that's going on, it's really important to, when you get into a certain level of density, and particularly in downtowns, to actually think through these things. And so we've really, sharpened our pencils to figure out how to make it as least impactful for the community around Bertus. But if you look at it, you'll see sort of why we located there, I hope.
Chairman, I had a question on something that's been done by Mr. Sachs. I'm looking at his trash removal logistics plan. So you have a single trash area or trash room for the complex?
Yes.
And is the refuse truck going to park on Cherry and then it gets rolled out, or is it going to back in? How does that going to work?
There is the ability for the truck to back in. There also is an ability for the truck to be parked on Cherry Street, and whether that is within a space, it's also, there's also an additional space adjacent to the exit driveway where it can. Our consultation with the refuse program is that for a unit, for 25 units, it would take less than 5 minutes. While the trash refuse room is enclosed, it will be brought out by the property manager at a time that is agreed to by the trash group. So it can come at 5 o'clock in the morning, it can come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it can come at a time where there is no peak conflict potentially between a garbage truck and it doesn't have to come during the rush hour, for instance.
Will there be a facility in the trash room for not only landfill product, but also recyclables and compostables?
Definitely recyclables, compostables. Haven't gotten there yet. We'll look into that, but definitely recyclables.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything else?
One more question, a couple more. Townhouse number 1. The lower portion of that, well, the upper portion is cantilevered. Is that right? Out over the drive aisle. What is what is the clear?
Sir, would you kindly step to the podium, please?
Sorry. What is the clear height to the underside of that cantilever?
Where's Jen? What is it? 19 feet.
19 feet.
About. Okay, sorry.
So no
Depends where
problem.
you're measuring from, you know how it is.
Well, from the drive aisle.
Yeah, 19.
Has the fire marshal weighed in on the point of access through the site and maneuvering under that and around that corner?
The fire marshal doesn't think they're going to access through the site, and he was comfortable with our configuration, our site plan, knowing that he could access all the buildings from the exterior of the site. So he isn't planning on actually accessing the site through the site, but rather would do it more akin to a typical sort of, if there were a fire event, they would pull the trucks up and access from the street.
How would he access Townhouse 1 or the southern portion of 11 Burtis?
I can't.
Able to speak for the. fire
Yeah, I
marshal,
don't- maybe the
he's
fire
here,
marshal,
But there is
yeah.
also, there's a high level review and provided comments to the commission that that doesn't have any comments at this time. It would have to meet chapter 5 of the fire code prior to the issuance of building permit, but that there were no health and safety issues that were apparent during our meeting. Don't want to speak.
Okay. And then going back to the question on the garbage, will it be a small wheel out dumpster, or how do you plan or small toters? I mean, 25 units are producing a substantial amount of trash every 3 days.
Yeah, sorry, we've done a whole calculation on the amount of garbage that actually will be created by the development. And so the size of the room that actually you see in 21-25, I think it accommodates, Jen, how many? 44 trash bins. And those 44 trash bins are literally wheeled, sort of what you would think of as typical residential trash bins. And so essentially that's twice a week, there'll be a pickup. The management of the building will literally wheel it to the corner when the time is set. They'll go. That's why we know that it's 5 minutes for the truck to clear the site. We've actually talked to them extensively around that, because we understand that selling units of this sort of caliber, that people don't want garbage trucks sitting outside their units either. So we're very mindful to make sure that it is a very managed and understood sort of situation, which is why I reference back to not only the deliveries, but also the trash removal as something that's super important to us as well, to make sure that's highly choreographed. There aren't going to be trucks sitting, there isn't going to be garbage sitting, and the amount and the scale of the garbage is understood to be able to be fit inside the unit, inside the multifamily, and not sit out for people to have to see or deal with.
Okay. I just see that as a logistical nightmare. 44 toters living in this trash room that are going to get filled daily, and they're going to be stacked like valet parking into the room. Whoever your concierge is, they're going to have a nightly affair trying to reshuffle the toters so that you have, I mean, you can see that it's going to turn into.
So if you look at the plan, there's actually a forecourt area where the trash will be put in by the residents. And those then will be moved into the trash holding area.
I see.
They'll be replaced, and it'll literally be a very choreographed system where they'll move down the line and then out the door towards the thing. And it'll happen twice a week that the pickup will occur.
Twice a week. And you're confident that the truck's going to be able to pull into? I just don't see a truck parking on Cherry Street and 44 toters being wheeled out by 2 guys over the course of 5 minutes. I just don't think that's possible.
Right. I think the 5 minutes is literally the 5 minutes to take the 44 bins and load them into the truck. I'm not saying they're going to wheel them out in 5 minutes, but those 44 bins will go into the truck in 5 minutes, and the truck will remove from the site in those 5 minutes. I think obviously moving them out there will take a little bit of time, but again, it's a managed building. And so our hope is, we can schedule it at 5 a.m. in the morning, or we can schedule it at 2 in the afternoon, or we can schedule it at 8 o'clock at night to contend with any issues to the neighborhood. So, and that can all be put into the condo documents around the development. So that's our, we're completely committed to this being a managed situation, and not a much the way sort of developments happen now, or single families. Sorry.
I was wondering, can you put compostables, assume single stream recyclables and landfill in the same truck?
It probably won't be. We'll manage obviously two different haulers. There'll probably be a different hauler for the recyclables. Again, with compostables, we haven't spoken to anyone doing compostables, so we aren't there right now.
Thank you.
I understand what you're explaining in terms of trying to do this trash removal dance on Cherry Street, but I think it's going to fail. And I think you should look at trying to redesign that exit way in such a way that a trash truck can pull in off the street to perform this operation. Because if you're going to be parking a truck on Cherry Street, it's one of the most traveled streets in the town, nonstop until 10 p.m. from 6 a.m. And it's gonna be a real problem out there because that is not a 5-minute operation. I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with it. I don't believe that. I would caution you and I would advise you to relook at that whole operation to see if there's a way to create a truck zone or, modification to that entrance so that they can pull in, spend the time what they need to off street, completing that operation so that it doesn't affect Cherry Street. Because they're going to be working that area. You're going to have people trying to leave the complex. You're going to have people on Cherry Street. You're going to have people from across the street trying to leave that exit and enter that complex. It'll turn into a nightmare.
We'll speak to the trash handlers that we've spoken to and see if they have suggestions on how to improve sort of their timing there and how that works. I mean, currently along Cherry Street, truck deliveries occur on Cherry Street. Basically for some of the business along Cherry Street, trucks stop and park in the parking spots there, just outside our municipal parking spot. We've seen it. I mean, it doesn't currently back up, but we'll look at it for sure. Thanks.
My request is related. I'm focused on the Wesley Stout landscaping plan, which shows 2 trees on either side of that egress. And related to what Mr. Sachs said, the trees have got to be removed on the one side because we're storing our snow there. And the trees on the other side have to get removed because we're going to store our trash there. So my request is that we see an updated landscape plan that would reflect all these changes, because I've gone through this packet and this packet to try and see what Brock Sachs would see from across the street. And I just think that that's the way to address Mr. Radman's concerns and now my concerns. What does he see? Because I'm imagining a privacy fence around, an area of 44 totes. And I thought, well, that doesn't look like 2 trees, but I'm sure if you make it beautiful, then we'll get all relaxed again.
Anyone can do it. Philip and Tom can do it. We would be happy to look at that and study that. And just to the last comment, I think was with regard to the request about shadows and the inquiry of shadows. We've studied that as well. I think one of the challenges right now is that we have a third of the site is undeveloped. It's the open parking lot. So it's hard to imagine what a building would be there and what type of shadows that would cast. But between the curvature in the road, the distance between the 2 properties, and that happens to be a very wide road, also with parking on both sides and sidewalks. And so studies were done, including an as of right development at various points during the day and during the year. Very, very de minimis difference with what is proposed versus what could be there as of right without us being here in front of you today. And I'll be happy to speak to Mr. Sachs about that privately between now and the next meeting.
You all set?
Yes, thank you
Okay,
very
great.
much. I
We'll
think that we
need,
need to provide you with an extension to the next meeting,
Exactly.
which we will, which we do here tonight, and I will provide in writing to Lynn tomorrow.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Take
very
care.
much. So this, if our date certain will be next month's meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. This hearing's continued. Okay, Attorney Attorney Hollister, we agree 51 Main Street. We will not be discussing tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay, super. Okay, so we'll hear items 13, 14, 15 together, having to do with 751 Main Street. Discussion consideration, request Timothy Hollister, Inkley Allen, authorized agent for WE Partners Development Plan applicant 751 Weed Street LLC as owners for an 830G set aside development of 102 dwelling
Thank you.
multifamily development located at 751 Weed Street. Item number 14, upon application Timothy Hollister, Inkley Allen as development plan applicant 751 Weed LLC as owners for petition for change in zoning boundary. And item number 15, discussion consideration request Timothy Hollister, Hinkley Allen, authorized agent as development applicant 751 Weed Street for 830G set aside plan application for the property located at 751. So Attorney Hollister, advisors to the commission, public, what we're going to attempt to do tonight is to address the outstanding issues and to try to just stick with the more recent input of new information. Agree?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Goodwin, commission members, town staff, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Hollister representing the applicant. With me as presenters are Mr. DeAndrea and Ms. Blackburn. Mr. Versteeg and Mr. Soley are also present. Let me start by just describing what I just gave you. The bound volume is just a hard copy of what we e-filed last Friday by the agreement that we established when we were here on the 19th. Along with that is the revised site plan, the civil plan set only, not the architectural plans. That is also as e-filed last Friday. Then I've given you, there's 3 other pages. There's a 2-page which is just the utility plan and the development plan with color added for visibility. So that's identical to the civil plan set, but it's just a rendered plan. Now, the one thing that's, I'm not going to say new, but modified is this page that has the yellow highlights on it. I'm going to explain what that is. Basically, it's the completion of the advice we got from the ADA consultant, which, as you recall, was one of the requests we had from town engineer Coplet. So let me start by saying where we are. The deadline to close this hearing is this Thursday, so we assume we're going to close tonight. Last Tuesday, after we were here on Monday, the 19th, we confirmed that, for better or for worse, the town engineer's September 15th comments have been posted in a different place than we were expecting, which is why we didn't see it. Attorney Green didn't see it. No one was aware of it. We were not made aware that there was a comment memo. So basically, we received that memo on Tuesday, September 20th. And under the agreement that we had made, we had three and a half days to respond. So what we did, mainly Mr. DeAndrea's office, was focus on the stormwater and the sidewalks. And then, of course, reality set in, because when you do these things, one change begets another. Changes to the stormwater resulted in changes to the sidewalks and the grading and the landscaping, the stone walls and the rendering. And the last thing that we got to was parking. We did engage an ADA consultant who's described in our written materials, but frankly, we ran out of time at the Friday deadline to have him prepare an ADA accessibility review of the final plan as of midday Friday. So what we did yesterday was confirm that the plan as revised with minor adjustments can be made to conform to any ADA and accessibility requirements. In other words, there's nothing on the plan that we can't adjust at the code compliance stage. And just in that specific regard, what Mr. DeAndrea has done, and he'll explain this in his remarks, is he has identified where we can locate accessible parking spaces. And he's also added the proposed stop bars on Weed Street, which were discussed by Mr. Soley and Mr. Thompson when we were here last Tuesday. So that's just showing you the location of those. So I'm going to have Mr. DeAndrea come up and talk about and show you, and Lynn has graciously put the slides up there, go through the adjustments that have been made since we were here last week. And then Ms. Blackburn, and that will conclude our remarks tonight on plan changes.
Feel like we need to stretch a little bit. Good evening, Leonard DeAndrea. I'm going to try to summarize. Tony Hollister said it correctly. We did a lot of work in a few days. And I know the town engineer has had a lot of work to do as well. I don't know exactly where she stands on our latest revision, but I'll certainly summarize what we've done to what we think now has gotten that much closer to solving or resolving those issues between us. One of the things is that the town engineer said, let's mimic existing conditions. And also because of the limitations of the drainage system in Weed, let's not have a drainage connection into Weed. So here we go. Like Tony Hollister said, it becomes a bit of a domino effect. And one of the issues in this drainage model is that perimeter wall that goes along Weed and Elm. And it's an old freestanding wall. And there's certainly some porosity through it, through the ground. But in order to do this model, we said, okay, that wall is not, that's a barrier. So then we looked at this as saying, if that's a barrier, where does the water go for existing and proposed conditions? And that led to some changes. What we did is, as a result, we added a bioretention area, which is now in between the building and Elm. We eliminated, as a result of that, a sand filter that we once had on the south side. There were some reservoirs underneath the driveway on the east side, and those have been eliminated. And then we also enlarged the infiltration systems, 2 of them on the west side. They became 50% larger again.
Which map are you on? Which page?
The slide up there is, I believe that's in
1 of 7. 1 of 7.
That's a good one right there.
That's the layout plan, 1 of 7.
That one, I believe right there now should be probably 2 of 7. Well, now we're going back to it. Okay, now we're back to it. That's a good one right there. I like that. So you can see on the west side, they've been highlighted in basically blue. There were 2 rows before and each, now there's 3. Over there on Elm Street in between the building and Elm itself is that new bioretention area. And that's a nice feature as well, because it is above ground. It can be landscaped and planted.
What color is the bioretent?
That
The
would be
new
the green.
on Elm Street.
That's right, in between Elm and the building.
That's been added.
That's been added. That's correct.
And the other 2 bioretention areas are also in green.
That is correct, and they have been there from early on. What you can't really see is there were some other gravel filters on the east side, and because of the rerouting of this drainage model, we were able to eliminate those, and instead we have the bioretention area. But one of the issues that we had in that is we couldn't have a break in the wall. So if you recall, at that intersection, we had the path leading from the west side of the building out to the corner of Weed and Elm and a few steps down to the intersection. Well, that created a leak, let's call it. So we had to eliminate that. But we wanted to get obviously from the back out to Elm. So now you see that sidewalk runs basically parallel to Elm Street. So if you come from the west side of the building out, you'll turn left and go south, come around the corner, go east, and then come to our driveway, at which point you can turn and come back to the intersection. And again, it's not very long, but the difference is that in order to do what we wanted to do, we had to close off that gap in the wall. Now, as a result, we believe we've achieved the goals again. This is a different way of doing it, but we've achieved those goals of where we have reductions in both the peak rate of discharge and also volume. Now, you read the drainage certification policy, it's either or. And I think your town engineer has pushed us to do both. So what we've accomplished here is that we have done both. when you look at the critical points of concern up through the 25-year event. So that's, again, I believe, another positive. The other thing now, talking about the intersection itself, there was some discussion about how can we control that a little better because of the activity on Weed itself. And so we've added the stop signs and stop bars in both directions, coming southbound on Weed, also coming northbound. So now you have a stop three-way intersection.
Yeah, yeah.
The other thing was, and this is interesting, this is actually something I did not realize, even having read the building code, is that when you're dividing up these parking areas, and we actually have three, we have our garage and we have our the court drive court on the east side inside the horseshoe. And then we also have the northerly one. And the code consultant for us said, well, you have to look at those as individual facilities. And so now you look at that and you say, okay, there's X amount of parking spaces in each, but by the formula building code, we need X amount of ADA spaces in each parking facility. We were lacking two in the north, we didn't have any, and we were lacking one in that courtyard. So the courtyard was easy, and that we already had the ramp shown on your plans, and we just added one more space on that courtyard side. Okay, here we go. Okay, so now on that last handout that you received early on, where things were highlighted, we added 2 handicap spaces on the first group of parking just north of the building. And then you'll see in that newest handout where it was highlighted in yellow, you're going to see a ramp where it leaves the spaces, does a switchback and comes into the entrance on the northerly side of the building. So now we actually have more ADA spaces than we had originally proposed, simply because we had to have a certain number for each facility. That
switchback is a new addition.
That was added, right, because before we only had a walkway. So now we can also say from each parking area, we have ADA spaces. Each ADA space can have a ADA compatible or compliant walk into the building, both on the north side in the courtyard and in the garage as well. And then the other thing we've done was there was a discussion like, look, you've added your sidewalk at Elm Street. Why don't you bring it to the building? So we've done that as well. And then we've made this a barrier-free route coming from the building to the intersection at Weed and Elm.
So now you have ADA accessible ramps on the north, east, and west entrances.
So let's see. So north, correct. And on the east side is correct. And in the garage as well. Then leaving the building, the one thing that is sometimes unachievable is when you get out into the parking area. Now, remember, for each parking facility, we have the accessible routes into the building. To get out to the intersection, right around the garage itself, it gets a little steep, so it doesn't meet the 5%. But that's an accessible route in that there are no barriers, there's no curbs, and there's no steps.
But you exceed 5%.
And we believe that's okay, but we're still working with the code consultant. So if we would have to modify that driveway grading a little bit if we had to achieve it. We don't think we have to. The initial comments from the ADA was you need to get your spaces, the right amount of spaces for each parking facility, and get from that location into the building. And that's the summary of the change.
Sorry. A question about the sidewalk that I now see comes out the front entrance on Weed Street and loops around and ultimately connects back into the parking garage on the east side. Is that literally adjacent to a public sidewalk along Elm Street?
So the sidewalk there's a sidewalk that's shown on Elm Street. That's what we're adding. We're going to install that.
But
And that will take you to the intersection where we're adding a crosswalk to get you to the south side, of which is now a sidewalk that goes into town.
Okay, I'm looking at figure 1 of 7, and it basically looks like you have a pathway or sidewalk on your site that would sit directly next to the one that's.
Is there an elevation change?
There's an elevation change. Yeah, it's not much, but there's a barrier. So that's That's
Okay.
our issue with
I see.
satisfying the DPW concerns is it's a more or less a freestanding wall with a little differential in grade between the two.
So the one on your site is for internal site circulation and then the one on the street level is for.
That is correct.
Got it.
Mhm.
Does the stone wall remain?
So all remains, we, we want to provide the openings that the fire marshal wanted, so we're gonna cut those down. There's, with the models, you have a level of flooding. And we'll make sure that we get those down to the elevation so that we still contain, we don't want to have the leak in the wall. But yeah, it's a retractive wall. It's old. We actually did a test pit, excuse me, behind it. We wanted to see what the foundation was like. And it was typical of what we are accustomed to seeing. It's a freestanding wall, and below it, it only had about 15 inches or so of loose stone. That was its foundation. And the reason they do that actually can move some. And that's why that wall has stayed so long. It's not retaining earth, it's just freestanding.
This is Commissioner Chris. I had a question on the bioretention areas. I remember when you spoke with us earlier, you talked about rain gardens. You used that term, and now it's bioretention.
We want to make sure.
Help me out here.
Well, I was a little confused too myself. We use it interchangeably, but our engineer has made sure that we have left out any ambiguity in that. And so it's a certain design. It's got a certain amount of material that takes and infiltrates. So rain garden or bioretention, I like to say they're interchangeable, but if you get real technical, I think there's some differences. Bottom line is they're designed to have a certain medium of material and plants for uptake and infiltration. So this does storage and infiltration as well.
So you're saying they're
bottom line for
essentially-
you, I think it can absolutely be planted.
So you're asserting that these are synonyms. They're fully
That's how I've
interchangeable.
always understood it, but we made sure our engineer made it very clear so that there wasn't a difference as far as the reviewing by the town is concerned.
So your engineer has a different view on definition?
Excuse me?
Does your engineer have a different view on?
No, we've in our report now, it's bioretention. Being consistent for bioretention.
That's the same thing as a rain garden.
You and I may think so.
I'm asking you.
I think they are, and I'm not as technical as my engineer, but the composition, the function is very similar. You have to provide a certain type of material. You can have it planted. It infiltrates, it provides water quality in this case as well. It has some retention as well, retention and detention.
You said water quality. How does that work? So rain is collected there and other runoff, and then how does that
Well,
become
like-
water
if you
quality?
think of
Let's
it
say
like a
runoff
septic-
is maybe not that clean for various reasons.
If you think of it this way, we design a septic system to be renovated in the soil itself. And what we're doing in the rain garden is we're bringing in a certain material so we can put this water, collected water on top and let it infiltrate in versus the septic system, you're delivering it to something subsurface and it does the same thing, it infiltrates out. The difference in the septic system is you don't have the plant capabilities that the bioretention area allows you to do. So now you have plants in there as well, nutrient uptake. Which is different if you think about on the west side, those are just infiltrators. They'll give you retention, infiltration as well. A bioretention area does something different or does more than just the infiltration systems.
So the retention area, you said infiltration on the side. So there are three, you're asserting there are three bioretention areas. One's in the Garth, one is on Elm Street or by Elm Street, and one is on the north.
The bioretention areas.
There are three.
Yeah, there's three now, correct.
And they're essentially similar.
They are.
As function.
Same composition. yes.
Design, composition, everything else.
Yes.
And so the subsurface conditions would be the same in each of the areas?
The medium that we provide within. We import the material to put in those retention areas, which again is different than if you dig out the area for the infiltration system, you're relying on the soil and some gravel around. This, we shape the basin, and then we have a certain depth of selected material specified on our plans that has to be imported and put into place.
Thank you.
I have a different question, different topic. Your site plan 2 of 7, the utility plan. It's still showing a new 8-inch sewer extension from the southwest corner of the building down Elm Street and tying into the sanitary sewer line in Elm. Maybe I missed a step, but I thought I know you're looking over there for some support. But let me finish.
I'm
Let
looking
me
at our
finish.
attorney Hollister.
Yeah, I thought the last discussion that we had on the sanitary sewer connection was from the WPCA and them looking for our recommendation on what we define this as an extension or a connection, and we sent it back to them with a recommendation that we defined it as an extension, and WPCA rejected the extension. Am I not
Well,
correct on that?
Well, they asked us to opine on whether an extension, they defined it as an extension,
Right.
and we
we did.
opined. Yeah, exactly.
So.
Well, we opined whether it was consistent or not consistent with the plan of conservation and development,
Correct.
and we determined it was not consistent.
That it's not consistent. And the WPCA, subsequent to that, the WPCA provide any additional feedback or ruling on the extension?
Yes, and they accepted your support of their recommendation that it was an extension, and they denied the extension, and that is now on appeal in the Superior Court.
Understood. That's all I had.
And if you win, it'll look like this.
If we win, it'll look like that, yes.
And if you lose, the alternative is it goes on the east side of the property across the easement to Kimberly.
Correct.
Those are the two choices.
Correct.
Mr. Bash?
I have a question for Mr. Hollister. I don't know if we're just still doing questions for Mr. DeAndrea.
Yeah, why don't we finish with Mr. DeAndrea? Anybody else for Mr. DeAndrea?
Go ahead.
Just, I'm still not sure about the path of travel as far as the accessibility from a pedestrian that is coming from Elm Street. I see that they can get to the entrance of the parking garage. Are you saying that they would then go in the parking garage to an elevator? And
That's one route. Yes, that's one route.
That's not a route. I mean, how are you going to protect somebody in a wheelchair in a parking garage? You're gonna have
One
a
route.
dedicated sidewalk?
That's one route. So then you also can come into the courtyard itself and come to.
No, you need a site accessible route, not by automobile, but by a pedestrian.
Here's how I can best answer that for you. We are in the process of working with an ADA consultant. It's not clear as if we have to provide that route that you're describing from that intersection to the front door. In past projects that we've worked on, we certainly have not had to do that. So if that was something that we will have to do, we would have to modify this development plan to provide that route that you're describing. Right now, what we've done is we provided, because that's what we've been told, and also in reading the building code, we've provided the accessible route, ADA compliant, from those ADA spaces, handicap spaces, in each facility to a door. To answer your question, we provided the barrier-free route from the building itself all the way out to the intersection.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One more. Sure. So the barrier-free route is to go out the west side and take that new, because of the elevation change, I really have to go down the wiggly sidewalk you created all the way to the Elm Street entrance. And then I pick up the main sidewalk at a different elevation and come back down it to the crosswalk.
I want to make it very clear on the west side. If you leave the west side, that's
Yes.
not,
West side.
That has steps.
And have stairs.
That's correct. So
Okay, so that's not the barrier free.
that's not the barrier free. The barrier free would be coming from either the lobby out through the,
East side of the building.
that's right, the east side. In both cases,
No.
you could come from, in this case, actually the north side, the east side, in two locations, the garage and from the lobby area.
Thank you.
Do you want to have Ms. Blackburn go before Commissioner Bash?
Yeah, why don't we do that, please?
Go ahead.
You okay with that? Sure. Bash.
Good evening. For the record, Mary Blackburn, professional landscape architect with Solely Engineering. So the minor changes that we've made were just in response to the changes on the site plan that Len discussed. And I'll walk you through those. So the bioretention was added to the south side of the building, and we've added additional plantings that are consistent with the plantings that we've done in the other bioretention areas on site. We've also revised the plantings at that corner of Elm and Weed Street where there was the staircase through the stone wall. We've just kind of rearranged those to work with the new sidewalk layout. And then in addition, on the west side of the entry drive, we've rearranged the plantings there to work with the new sidewalk layout that accesses Elm. And that covers it for the changes. They were very minor.
Question?
So this is clear now. Page 2.62 on your planting plan. The entire length of mature trees along the eastern property line abutting 3 of the neighbors on the east side are being removed and being replaced by 6-foot evergreens. Is that correct?
On the east side, adjacent to the drive?
On the east side, along the driveway,
Yes, that
that
hasn't,
4-foot no man's zone.
that has not changed, but
Uh-huh.
yes, that's correct.
And it would, yes, ma'am, Commissioner Chris, so there's still and it seems to be an assumption that if neighbors want screening, they have to do it themselves.
No, maybe we're providing screening and there is existing mature screening, but of course they can provide additional screening if they wish.
Well, and part of the east side, there's there are trees and other flora on neighboring properties, which you say you're going to leave. Well, of course, it's not your property, so I guess you have to. And you're just going to leave that and not provide any screening there. You're simply going to utilize theirs.
Correct. So it's on the property line and maybe 4 to 5 feet at max off of the property line. So that row kind of meanders along the property line. So we are maintaining that, and obviously any planting would have to address any existing trees. So that would all be under the existing area that those trees cover.
So the distance from the property line on the east, or property lines, since there are several abutting neighbors, and the end of the paved area is how big? How big a DMZ is there?
About I'd say the buffer there is about 4
I'm near
4 feet, I believe, is the proposed
4
buffer.
feet.
Mhm.
And that's just going to be grass privet.
No, so the existing trees cover that area. In other words, they're not the size exactly that's shown on the survey here.
Well, for example, on the far northern end of the east side, as you go towards the upper left corner. So you're going to be having, the applicant will be planting bushes all along that area in that 4-foot swale you have.
PVT is switchgrass, for example, according to that. So yes, it looks
so
like it
some-
would be a switchgrass.
Some parts there is no proposed planting because there's existing planting in that area. So the symbol that's shown here is probably 5 to 8 feet wide It's
And
just a
it's either
survey symbol, but they're
switchgrass or
they're
red
actually
switchgrass.
much larger. No, further north. I believe is what. he
Further
was-
north, so that would
speaking
be the neighboring properties have plantings there.
Yeah, existing
And that's the one
mature
you're referring
evergreen
to.
trees. Mhm.
So on the applicant's side of the line, it's just going to be a grass strip. And then once you cross the border, it becomes trees and so forth, which the neighbors have
Right,
in
well-
their wisdom chosen to plant.
The border is just a line. The trees straddle that line. So in some areas, those trees are on our property, in some areas they're on the line, and in other areas they're slightly off the property, but the tree isn't, the width of a line. It's
Understood,
wide,
they
so-
have branches and
right.
such.
Well, I don't even anticipate there being grass on our side of our applicant side of the property there. The tree itself probably extends onto our property, the applicant's property.
And on the west side of that sort of panhandle extension, how wide is the swale or green strip you have?
It's 4 feet, so it's
Also 4
consistent.
feet.
Mhm.
And that's going to have what sort of plantings on it?
So this hasn't changed since the last application, but that has the tailored eastern red cedar. So that's the very narrow but 15 to 20 foot tall evergreen. And it's mixed with inkberry, switchgrass, and mountain laurel. So that's a mixed hedgerow, and that was dependent kind of also on what was on the neighbor's property. So if there's overstory trees, which in some areas there are pretty adjacent to there, that's what the varying mix of the buffer is. It's in response to what's directly adjacent to it.
Well, I have red cedars on my property and I'm 6'4" and the bush, the branches tend to start a little above my head, so
Yeah,
there's a lot
this
of
is,
gap there.
the variety is called Taylor, so it's a variety of eastern red cedar, and it branches to the ground, and it's only about 3 to 4 feet wide, which is very different from probably the native origin eastern red cedars that you're speaking of.
You're
That-
using an exotic species?
No, they're not exotic. It's an eastern red cedar. It's just a cultivar.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. In your opinion, what is the purpose of providing landscape buffers on projects like this?
The purpose is to provide some separation in uses
Okay,
between neighbors and provide
right.
some
And
screening.
in my opinion, it's both visual and also acoustic. The trees can, prevent sound from going through. Are you familiar with New Canaan zoning regulations? Which I know don't apply here, but I'm just asking if you've seen them.
Yes, I've reviewed them.
Okay, so in our multifamily zoning districts, we generally require 10 to 15 feet of a landscape buffer of trees at least 10 feet tall. We don't have any multifamily zoning districts that really reach the density of the project being allowed here or being suggested here. So I guess my question for you is, how do you find a 4-foot wide landscape buffer to be appropriate when in much less dense situations, we're requiring 10 to 15 feet with 10 foot tall trees?
So I think we're talking about two different things here, right? The width on the ground and then the height. So the 8 to 10 feet is the height of the plants that you're specifying in the other districts, correct? So these plants will grow to a height that's higher than that, and I'm sure the applicant would be amenable to providing a larger size at planting if the 5 to 7 feet wasn't something that you
Don't we
thought
need
was
a
sufficient.
wider strip? Don't we need a wider area if we want taller trees?
No, so these trees only grow to a width of 3 to 4 feet. That's the cultivar has been bred to only grow that wide.
Okay. And then my last question is, wouldn't a wider planting strip on the landscape buffer on this site also help with some of the stormwater infiltration and drainage issues that the site is seeing?
It can on certain sites, but I think they've addressed it in a different way on this site, so it's not maybe necessary. That's something you have to talk to the engineer about. But there's a number of ways to address that.
Thank you.
I just want to pursue that. According to my reading of this, and I guess I'm confused, but it looks like it's 4 feet wide and it's 2 kinds of grass only. And you mentioned trees, but I can't find those trees in
So-
that 4-foot strip. And we're talking about the eastern line
So the-
and the one between Irene Barrack on the northwestern
So
line.
on the eastern line, the call out that says JS,
JS,
yeah, that is juniper. That's
3
an
juniper.
evergreen tree.
Okay, 3, 3, 3, 3,
And then there's 40,
and 40.
Yeah.
Juniper.
where the
so-
building is closer to the property line. We provided a
And so a
40
juniper
trees
is
in a
how,
row.
that's the 4-foot wide tree that gets how tall?
That one gets 15 to 20 feet.
Okay. And there's 40
that
of
one
them,
is a
that's
little
what that
bit-
means in that
Yes.
last strip.
Yeah, they're planted 3 to 4 feet. I believe approximately on center.
And this shows them in a line like soldiers, bing, 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 bing.
Yes, which is why, where there's other properties where there's other plantings adjacent to it, we've kind of mixed it up. So it's not, a monoculture across the whole site and. one giant
And
wall.
the Irene Barrack northwest line, I
Yeah,
don't see any of those JS junipers.
so
what-
JV is the Juniperus virginiana.
I see 14 JVs.
Yeah,
So what are they? IGs,
IG is Ilex glabra. That's an inkberry. So that's a evergreen shrub that grows 5 to.
so really only the
tall.
14 JVs provide a barrier of height between the Barrack property and and the subject property.
Yes, and I think when you're looking, you have to look at what you're buffering as well. This area is parking. So, your average car is probably 4 feet, 5, I don't know, 5 feet tall. So you're not looking to screen as much as you are
Well, if you're
potentially where the
in
building is.
the Barrack second floor and
Depends
you
which
look
side of
at
the
your
property line
window,
you're on.
I think, and there's headlights pointing at you, you probably might disagree with that.
Also, the headlights, you have to imagine are only about 3 feet off the ground as well, but she does have an existing overstory, and there are some evergreens mixed in on her property in that area as well that we consider when we're planting. And that's kind of where those junipers are strategically placed when you're looking at the property line.
I got sympathy for your situation, you as the landscape architect, because having done these transactions, you start off with, I want to put as much product on the plot as possible, because that's what I get paid for. I make money off the units. And so you pick a number and say, well, I think I can put this number of units, and unit will be defined as maybe 1, 2, or 3 bedroom. So you do that and you gotta decide what kind of height you want. And of course, you go over a certain level, you're into structural steel as opposed to stick. And of course, that changes the economics a lot. So you don't want to break that barrier. So then what are you gonna do? And then you say, well, if I have that much, I'm gonna have to estimate how much common area I need and trash and all this. And then also how much parking I minimally have to have. Then you put that on, you see whether it works. And if it doesn't, then you shrink the building slightly. And so something's got to give. And what seems to be giving is the setback and the borders on this, where it's 4 feet, which is, I'm going to say, does not seem like a lot to me. And having inkberry on my property, it doesn't provide a lot of screening. I mean, I have several inkberry and not a lot of screening, and they're not that dense. And these are very mature plants. These are well over 20 years old and pretty healthy. I fertilize them all the time. I water them and so on. And so really it just seems that the give up here is that it's the setbacks from everything, that you have this little strip that's probably a little bit wider than this desk. You're trying to put some plants on. Just seems pretty skinny, and really as far as shielding neighbors, as far as sound, as Commissioner Nielsen mentions, it just doesn't seem like it's particularly fit for purpose for those sorts of things. A bit decorative perhaps, but those other functions just don't seem to apply as best I can figure it out. Am I wrong?
I guess my only comment would be in terms of sound, it is residential. It's not like we have a commercial or a restaurant or retail,
So
so
am I wrong?
it is a similar land use adjacent, and I don't know that it would generate as much sound as you might need for other
So am I wrong,
uses.
ma'am?
Hmm.
Am I wrong?
I guess that's your opinion. I don't know that it's wrong or right, but
You don't
you're
want to answer.
entitled to it.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, we all good, commissioners? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bash, you had a question for Attorney Hollister?
Yeah, so at our last meeting, there was the subject of whether or not New Canaan Fire Department was had enough personnel on duty to handle both rescue operations and fire suppression operations, or other towns would collaborate with us in the event of severe fire to, within a roughly 8-minute period, have enough personnel to both perform rescue operations and suppress the fire. And what I'm curious about, Mr. Hollister, is in your experience with 830G case law, are there any examples where the town has been required to hire additional fire personnel to satisfy given application? It might be advisable, but is it something that's required of a town?
Commissioner Basher, I don't have any personal knowledge of what has happened at fire departments around Connecticut in terms of staffing in response to 830G. The question has never come up. What I do know as a layperson is that these buildings are sprinklered. And fire department people have told me that where a building is sprinklered under NFPA 13 or 13R, the fire department has a secondary role because it's the sprinklers that are the initial fire suppression response. But I did respond to that specific comment in tab 1 of the written materials, and I pointed out that I believe the question was asked to Mr. Kingsbury last time. Well, what about Canaan Parish, 100 units? Is that at risk for understaffing? And I believe he said yes. I don't know what his basis for saying that was, but the town of New Canaan issued a temporary certificate of occupancy for that building signed by the fire marshal. So is it adequate? Is the town adequately staffed or not? I don't know, but if it is, this would not be the only building, and perhaps part of the tax revenue from this building should be used to hire additional firefighters. I don't know, and then,
Okay.
well, but mutual aid is another part of the answer.
Understood. Okay, well, I would just say this in terms of Mr. Kingsbury testimony. He was asked to be an expert consultant on this specific application and not on Canaan Parish. So I take with somewhat of a grain of salt, one's opinions on another development in town.
Okay, do any of our advisors have anything to add this evening?
I can comment on some of the questions from last time. I've got questions for him.
Yeah.
And could you kindly go to the mic, please?
So
Well, you want to call, just get fire marshal questions.
yeah, so just following up on this line of inquiry that we're talking about, would New Canaan, in your opinion, be challenged in a severe fire in this application if it was built as designed right now, to do both fire suppression and rescue operations at the same time, with a sufficient amount of personnel within a reasonable time frame?
Yes, if a fire did break out, we are challenged with 6 people on staff and not being able to get what NFPA requires a number or even double of our staffing. We would be challenged to get that on scene to perform more than one function at once.
Okay. And how about if it's always difficult to try to quantify these things, although we really kind of need to better quantify some of these things in terms of figuring out the analysis to make a judgment. When we're talking about mutual aid from surrounding towns and again, thinking about a roughly 8-minute time frame to have enough personnel on board. Can you comment within that context?
Yes, based on the guidelines from the NFPA, either 1710 or 1720, which are the two standards that define what fire departments are supposed to have in a reasonable amount of time. The expectation would be 480 seconds for a full first alarm assignment, and with mutual aid in the location of that building or any of the buildings that were mentioned, we would not be able to meet the staffing requirements under 1710 or 1720 in 480 seconds.
And I imagine you, though, you take those as guidelines and not as mandates.
Correct. Right, and we try, yes, they are definitely recommended practices. They're not, code as such, the building code is, but those are the things the standards that we try to achieve based on our peer reviews that set the standards.
Okay. Do you have concerns with the given application? And I will bring up the context of Canaan Parish, and maybe you could talk through Canaan Parish and how similar concerns are being addressed, and whether, I imagine there's a cumulative effect here, right? So as you add more high density applications, large developments, it's a greater risk in terms of public safety for the reasons that you mentioned before. So how do we address those concerns? And maybe I'll try to be a little bit more specific. If it is through additional personnel, how practical is that? How difficult it is to hire additional personnel right now? And are we likely to be able to hire even a few additional personnel within the next 12 months, I should say?
That wouldn't be a reasonable expectation. We don't have the infrastructure to support a 24-hour increase of personnel in the next 12 months. So we wouldn't be able to do that. So to keep a career staff of over what we have now, we could not do that. But hiring people wouldn't be the problem. It's, again, storing them, having the facilities to house them, to be on standby. We wouldn't be able to do that in 12 months.
Okay. Thank you.
And just go ahead. Sorry.
So I just want to follow up on that. So let's say we stipulate that you have plenty of people, that you've got Wilton shows up and Darien shows up and everybody else shows up with that mutual aid. So I do remember, I want to get to the design of the building, because we just talked about Canaan Parish. As I recall, we talked about the difficulty of getting equipment close to the building, the berms, the traffic flow around it. One of those concerns was addressed today by providing an exit out onto Weed Street. So I'd like to hear whether that solved our egress ingress problem, because that was a major concern. But we still haven't changed the berms. The other thing we added a lot of biomass retention bases between your equipment and the building on the south side of the building. But we still have circulation problems all the way around this building from a firefighter's perspective, in my mind. Did they get solved today?
I think the first time that we saw the plans and added that exit driveway has solved the problem of 2 ways in or out. I can't address solving the problem of people leaving. That's always been a challenge in any of these types of buildings. And my history prior to New Canaan, working in Norwalk, when the fire alarm goes off, a lot of people exit the building, which provided us challenges. I can't comment on what the residents are going to do in that building when a fire alarm goes off, if there was an issue, if they're going to drive their cars out and exit the property at the same time we're coming in. But the second driveway, as far as firefighting operations, has definitely helped our capabilities of getting apparatus in, allowing us to start the operations we need to without blocking the entire driveway and allowing the other apparatus to come in the other driveway. So that has helped us.
So if we got all that mutual aid, and if all those people in their cars all left, right? And then you get to fight that fire. This is now the perfect scenario for you. I want to talk about the other big difference between this and Canaan Parish, which is an elevation change and a stone wall between you and the street. I mean, it does still occur to me that even if everybody's left and you have 100 firefighters, it's still difficult to get to three sides of this building. Is that right? I mean, what I understood was you couldn't get your ladders up to these windows.
Well, ground ladders, we would have a little slower getting the ground ladders in from different locations. We'd have travel distance if we were coming in from either driveway. So that would add a little bit of lead time on there. The opening does assist us with that if we were to bring them in directly off of Weed Street. So that has assisted us. The wall didn't really pose a problem for the ladder truck off of Weed Street, which wouldn't be as much of an issue because we're going above that.
And you can't really approach the building from Weed or Elm, and you've got a very tight courtyard for circulation on the east side of the building, and now you've got ADA ramps on the north side of the building. So I find that unlike in Canaan Parish, where you can roll your trucks right up to the buildings, you can't roll your trucks up to the building on any of the four sides.
Yes and no. We don't need to be right on top of the building. So I don't have so much of an issue with the access to probably the courtyard side, the front, what would be the front, the driveway side is the hardest to get into that, even though I think the apparatus mapping shows us able to get into that space. But obviously with cars, that'll be a challenge with cars, whether they park correctly or not. So that I can't comment on where they're going to park and how we're going to get in there. But, we would have access to, with the ladder truck, with numerous parts of that building. Again, we still have a issue with ground ladders. We wouldn't be able to reach the fifth story would be the fourth story as proposed. But technically it would be 5 stories with the parking garage underneath. We'd have challenges with that with ground ladders. So that fifth story, the fourth residential story, we would have trouble with. I'd have to honestly look at the actual numbers and to see what the reach is of the ladder to hit all that when it is parked in any one of those positions to get it when we come in the Elm Street driveway and come around.
If these are ground retention basins, there's 3 different things. There's biomass, there's ground retention basins, there's,
right.
Can you
If
roll trucks on top of those?
I gotta look, the way they were proposing tonight, I don't believe so. I would have to talk with their engineers to see, it's soft, I believe. Correct.
There's
If they're soft,
bioretention.
yeah, we would not be able to set a ladder truck, or would I want to drive an apparatus over them? Because we'd probably plant that in there. So, yeah. So, but the driveways haven't changed. The driveways have not changed shorter than 20 feet in the last plan review, correct? That 24 feet that they had. I think it was 24, correct? The width?
20 at the entrance off of Elm, and then it transitions to 24.
Right.
And then back to 20 on the exit lane.
Right. So that's wide enough for our ladder truck to set up our outriggers. And the only request which came from last meeting also, the question about the sidewalks. I don't know if it's code or not. I would highly recommend a sidewalk that can handle the apparatus. Because if a car is parked there, then the apparatus can use the sidewalk for its positioning and setup.
I have a question on the mutual support, let's call it hierarchy or order.
The mutual, yep.
When we have a fire in town that we need mutual support from adjacent or from neighboring towns, what is the order of the towns that we call for when it becomes a 4 or 5 alarm fire, or whatever it may be?
It's all based on our
who's called first, who's called second?
Everything's based on our box alarm system. So I didn't bring that in front of me, but the box alarm system outlines which is the closest towns for the tanker support, a second ladder, and just staffing on another engine that's coming in. So the support for This property is Westport, Norwalk, and Wilton is our third piece of apparatus coming in on the second.
You mentioned Westport. Why Westport?
Westport, I put Westport on the alarm assignment, and let me just step back. This is Westport's automatic aid versus some of our other partners that are mutual aid. Westport's our dispatch system. So to dispatch Westport is basically pushing the same button they push for our alerting system, and their apparatus gets towing the same time our firefighters do across the street, which cuts down probably about 2 minutes worth of call processing time between the Westport dispatch, the Norwalk dispatcher telling his companies that they have to go, Wilton dispatcher doing the same. So that's why Westport was never on the box assignments until 6 months ago. I added them, but didn't take anybody off.
So was Westport added because of the capabilities and the apparatus size that they have in terms of reach?
Westport was added originally for downtown for their style of ladder truck that they operate. Norwalk is no longer going to support that type of ladder. So that's Westport was brought in on Main and Elm for that. So I've increased them because of the population at Canaan Parish and the view. I put the tower ladder on that assignment for capabilities if somebody did have to come down a ladder.
So that would explain the Solely Engineering's analysis of turn radiuses for apparatus. You were going worst case scenario with Westport, which
Correct.
has the largest apparatus.
Yes, and currently Norwalk is still running that same rig, so they would have the same challenge in Stanford.
So what is the response time from Westport?
Westport per Google is 15 minutes from the time.
So effectively double the recommended response time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and Norwalk, Norwalk is 11 and Stanford is 13. So not counting call processing time.
Nielsen?
So first a generic question and then some specific questions. I mean, is it fair to say, based on this whole issue of having staffing resources and response times, that as you increase density, it becomes even more challenging? Like the more dense the building, the harder it is to get the right number of people that can find the way because you have more people to rescue?
Yes, density would be, it's part of that equation because they're looking at it based on, NFPA looks at it based on single family, a commercial building, an apartment style building, and then a high rise. So it is based on density and to some degree height of the building.
Okay.
Height's an issue because we have to climb the stairs to get to where we need to go. Why that other staircase was also addressed last week. It's long travel distance for firefighters, and that's reducing the lead time for firefighters arriving on scene to get up to the upper floor just to find out what's going on and then put anything in place that they need to.
So then some specific questions that Mr. Kingsbury raised in his memo that I just wanted to hear you opine on. One of the things he suggested is a third stairwell closer to the center of the building. Is that something you think is a good idea?
Absolutely. That was, first thing I brought up on some of these. And again, working in my past, the problems with the great designs with these buildings, and unfortunately Canaan Parish is this way. I had many buildings back in my previous life. We come into a building, into a lobby that's great for the home, for the resident. That's an elevator lobby. We don't take elevators. Operational, we don't take elevators in fire scenarios, whether it's an alarm or it's a reported fire, kitchen fire, whatever's coming in, because the potential of the elevator getting recalled down to the ground or failing while the firefighters are in it. So tactically, anything under 6 stories, most of the time, the firefighters are going to climb the stairs to get to the location. So not having a stairwell in the elevator lobby makes it very challenging because that's where the address is. That's where operational we have to go to get into the building. And then we have to go find the stairwell. That's the challenge, and that's the request to that third stairwell, or move the other stairwell closer to where we need to go.
Okay. He also pointed out some issues with congestion in that front traffic court, just in terms of cars being parked, deliveries being made. I don't know the standards, but would they make sense to have a fire lane somewhere there so that there is a designated spot for you to go in that court?
I would defer that question, what's legal for a fire lane, to the fire marshal. It would always be beneficial to have that, but our operations aren't going to guarantee the fire lane because we all see grocery stores that people are parked there. So our operations, it's great to have one, but we will definitely operate around that and block them in if we have to.
Okay, sidewalks needing to be able to support the weight of an aerial outrigger.
Yes, and if a 20-foot driveway, depending on our angle, that would be a great recommendation. We don't think it's in the code, but that would be a nice addition. That way we don't have to worry about a FedEx vehicle or somebody's personal car parked somewhere where they push us over 4 feet. And now that outrigger has to go on a sidewalk, which is not acceptable for a setup of the apparatus.
Garage carbon monoxide or mechanical ventilation systems.
I'll turn to Paul. I want to comment on that one. I know this, it's always, I'll sit here and say it's great to have ventilation systems. But the report said open air and there really wasn't a huge need for it. But I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Good evening, Commissioners. Paul Payne, New Canaan Fire Marshal. It's unknown at this time. I believe the applicant is trying to get to an open air parking garage, which would not require carbon monoxide or ventilation.
Okay. Just two more things. A looped water main.
Not required.
Good idea, though.
Good idea.
What water main?
A loop water main, so you're getting fed from multiple directions. So dead end mains are limited on their water. So we want having it come in from 2 different mains for the weed and elm, then you're getting a higher flow if needed.
And then the last one was an on-site emergency generator.
Again, not required. And Chief and I were talking before, if for some reason a fire pump is required, I believe at that point, a generator would be required
Okay.
For the pump.
for the pump.
I'd like to comment a second on the generators in this style building. Now, I don't like the apartment style buildings. I'm a townhouse fan, but when power goes out in non-fire situations, power outages, or fire situations where the power needs to be cut, it's dark in those buildings. For firefighters, if we're actively working, obviously we're using lights, we're used to working in the dark, but it gets really dark. And for homeowners, residents, when they are out of power for 3 days, they don't have, it's dark in there. So working out of the two Avalons in Norwalk and Waypoint, those were very dark buildings when they didn't. And probably, potentially the sprinklers are still working. I'm absolutely in favor of the sprinklers, and that does limit our the level of fire response. But those other times that generator really could help. I don't see, candles might be being used in the building once the power goes out, and that could cause additional hazard. Again, we are sprinklered, which is good, very good. And that's going to limit that fire from escaping out of the apartment.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Engineer Coplet, did you have anything?
Good evening again. So the engineering department is currently reviewing the most recent submission to P&Z for the proposed project at 751 Weed. Latest revisions which were submitted last Friday afternoon, yesterday, and today. As part of our review, we have been concentrating on the proposed drainage analysis prepared by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering. As you are aware, the review process is iterative, with our department's intended goal, a proposed project that is consistent with our drainage certification policy of the town of New Canaan, the town of New Canaan Town Code, Chapter 52, Stormwater Quality Management, and the 2004 Connecticut Stormwater Quality.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, I can't hear her. Okay.
While we are still preparing our next round of comments for the applicant to address in order for the drainage summary report and associated site development set to be in compliance with our code, the proposed project before us today is greatly improved from the original submission. Specifically, we will be continuing to require that the applicant demonstrate that in each subwatershed that the increases in impervious area are mitigated, which means that stormwater quality must be provided for the increases in impervious area, and that stormwater quantity is at or below existing conditions for each discharge point. We will be preparing our comment letter shortly, which will be supported by our earlier March 25th, July 7th, and September 15th memos. They could provide the format for DPW Engineering Department conditions of approval should you feel appropriate. We also ask that our request for the applicant to construct an extension of the proposed sidewalk in the Weed Street right-of-way to the existing sidewalk at Kimberly Place be a condition of approval. Included in the recent submission was a document entitled Comparison of New Canaan Department of Public Works DPW Stormwater Requirements. In this summary, the applicant compares 751 Weed Street with the View and Canaan Parish and states that as pertains to the required water quality management mitigation, required stormwater management mitigation, that quote, the requirement for 751 Weed Street is beyond that of similar developments. To that, I take great umbrage for a number of reasons. The first is which is that simply, I began with the town as town engineer on July 1st, 2019. Therefore, those reviews and approvals which occurred in 2017 and 2018 respectively predated me. Secondly, I have been practicing as an engineer for over 25 years, specializing in stormwater management. I appreciate that with good engineering, there are multiple solutions available to meet mitigation requirements. Who doesn't like a good challenge? Furthermore, I value the iterative approval process and am consistent with my reviews for the projects that come before me, and I object to the comparison document. In addition, though Canaan Parish was approved before my tenure, the project did pass by my desk as part of the building permit application process. As DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering can attest to, they were also the owner's engineer of record for Canaan Parish. In our August 6, 2020 memo, we provided very similar stormwater management comments, and a revised building department submission was made, satisfactorily addressing those requirements. The comparison document states that our requirements for consistency with our drainage policy and code to address runoff volume control, water quality treatment, and municipal stormwater main connection is beyond that of similar developments. I object to those statements as they are false. I have been consistent with my reviews for recent comparable developments which must adhere to our drainage policy. The View was far before my tenure, but during the building permit process, Canaan Parish was required to update their approved analysis to be consistent with our regulations and exceeded stormwater runoff volume control both in peak rate of runoff and volume at each analyzed discharge point, POC A through POC D. Furthermore, Canaan Parish was required to address stormwater quality for the increases in impervious area, and they did not propose a connection to our municipal storm system. Finally, what the applicant does not include in their comparison is 810 Houston, which the owner's engineer of record was also DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering. As they can attest, through an iterative process, the proposed project required multiple revisions in order to satisfy DPW engineering that our drainage policy and code was adhered to, including stormwater runoff volume control, water quality treatment, and municipal stormwater main connection. I appreciate this opportunity to clarify the record, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Everybody good?
Oh, shoot, I have a question.
You have a question?
Sorry. What is the relationship between our drainage policy and the Connecticut Stormwater Manual that you referenced?
So our policy is rather simple, and we rely on the definitions of the stormwater manual. For example, there was questions raised earlier regarding rain gardens and bioretention. Colloquially, they are very interchangeable, but realistically, rain gardens are for smaller residential applications with approximately 1,000 square feet in surface area maximum. Bioretention areas are more appropriate for larger contributed impervious area directed to them. They have larger pretreatment requirements. Under drains are more common with them. So there are, and your depth of your soil medium is different than with rain gardens. So there are differences. So we have consistently always relied on details and further clarification to the manual, because that is what the state is using. Our policy has consistently been that we need to mitigate the increases in impervious area. And in doing such, our policy just outlines that the fact that we require both volume and peak rate of runoff, are interchangeable, but has been consistent.
Okay, so is our policy more restrictive or more specific than the stormwater manual, or is it just following the guidance of that manual generally?
So the stormwater manual generally provides support to our policy. Our policy actually is we have 3 pages to our policy. We do not have manuals like adjacent neighboring municipalities. And we do that because we rely on the Connecticut Stormwater Manual. We value their design and the input that was put into it. And so what we do in our policy is that we provide what the thresholds are that you need to meet. And then the manual provides guidance as to what measures can be used to meet those thresholds.
Okay, and then I understand that you're still working with the applicant towards helping them meet our policy. Can you speak a little bit about what the implications of this project proceeding without meeting our policy would be? I mean,
Well,
more on the stormwater system, not necessarily on, they didn't follow our policy.
Right. So for me, if it gets the building permit stage, if it gets approved for, in its current state, I would have to have every open issue that hasn't been addressed regarding our drainage policy addressed in that time. So as long as the applicant feels confident that it would not have a trickle down effect that was talked about today, that domino effect, in order to address it, that wouldn't create significant changes to their plan. That's why I mentioned I'm fine with if that is what you deem so appropriate, my comment memos being conditions of approval.
Okay, but I mean, are there concerns about stormwater drainage in that area? Not generally, if this project were to proceed, not meeting the town's drainage policy?
Well, if it doesn't meet the challenge drainage policy, then there are off-site downstream potential implications, which is why the policy is in place. It's to protect our infrastructure and adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's open it up to the public. Once again,
Before we do that, I'm sorry, could I ask one more question of Mr. DeAndrea?
sure.
As he comes up to the podium, knowing that a large part of the argument for the location, scale, proximity, and design of this building relative to 830G is that it's not only for affordable housing, but for our local workforce and commuters, right? It's in relative proximity to that half-mile circle from the train station, and from all the support services, from the supermarkets, the banks, et cetera. So it's supposed to be a very pedestrian-friendly solution for all the people living here. Yet we have sidewalks to nowhere, right? So one thing we didn't talk about earlier is you are coming out of this building in a very circuitous way through a garage or however you're getting out to the exterior sidewalk. But then in order to get back to town, you're coming all the way up to the top of Elm Street, crossing over, and then going all the way back down the other side on the sidewalk. Is that correct?
Sure.
So then is there a proposed sidewalk? Because there is a crosswalk down by Acme, lower down on the hill.
Mhm.
Was there discussions with the town about introducing another level of sidewalk on the north side of Elm?
I think we heard that tonight again. you make it sound like it's miles to go, but we're going out to Elm, go back to the intersection, short distance, crossover, complete sidewalk downtown. There has been discussion to add additional sidewalk. Our directive was to get out of this development and get to the other side, and that's what we provided.
The reason I bring that up is human nature. Whoever's coming out as a pedestrian out of this complex and coming out the lower end of it by the garages, no one is going to go up to the top of Elm Street to cross the street and come back down. They're all going to be playing Frogger, trying to cross traffic on Elm Street to get to the other side and the closest path of travel down into town.
Well, you
So
say,
I would-
you
I
say
would-
no one, and I take acceptance of that. The
Okay.
people who may be careless may do that, but we've gone to extremes now. We've added a stop sign, crosswalks, sidewalk to get to the other side, the south side, and that sidewalk is continuous into town.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions
Chair.
for Mr. Hollister, but I'm happy to wait until after the public, whatever is best.
While Mr. DeAndrea is up there, do you want to respond to town engineer?
Yeah, I think that was taken out of context. We were asked to just compare what we've been doing for this development with others, and it didn't say anything against Maria herself. It's just that this is what was done on this development. This was done the other. One thing that we struggled with is the manual, the one-page manual says or. It doesn't say both for the control of peak and volume, but we've done that here. So we've gone beyond what's required. It says or, that's not and, it's or. And she's pushed us hard on that, and I think we've done a great job in satisfying that. That hasn't been the case, and it's before her time. That's never been the case, and it's not the case in most municipalities. So if she's taken offense to that, I apologize. That was not the purpose of that summary.
why don't we remind me? Why don't we take it to the public, but
Yep.
don't let me forget. Okay. Okay, so as I said, let's open it up to the public. I'd appreciate it, as I said earlier, if we can keep this to new information. The commission has listened and has remembered all testimony that we have heard all along. So just for sake of purposes of the evening, it would, sir.
Good evening. My name is Steve Trinkus. I'm a licensed professional engineer from Southbury, Connecticut. Attorney Green, who represents several of the neighbors, is still under quarantine for having COVID. He doesn't have symptoms now, but he still can't leave home. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Well, you didn't get back to my text, so.
Planner Albany, please mute that lawyer.
Welcome to the club, Joel.
So I'm here just to give you a brief summary. We did submit a final memo last Friday at 1 o'clock as we were requested. I'd like to address a couple of the commission's comments on rain gardens bioretention. Fundamentally, I'm an expert in lid. I've followed lid since 1990. They are the same thing. They function the same way. New York State actually decided a rain garden is 1,000 square feet or less of drainage area. Bioretention is up to a couple acres of drainage area, but functionality wise, they're identical. To address the fire concerns, they are very soft. They're mostly a sand media. And if you put a ladder into it, that ladder is going to sink right into it. So it's not going to support a ladder, nor would it support a fire truck as far as that goes. The fundamental concerns I have with drainage, and I will be brief, is while the applicant is claiming they're reducing peak rate and runoff volume, they are not. They may be reducing peak rate, but they're not addressing runoff volume because of several things. When they model their practices, their permeable pavers or the underground Cultec systems or the bioretention, you have to have an infiltration rate because the process they're using, which is in the Greenwich manual, is what they call drawdown analysis. You take a fixed volume, you apply a flow velocity to it, and it gives you how long theoretically that volume of water is going to take to go into the ground. That's not how it works in the real world because you don't have a full volume to start with. As it rains on pavement or the roof, it gets directed into these practices. infiltration will begin to occur depending on how dry the soils are. If the soils, up to a month ago, which were very dry, you will get ponding in these systems because the soil has to begin to get wet before infiltration will occur. So as it rains and rainfall in the models that all of us use, the TR55 model, it's a 24-hour event, and it assumes a uniform distribution of rainfall throughout the 24 hours. In reality, Mother Nature doesn't follow that very well. You'll get downpours. It might last 5 minutes, then it gets lighter again. An hour later, you get another downpour. But as the water goes into these systems, infiltration, begins slowly and then may increase depending on what the infiltration rate is. So you have to model these practices with, what the hydrologic model calls an exfiltration rate instead of infiltration, because the water is leaving the system. And that's how you can tell if you're reducing runoff volume. Now, the applicant has done, in 2 of the systems, they had 2 percolation tests, one at 0.63 inches per hour and one at 1.02 inches per hour. First off, a perk test is not appropriate because it measures horizontal and vertical movement in the soil. A double ring infiltration test is what we use for stormwater because you want just a vertical movement of water. We do acknowledge that water does move laterally, but it is very hard to quantify the movement of water laterally in these practices. I know North Carolina State, New Hampshire Stormwater Center they have tried to do this on practices, and they're having difficulty. They see it happening, but to quantify it is very difficult. So we just use the vertical movement, knowing that you do get some lateral movement. However, per the DEP manual, which DEP did say is a guidance document, and I know they're in the process of having it rewritten because it was done back in 2002. So, we're kind of 20 years out of date with a lot of the standards in there. But you take a factor of safety of whatever infiltration rate you use. So instead of using 0.63, you would use 0.315, because you want to have a factor of safety, because all of infiltration practices depend on the guy running the backhoe. He's digging the hole, he's putting these systems in. If he smears the soil, you're not going to get the same infiltration rate that you observed in the field. So you take 50% of it just to account for irregularities during the construction practice. The applicant didn't do that. So the modeling that is in the stormwater report isn't valid in that regard. Many of the practices, they don't even have an infiltration rate applied to it. So you can't claim volume reduction. Volume reduction by infiltration is the only way you get rid of water. As the town engineer has said, I think in several of our memos, the Weed Street system is overwhelmed now. The applicant admits it. It doesn't have the capacity for what's there now. And you cannot discharge water via a level spreader, that's going to flow down to the edge of the road. You're going to create an icing condition and a flooding condition. It sounds like a nice idea, but any type of stormwater practice has to have an overflow provision to a conventional stormwater system. It's sound engineering practice. You can't assume you're going to infiltrate water. I know the 2 large Cultec systems on the west side of the building, there's no outlets for them. So the assumption is all that water is going to infiltrate. And I will tell you that assumption has not been verified with data to support it. So you're not going to have runoff volume. You're not going to have a reduction in runoff volume going to either Elm or Weed Street. In the DEP manual, there is a standard called the channel protection volume. And if you cannot infiltrate water, this is how you can have a similar positive effect on reducing runoff volume. Basically, you take the post-development 2-year peak rate that you come up with and you throttle it back to 50% of the pre-development. So a simple analysis, if you have 10 cubic feet per second in pre-development and you have 100 as post-development, you design a detention system where you throttle the peak rate down to 5 CFS or half of 10. And what you're doing is you're spreading the flow duration out over a long period of time, not just 24 hours, but 48 to 56 hours after a rainfall event. But you lessen the amount of water that you put into a system, whether it's a wetlands or another catch basin. But that's not being done on this site. So you are going to have increased runoff volumes. None of the practices, except the bioretention cells, which have a soil media that will reduce pollutants, The permeable paver systems, the Cultex systems are surrounded by crushed stone. There is no water quality treatment in those practices whatsoever. Gravel does not treat water. It may store it, but it does not treat it. So between the two, lack of water quality treatment and increased runoff volumes, there will be adverse impacts downstream onto the New Canaan system on Weed Street and down gradient properties. Water always runs downhill, and sooner or later it's going to get to a wetland system and you will have adverse impacts. We have a lot of directly connected impervious cover here, all the driveways as an example. You will have fairly high metals and hydrocarbons from the vehicle movements. That's the reality. All of our cars do it all the time. If you go out and look at your rims, you got all black stuff on your rims unless you washed it the day before. That's zinc from the brake systems. So when you wash it off, or it rains, it washes off onto the ground. Those both metals and hydrocarbons, ultimately, when they get to a wetland system, can cause adverse impacts to creatures that live in the wetland systems. The other pollutants are nitrogen and phosphorus, which primarily come from atmospheric deposition, believe it or not. It's not lawn fertilizers. It falls out of the sky and it lands on impervious surfaces. It rains, it washes off. North Carolina State, a number of years ago, did a lot of research on it, and they found 40% of the nutrient loads are from atmospheric deposition. So you don't have to fertilize a site to have nutrient problems. Phosphorus is a limiting factor in freshwater systems. Nitrogen is tidal. While New Canaan does not border Long Island Sound, ultimately the water gets there. And this is why groups like Save This, group in New Haven, whose name is escaping me right now, Save the Sound, they're concerned about nitrogen because even, from Canaan, Connecticut, coming down to the Housatonic, it gets down there and it's a cumulative impact, but you need to address it. Those are the significant problems that I see with this plan. Is they eliminated the sand filter. Many of the comments I have in my brief memo obviously aren't valid, as they eliminated the storm, the gravel beds. Those are no longer relative comments. But the bottom line is, as an engineer, we have the DEP manual is a guidance document. Do you have to follow everything in there? Not necessarily, but you have to use your judgment when you're designing a site to do what is appropriate for that site. In this case, we have a drainage site on Weed Street that has limited capacity. I've got to reduce runoff volumes, because if I flood that street as a design engineer and it ices over in the winter, I can get sued. I don't want to get sued. I've taken a strong practice throughout my life designing these systems to be very conservative, because I don't control Mother Nature. And these models are exactly that. They're models. They're best guesses, but Mother Nature doesn't follow it. So you need to be conservative and you need to do what's appropriate. And the manual basically does require a kind of a staged approach. You look at water quality, you look at maintaining pre-development infiltration rates, you can look at the channel protection volume, and then peak rate is the last thing on the list. But again, you need to make the judgments. If this site was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by 100-acre woods, you might not need to have to reduce runoff volume. But down here, right off town center, yeah, you do. And without it, without reducing the runoff volume, you will have adverse impacts to the New Canaan system and to down gradient properties. So that's all I have to say. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Attorney Green, just real quick, the commissioners ask questions and then I'll go to you. Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay.
So, yeah, a couple of questions. So you mentioned that as the proposal will not reduce runoff volumes to Elm and Weed Street. So we're getting to the point where we're having these dual engineering calculations worrying against each other, and we need substance behind these claims. So are there certain calculations that substantiate your concerns or points in this report that you can share with us now?
They were elaborated in the first letter that I submitted to the commission. I'm trying to think one of the earlier meetings, because I went through all of the stormwater practices and explained why they were not, reducing runoff volumes. You don't have test results for many of them, so you can't claim infiltration if you have no data. You can't assume infiltration rates. You have to do field data. And the drawdown analysis, which Mr. DeAndre used, which is part of the Greenwich manual, is not, they put it in Greenwich. It doesn't apply to New Canaan, but it's not appropriate because it's overly simplistic. It's saying you have take your bathtub in your house, you fill it up with water, you open the drain. That's basically what the drawdown analysis is doing. It's saying, okay, I can fill this volume and let it out through the drain pipe. It's going to take 10 minutes to drain my bathtub.
Okay.
But
So you
that's not
mentioned,
appropriate.
okay, what do you think are the demonstrable impacts on water resources?
On
from
water
if the plan
resources.
was to be built as is?
Okay. Impacts to water resources, primarily water quality, directly connected impervious cover that you have here will generate pretty high pollutant loads, primarily metals and hydrocarbons from vehicles. As many of our municipalities, many private developers are getting away from using sand during the winter, they use chlorides. Chlorides don't come out in any stormwater practice. There is no practice in our engineering toolbox to remove chlorides. But you don't have to deal with sediment, but you know, chlorides just stay in the environment. They stay in the water, they stay in the soil, they don't go away. Runoff volumes is what causes flooding. You have a known issue on Weed Street that pipe has a capacity, I believe by the applicant, they said 5 CFS, and yet the 25-year flow going to it is 32. So, you know, it's, you know, 6 times, you know, a sixth of it's got the capacity of a sixth of the water that's going to it. And you add all of this water, which is going to get to that site very quickly because it's right there. It's not, you know, 400 yards up the road. That runoff volume is going to cause the system to be overwhelmed. And a number of years ago, I want to say 04, 05, there was a storm in this area. The on-ramps from Route 7 onto 95, the water was actually coming out of the catch basin tops. It was flowing 2 to 3 feet above the catch basin because the whole system was under pressure, and that was the only outlet for the water. And runoff volume, that's what it'll do. It will overwhelm the system.
But can
You
we
don't have
talk
to go to
more
Norwalk for that.
concretely in
It
terms of?
happened on Elm Street in the 2018 storm.
Okay.
And I can show you photos at 199 Elm Street in the basement. But that was when our own storm drains, our road on Elm Street was damaged by the water that came up and etched away all the asphalt around it. But that's coming off of the God's Acre Hill, the St. John's Seminary Hill, and it's coming down Elm Street in both directions. So we have plenty of evidence of our own roads being damaged from excess water.
And that's runoff volume. It's not the rate of runoff. It's
So what I'm trying to get to though, because there's case law precedents in terms of, you know, demonstrating a quantifiable impact on something. So is there something that you can give us in terms of, you know, there's a percentage increase in runoff volumes that I'm projecting given this calculation, this estimate? We think that, you know, it's going to overflow by this volume based upon my estimates, my calculations. Are there things like that? And then the last question I'm going to ask you is the second part that we have to do, again, under the same parameters under 830G, is allow the applicant to take remediative steps based upon this testimony of experts like yourself. So what would be the remediative steps that you think you would recommend to mitigate the concerns that you've mentioned?
Let me go back, if I may, to the first part of your question. In the applicant's stormwater report, when they calculate the drainage, each watershed for their post-development conditions, it gives you a rate and a runoff volume. Those could be summed. I have not gone through and added that up, but the data is in the stormwater report. It can simply be pulled out. You know, Maria is more than capable to pull it out from that. You know, again, you're not losing runoff on the site. So the volumes from the watershed areas, you add it up, it's I don't know if they give it to you in acre feet or cubic feet, but the numbers are in the stormwater report. To mitigate the impacts of runoff volume is to have less impervious cover. A smaller building, smaller parking lots, you know, have more room for a stormwater management where you could provide the channel protection volume on the site.
Okay, so let's just take impervious coverage. So right now it's 65%. What would you recommend that it drops to for these concerns to be mitigated?
I would say probably a good 20% reduction. You need room for a basin, and on this site, there's really no room. Listening to Mary, the landscape architect earlier, just simply about screening. There's not a lot of room for screening on the site. So where am I going to put a big detention basin or even a big underground detention basin? You need room, and you don't have it right now.
Okay, so less impervious coverage. What else?
And then designing a basin that would provide the water quality treatment and provide the channel protection volume that's found in, I believe it's chapter 7 of the 2002 Connecticut DEP Stormwater Quality Manual.
Okay, just to be clear on the 20% reduction, are you talking about going from 65% to 45%? Or are you talking about going from 65% to 52%, which is
No, I'm thinking 20% going 65 to
so on an
45.
absolute basis, not
Yeah,
20%?
absolute, yeah.
Okay. And what is that based upon? Is it kind of an arbitrary number? Or do you have-
It's based upon the fact I've done many projects, many 8-30G. Mr. Hollister's aware of some of the ones I've worked on. And it's been my experience in 40 years of designing this that's pretty much what it would take to make this work. It can work, but it can't work in the current configuration.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. You brought up an issue of icing, and I thank you for that because I don't think I've really focused too much on that. And I was thinking about, in front of my own house, there's a natural spring that pops up now and again. And in the winter, it ices up half the road before it gets to one of the storm sewers. And icing can be particularly dangerous, I think. I'm wondering if you
Absolutely.
could go in a little more depth on icing, not only on the particular site, but also on adjacent properties as well as the road, and what some of the risks might be.
Well, I mean, you've got on the west side of the site along Weed Street, we have these 2 large underground Caltech systems, I believe, by the applicant. Again, they have outlet structures for them, but there's no quote unquote relief valve. There should be. So that if it fills up, the water can at least bleed out the top of the system. It would come down the bank, hit the gutter line of Weed Street. And again, depending on the temperatures, it may flow down the gutter line to the catch basin, but on the cold, night at 4 o'clock in the morning, you're going to begin to get some black ice. And if it continues, that ice can build up. If you have running water coming out of even a cut on the hillside, it's almost continuous because the ground doesn't really freeze at a certain depth, and it'll bleed out into the glacier, as I term it, will just keep getting bigger. And obviously a car hitting that, you can lose control. That's one aspect. I mean, water on roads in the winter is a recipe for black ice, and 4-wheel drive doesn't make a difference on black ice. You're going to slide no matter what. On Elm, where they have the level spreader, I don't know how long the level spreader is. Mr. Hollister gave me a set of the plans tonight. But I'll admit my 65-year-old eyes don't read small text very well anymore. I don't know. It looks to be about 20, maybe 30 foot. The applicant can correct me. But again, you're discharging water now in a defined spot where as the site currently exists with the house and the pool, the water can sheet off over the entire frontage of Weed and Elm. Now you're concentrating in locations. So you're actually increasing a potential problem, because instead of the water spreading out over 600 feet, maybe it's going into 30. It's just more water on a road. A little anecdotal thing. I grew up in Reading and my father taught in Darien. And there were many days we had snow days, but he drove to Darien because they only had freezing rain. They didn't cancel school. And he had to drive from Reading down there, in freezing rain many times. And, a lot of times it was kind of a white knuckle ride for him. I remember that much. But, it is a problem. Water, should not be discharged uncontrolled to a roadway, in my professional opinion. It needs to go into a structure to be controlled, because otherwise you're potentially creating a problem. And
Okay.
it's a safety issue.
Okay, everybody good? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think Mr. Green may want to ask me a couple questions.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, at this juncture.
Good.
Yeah, just for the record, again, Joel Green of the law offices of Green and Gross, representing Save New Canaan, Inc. And just for the record, we have provided the commission with a resume for Mr. Trinkus that is in the record. So I won't spend any time on his qualifications in introducing him, but Mr. Trinkus, your opinions, you've referenced the stormwater quality manual. Your opinions are also based on your education, training, and experience as a licensed professional engineer. Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
And among the down gradient properties, you referred to a discharge of water to down gradient properties. I presume that that includes Mr. Kelly's property directly across the street. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be.
And you're aware that there are on-site wetlands on that property?
Yes.
And can you explain to the commission, and I understand you've touched on this, but just once again, highlight for the commission, for the record, how water would reach those wetlands from discharging stormwater from the parking areas and impervious surfaces of this project?
Well, as there is no direct connection to the New Canaan system now, it likely is going to occur as overland flow, but at a much greater amount than currently occurs, hitting the gutter line on the road. Most roads have a 3/8 per inch, 3/8 per foot crown. So between the center line of the road to the edge of the road is a 3 to 4 inch drop. Depending again on the rainfall event, you get a short duration, high intensity storm. That water can easily overcome that slate crown, run to the other side of the road and go down individual driveways, such as Mr. Kelly's. Water ultimately getting down to the wetland area. Again, you have non-point source pollutants. You have the metals, the hydrocarbons, and nutrients. Phosphorus is a limiting factor in freshwater systems. It provides food for invasive plants. And, you change the character of the wetlands because.
And what is your, is there a reasonable likelihood in your opinion? What is the likelihood of that sort of outcome occurring in your professional opinion?
It's very high. It's in excess of 85% because there is no water quality treatment being provided on this site to reduce those pollutants.
And my understanding from your report, and you've made reference in the past, and I think at this hearing previously about a so-called treatment train. And can you just, and again, I know you've touched on this evening, but just so that the record is clear, am I correct that that is a series of measures and devices designed to remove sediments and pollutants from stormwater being discharged from a site?
Yeah, a treatment train is using multiple systems in a row. You could go from a catch basin to a swale to a bioretention to a wet pond. But it's more than one treatment practice. You can have multiple practices in line to address the water quality because not all systems, as an example, not all bioretention don't do a great job removing nitrogen, but a wet system removes nitrogen because of the anaerobic environment. So to remove different pollutants, you need different practices.
And am I correct? And just again, I appreciate the patience of the commission, but these measures, once again, retain or detain water on the site. They slow the flow of water. And as part of that process, they also, depending on the particular device, result in suspended solids and other pollutants being removed from the water before it is discharged from the site. Is that correct?
Yes, and there's actually an analysis that has not been done where you can calculate the pollutant loads that's being generated by this site and then evaluate all of your practices to show whether they are or not reducing the pollutant loads. It's called a pollutant loading analysis.
And you made reference this evening to the fact that in certain instances, the volume of water merely passes through crushed stone before it is discharged from the site. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in those instances, virtually no, what are the nature of the pollutants that are totally untreated that you anticipate being discharged from the site?
Well, most of the gravel systems are under the parking lot, and it's some of the roof drains are going to, I believe, the ones that are in the courtyard, but the paver systems out in the northern end of the site are getting, driveway runoff. So you would have metals and hydrocarbons more so in those. and the roof runoff, you'd have some hydrocarbons and metals there because of the parking lots that I believe are directed to the underground Cultex, but there's no treatment in those systems. And before you infiltrate water, you have to treat. That's the other aspect. You don't put the treatment practice after an underground system, you put it before, so you don't pollute the groundwater on the site.
Now, I note that you were questioned this evening by two members of the commission regarding sort of the quantities or the nature of the treatment that you would recommend, or quantifying the degree to which this system fails to address the stormwater issues. Isn't it, am I correct that it's your position that there was inadequate testing on this site that would enable anyone to develop precisely a model of what is required? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you are. Well, they did testing on the northern end of the site where the one bioretention and the paver systems are. On many of the other areas are using the soil borings. Soil borings are not a test pit. They're to look at the structural integrity of the material to build your building. But you need, per the DEP manual, for any infiltration practice, you need at least one test pit, I believe, for every 5,000 square feet of the system, and also one infiltration test, and we don't have that.
And so to help this commission, what would this commission, or what would you guide this commission to require in terms of site testing in order to prepare an accurate profile or adequate representation of the conditions such that a proper system could be defined? Just generally, what needs to be done? What are the steps that need to be taken at this point?
At this point, if I was doing the design with what's shown on the plans, in each of the Cultex systems on the west side of the site, there'd probably be 2, maybe 3 holes in each system, one at each end, one in the middle. Dirt does change. It's not always consistent. The paver systems and the bioretention in the north end of the site, while they had testing there, I'd probably do a few more. I know there's existing development there, but you find a spot to get closer, doing something outside the development area and extrapolating, 50 feet away doesn't work. And the other aspect is where the bioretention system is going in the north end is where the pool and pool house is. So that all that improvement has to come out. I requested saying, what kind of dirt are you going to put back and how are you going to prepare that site? And the response was, well, our engineer is going to oversee it in the field. It doesn't answer the question. You can't just fill it in with common dirt. You've got to have a plan. You've got a pool that's 6-8 foot deep. You got to take that out. What are you going to fill it back in with? If you put common fill in there, you may not have infiltration. The underground systems under the courtyard, if not 2 deep test pits for each of those systems, the same thing for the pavers, and then 1 double ring infiltration test for every infiltration practice. And the infiltration tests are not done at the ground surface. If these systems are 3 or 4 feet below grade, that's where the infiltration test has to be done, because that is the receiving soil layer. So a perk test done at the ground surface to a system 3 feet underground where the gravel is hitting the native soil is simply not valid. You've got to do the infiltration testing at or below the bottom of your practice, because that's the receiving soil, and that's what would have to be done out here. And the test should be witnessed by Maria or somebody else from your engineering department.
And just to wrap up, once again, based on your professional experience, your education, your training, your experience, the likelihood that this system will not function properly, will discharge stormwater into Weed Street and to down gradient properties. Is there, in your opinion, there's a reasonable likelihood that that will occur?
Absolutely. I have no doubt that if this project was built, that the right storm is going to come through and you're going to have discharges onto your town roads.
And that's 100%?
Yes.
And also, is that your opinion with respect to the quality of the stormwater being discharged, being inadequately treated?
Yes, it is.
100%.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Trinkus. I do have just some brief remarks. I can do that if the commission may have questions based on my questioning, or I can wrap up.
Everybody good with Mr. Trinkus? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, please wrap up, Attorney Green.
Yeah, let me begin. I'm sorry I can't be present this evening to address the commission. I'm in my 8th day of quarantine and enjoying that, but I am feeling well anyway. I feel okay, but I'm stuck here. I want to thank the commission for your patience and for your thorough consideration of the application based on the questions you asked all of the consultants, those produced by the applicant, the town, and Save New Canaan. And again, we greatly appreciate the thorough consideration you've given the application. I want to start with that. We believe that a denial is necessary in this instance to protect substantial interests in health, safety, and other matters which you may legally consider. When I appeared before you previously, I just want to reiterate, there's this notion of just limiting your inquiry to public health and safety, but it's really not that simple. And there is a balancing that is done, and you may consider other matters which you may legally consider. I pointed out previously that the Connecticut General Statutes highlights areas of concern for this commission in section 8-2. And those considerations include your adopting regulations that are designed to lessen congestion in the streets, secure safety from fire, panic, flood, and other dangers, to promote health and general welfare, to protect the state's historic, tribal, cultural, and environmental resources, and to facilitate the adequate provision for transportation, water, sewage, schools, parks, and other requirements. There are other requirements as well, but my point is, these are other matters, it's our belief, based on the Connecticut General Statutes. These are factors that this commission may consider. And so it's, my point is that there is a balancing that this commission must do. There are findings that this commission must make. I won't go through it again, but we've made a presentation. You've heard from Mr. Trinkus. You've heard from Mr. Monteleone on traffic concerns. I do want to state to the commission that I thought that once again, the sightline data and information, the drawing is very crude. It's difficult to tell the dimensions, the area. It's imposed on an aerial photograph rather than a site plan. And I just want to point that out. I would make inquiry of your traffic consultant as to whether your traffic consultant considers that to be an adequate representation on the site line. But again, this commission is the fact finder, and the applicant, and I'm sure that Mr. Hollister will wrap up and give his characterization of the law on this and on the facts. Again, you've heard from all of the consultants, but there is ample evidence in this record to support a denial of this application. And certainly, I think that Mr. Trinkus this evening and in the past has been enlightening on the lack of adequate data that this applicant has produced on significant issues involving the stormwater, both in terms of the treatment of its volume, the adequacy of the system, the adequacy of the infrastructure to receive the stormwater, and equally significantly, the quality of the stormwater that's being discharged from the site. So we would urge the commission to deny this based on a lack of sufficient detail on so many matters, which again, this commission must consider in balancing this plan. But we believe, and Mr. Trinkus certainly this evening offered opinions and backed up his opinions with reasons as to why this presents significant safety concerns in terms of the flooding of Weed Street, the icing of Weed Street, and indeed the pollution of offsite and downstream wetlands and properties. And balancing that, it is our belief that this commission really should deny this application. I once again want to thank you. I don't know if you have questions for me at this juncture.
Everybody good? Okay. Thank you, Attorney Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else from the public? Yes, sir. Is this new information? Thank you very much. Please do so. Appreciate it. Everybody good? Okay, Commissioner Nielsen, you had,
I think you have.
wait,
One more.
okay.
Handouts?
Yes. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Moore. I live at 315 Elm with my husband and 2 kids. Our backyard abuts the property at 751 Elm. In fact,
You have a copy.
oh,
Right
sure.
here.
If you look at the renderings, our house is the one closest to the areas designated for the dumpsters. I'll try not to take that personally. Those are, they're both relevant for just my remarks.
Okay. Attorney Oliver, did you get the second one?
Yeah, so there's just 2. The proposal at 751 has undergone some revisions, and Attorney Hollister has stated that they have addressed adequately all of our health and safety concerns. However, I beg to differ. The scale and density of this project remains the same, which is the root cause of many of our concerns. A property with 1 home is being transformed to one with 102 residents and 100 residences and 178 parking spaces. According to the applicant's zoning summary chart, current building coverage at 751 is 7,147 square feet. The proposed development is 35,450 square feet. The driveway is an additional 50,530 square feet, and walkways are 2,980 square feet, for a total given of 88,960 square feet. The applicant states that it creates 65.8% impervious coverage of the lot. However, as I actually look at the map, I'm certainly not an expert, but it seems like that would even be a higher percentage to me, because it doesn't seem like there's very much green space at all. The natural ventilation area described by the engineer for the parking accommodations at 751 are more commonly referred to as our yards. The nearly 200 cars on the lot coming and going are mere feet away from our backyards, creating an actual roadway where our children play. My own trees are offered as the applicant as a primary buffer. I have 2 kids. Christina is next to me. She has 3 children. Giacomo has 3 children. Andrew Livesey has 2 children. And we were just talking today that the applicant said there's almost maybe 4 feet in between a proposed, I mean, that's a roadway. There's 178 parking spaces, garbage trucks, delivery trucks, mere feet away from where our children play. And that is a safety concern that I have. All the plants in the world cannot buffer the noise, light pollution created by a building of this magnitude. The applicant has specified commercial 18-foot light poles for the lot, but I am told not to worry because they are dark sky compliant. I don't think that's really going to make much of a difference from our 2nd-story windows when we're trying to put our children to bed. Time and again, I am told to ignore common sense in regards to this application. A building of this density creates safety hazards in this community. The true experts of the land are the people who live here, not computer models or speculations that derive from them. In fact, when we're talking about the ice on the roadway, I can tell you from experience, all winter long, we have to drag a bag of ice and a shovel, whether there's snow on the ground or not, because there's drainage that comes from the property that sits above us, and it comes along and follows and empties into the drainage receptacle that's on Elm, and it creates ice. It's there all year long. I encourage you this winter to come stop by on any given day and you'll see it. It's hard for us to pull out. Our kids have to walk around it to get onto the bus. It's not a minor thing. It's actually, quite a significant hazard that we are already dealing with. At the last meeting, Commissioner Herring thoughtfully inquired about safety measures that would be taken during the construction of this project. None were provided. I suppose I'm also supposed to trust the applicant on that one too. In closing, I want to refer to a memo submitted by Attorney Hollister dated February 14th in regards to the affordable housing needs in New Canaan. In it, section 4 states what affordable housing looks like and provides photos of affordable housing that have been built across the country. In it, those are the pictures that I provide. I'm sorry for everyone that's not able to see on Zoom, but I've printed out, many of the pictures. I don't know, maybe you can see them if I hold them up. But there's pictures, St. Paul, Minnesota, Boulder, Colorado, Aurora, Illinois, Montgomery County, Maryland. And generally what you see here are duplexes, smaller single-family homes. What else do we have here? Some smaller condos. None of them look anything like the applicant's building of 102 units, a 5-story building. When we're also told in this memo that affordable housing creates there's no change of value for the surrounding homes. It would be my guess that analysts are looking at homes that look like this, not what the applicant has provided. The high density photos that are offered are in Chicago and Denver, major metropolitan cities, not the town of New Canaan, with a volunteer EMT squad, 6 firefighters, and a stop sign at the corner. This application is an insult to me and to the efforts this town and the committee have made to create a sustainable, safe New Canaan for current and future residents alike, including those who need affordable units. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'll try to make it brief. It's after 11. So I brought my kids to the last meeting, the 2 older ones. The question was, are you here for a civics merit badge? And I guess we are here for a civics merit badge. So since we moved to New Canaan, we've learned a lot about a lot of things. Let me just take you through a couple slides. We are not lawyers, my wife and I. We live at 313 next to Liz. One of the great things about this project is we've learned a lot about the law, and we've certainly learned a lot about our neighbors and how wonderful they are. And some of them are still here till 11 o'clock at night. So we've created a nice community. So take this for a grain of salt, but I put this out for you to how to consider the proposal at 751 Weed, because that's really what you need to do. Let's go to page 2. Really got to look to the POCD, and that is really what governs, in my view, how New Canaan is planned. I've given you some details there. You can read it later about the Enabling Act, how important the town plan is. Then we get to some issues about spot zoning. What exactly does spot zoning mean? When you look into details of this, basically a request by the applicant to redevelop their single property, their one spot on that corner, quite dramatically compared to where it is today. So the criteria is it small? Yes, we can debate small or not, but is it out of harmony with the POCD? And we'll argue that it is. When zoning changes are out of harmony with the POCD, spot zoning is illegal in Connecticut. And that's basically what they're attempting to do with this overlay zone. And you guys are running zoning in town, and they are asking you for a new zone. So this is your area to opine on. We'll go to the next slide. Again, back to the POCD and sewer. This is slide 3. Statutorily, you can look at my old memos. They still haven't been answered. When you multiply the houses times bedrooms on the existing sewer system, you exceed the capacity of the sewer system. Whether people are not flushing all that they can according to the capacity requirements by the state is sort of immaterial. The fact is that, and then you add on the commercial and all the other things on top of that, and you get above that. It was very clear with the request from Department of Public Works last fall, when they asked the town to spend $200,000 to look at capacity issues. This is clear, and I gave you the link for that. And we know that there are a ton of projects underway in town that are already on the existing sewer system that are going to tap it further. Then there's been an assertion about a private easement that you can just put whatever you want through a private easement. I mean, that would be totally precedent setting if that was the understanding. It would certainly be legally doubtful. The easement that was created for 751, that was under the context of single family zoning, one structure to connect. So it would be logical to assume that those 3 acres were converted into 3 homes, right? That would make sense. But why do you think we've had an outpouring of community questions about this? It's because people think it's nuts what's been proposed, and that's 25 years at least after the easement was entered into. So this is, to be honest, it's ludicrous to make this. If New Canaan agrees basically that any pipe, you can pump any volume you want to that pipe, you will lose complete control of your sewer system. And that has been clearly outlined 2 times over 20 years in the POCD, that you have a problem, as in we have a problem since we're residents, and making that substantially worse will be definitely not a good idea. For the record, 751 Weed Street is not on the town sewer map. This is, if you go to the next slide. My property is, Liz's properties is, the Livesay's, you know, others are on there, all our line right on there, the Bradleys, we're all on the system clearly in the map. 751 is not. That's just a fact. Next slide. This is where I want to clarify a little bit from the memo I sent you guys yesterday, and I'm sorry I'm giving you long memos, but it is my house. So when we look at this map, and specifically, I looked at the round dot there with the arrow, and I took an inference from the red chart, considering the red block, consider establishing appropriate zoning right here, that chart. I think actually that box was intended for the black space, which in my view is actually acting. And in reality, that this chart is only to indicate that this is a main vehicular entrance to the town of New Canaan. So there's nothing in this chart, which is from page 44 of the POCD, which actually indicates that there's a desire to expand or to basically re-densify or densify the west side of New Canaan that I can tell. We go to the next slide, which is slide about the residential densities. Basically, we're all similarly zoned for single acre in that area. This is from the POCD. That's existing zoning. If we go to the next slide, hopefully we get there. Sorry, future densities. So future densities, that's like what a POCD should talk about, right? It should talk about where are we going as a town. And if you look, we're the same zoning in the POCD. This is outlined for everybody in public to look at. So there was no plan here that I can see that said, yes, we're going to densify this part of New Canaan. There just wasn't. There was plenty of other plans there, but that plan was not there. Now we'll get into constitutional law. Again, I am not a lawyer, but I have had the chance to review some of this stuff. The concept of similarly situated. So we had a great presentation about trees and how our trees are going to be used in the shielding effect. So that to me gets to a very close similar situation. But the point is, when you're talking about the 14th Amendment, which is essentially equal protection for people in this country, that means it's above the 830G law in terms of importance. It's people must be treated equally before the law, period. And if you take what I consider an excellent quote from the Connecticut Supreme Court, which was actually the case for same-sex marriage, says it's not whether persons are similarly situated for all purposes, but whether they're similarly situated for purposes of the law challenged. So the point here is, are we similarly situated with regards to what the intent of this law is, which is to provide additional affordable housing to people in New Canaan and people in Connecticut. So the point is, the state is saying that there's a compelling state interest for additional housing. So there's no reason to not allow us to provide that same housing. Here we'll give you 13 reasons, next slide, why we believe that we are similarly situated. It starts with the plans. It goes through history. We're closer to the train station actually than the TOMZ, which is a transit-oriented zone. And we are actually closer to the transit. We've been similarly zoned. They're seeking to use our sewer access. You heard that again tonight, to get onto the sewer system. There's no reason to believe the geologic difference is there, you know, on and on and on. We're actually closer to a lower density, or to lower than 1 acre zoning than 751 is, because we're closer to Kimberly. And there's no need to have access. The way they've defined the TOMZ, they're trying to define it to be just that one property. There's no reason that you need access to Weed Street if this zone is related to people walking to the train station. The train station is on Elm, and we can certainly satisfy that. Go to the next page. So now we get to the Fifth Amendment, which is basically government taking. And it appears to apply to two categories. That's physical taking. That's like invasion or taking your property. And then there's regulatory taking. And that's essentially what we're talking about today, but we could probably make the argument on physical taking as well. And we understand that compensation is required to owners of that. So our contention is that by rezoning 751 Weed Street and not rezoning 313 Elm, remember, this is the context. We do not want this project. So this is not our desire to do this, but we're saying if we lose, you must lose, meaning you approve this project and set up the rezoning, that you must consider this in your analysis, that we as 313 Elm Street and others we have written you letters as a joint letter, and we've written public letters to the editor, which have been published many months ago. That essentially you're taking significant value from us. And we've given you a documentation of that, where we believe that the value differential between rezoned and a zoned property as being close to 20x. We can debate those numbers on what they are, but 20x is an important number, because when people talk, there's a concept in taking, which is if you don't take everything, you leave some value, you haven't destroyed that property. But once you get to 90 or 95% taking on a value of a property, then you're reaching those thresholds. And we believe that we can make a case on that. So in summary, if you go back to the original slide, all we want to do is follow the process of New Canaan, follow the POCD, follow the affordable housing plan. If you really feel it's necessary to rezone 751, rezone us the same. And there we go. Thank you very much for all the work you do. I know it's a pain and I really appreciate it, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Landy. I don't think we got your name for the
Sorry,
record.
Giacomo Londi, 313 Elm.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Oh my God. Hi, my name is Dick Troy. I moved to New Canaan 49 years ago, and for 48 and a half years, I was privileged to live up on Laurel Road next to the protected land of the old poor farm. And then as an old fart, I downsized 6 months ago to Elm Street. And I want to leave you with a question tonight. I'm not asking for an answer. I'm not going to make a speech about it. And the question is simply drawn from the statute itself, which is one that protects any decision you would make. Where that decision is necessary to protect substantial public interests in health, safety, and other. And my question relates to, I've read some town documents about town housing policy, and I have this question in my mind. And what I couldn't tell from reading town documents and listening to things is whether or not
non-urbanization or not becoming a city or something like that is or is not a substantial public interest which this town has committed itself to. And when I say non-urbanization, I don't mean zoning. I don't mean how many units can you put in a little piece of property and that sort of thing. But simply whether or not a given project would turn us from town to city or town to urban, that sort of thing due to size or building materials or architectural or space and all that sort of thing. And when whether or not avoiding this is not a zoning matter, but has become a substantial public interest that's been embraced by the town. I simply don't know. I know the issue came up a couple of years ago when there was a proposal to put up above God's acre a couple of large buildings for a retirement home, for example. And late in July, I sent you a very, very short letter with a reference to a 1999 Supreme Court case of the Supreme Court of Connecticut involving the town of Glastonbury, where they upheld Glastonbury's use of open space as a substantial public interest. And it's just that I couldn't tell from our own documents what our own policy is in this town. And so I just want to leave you with the question, has our town adopted as a substantial public interest sort of non-urbanization? If it has not, then my question's irrelevant. If it has, obviously, to the extent that substantial public interest is relied upon by this commission, would withstand any challenge under 830G. So that's my question. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, sir. All good? Okay, Commissioner Nielsen, you had questions for Attorney Hollister?
I did. Just a couple. Just two topics I wanted to touch on before.
If you can keep your voice up, because
Sorry, two topics I wanted to touch on before we close. The first is affordability. So the project as proposed is 30% of the units are affordable. My question is, can we do more?
can we do more?
More than 30%?
No.
Okay. And then my second question related to that is I spent some time looking at the market rate units that are going to be in this project. And basically the rents for those, I was happy to see fall between 80% and 200% of state median income, which is an area that we need housing in New Canaan. So I was wondering if your client would be willing to deed restrict some of those for a certain number of years so that we can make sure that we retain this, what I'm going to call middle income housing stock in town.
I think the answer is no. In other words, you're asking, can we deed restrict the maximum income and maximum rent of the market rate units?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. And then my last question was about recreational space on site.
Recreational space.
None is being provided, as far as I can tell, for recreation.
I'm sorry, is there on-site recreation space? Is that what you're asking me?
Correct.
No.
Okay. So as you may be aware, our apartment zone would require 200 square feet of recreation space per unit. And I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing. I think a lot of projects that involve multifamily include recreational space because the more density you have, you need to have outdoor space for people to have places to go and recreate. In the context of your project, if you were to provide open space or recreational space, which you haven't, 200 square feet per unit would be 20,000 square feet, which would be about 14% of your site. So I just wanted to ask once more if that's something you would consider.
Well, 830G laws expressly says that open space is not required. And there are, of course, many, many multifamily buildings that don't have any open space at all, much less recreational space. So we don't have it in this design and we don't need it. The property is down the street from Irwin Park and other recreational facilities at the town of New Canaan.
Okay, so you're going to offload recreation onto the town.
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Hollister, any closing comments?
Yes, first, let me ask Mr. Sully, Mr. Versteeg, and Mr. DeAndrea, if you have any comments you want to make in response to particularly Mr. Trinkus, go ahead.
Leonard DeAndrea again. some of those comments made were certainly, in my opinion, extremely unprofessional. And it said to me that he didn't look at the drainage report that we put together. He didn't look at the plans. He's making you think that we are doing absolutely nothing for water quality and for water management. He said we didn't do any testing. We did 9 percolation tests and we did them properly. Not exactly the way he said. There were different methods to do it, but we did it with only the bottom of the tube being used, which is what he was suggesting as well. We did 12 test pits, 12. And we also have the 19 test borings. So to stand here and tell you that we did nothing, and to stand here and tell you that this development as we proposed it is going to harm the environment, in my opinion, is unprofessional and a false statement. And we stand by this design, and we look forward to working with Maria to work out any other details she may have. The system. One last thing on that too is the parking. He's very concerned about that. We all are. But he should have stated to you that a quality design here, we have this parking areas discharging into the bioretention areas, both of them. And then we also have another one that's used for part of the driveway. So all those comments where it said we didn't do anything here is just absolutely misleading. And those are my comments towards it.
Kevin, do you have anything?
Just again, Kevin Soley, professional engineer, professional traffic operations engineer. I think that as we talked about at the last hearing, just in summation, the site plan before you is far improved. I think that was echoed by some statements made this afternoon by some municipal officials, the fire marshal, those consult, we have 2 means of egress in that to the site. There's adequate circulation. We provided extensive figures showing that emergency vehicles can circulate the site, even with cars parked in the parking lot. There is no conflict or inability for fire apparatus to successfully navigate the site and to provide those emergency services as needed. And there are no adverse traffic impacts, and that has been echoed by your peer review consultant as well. Thanks.
Good evening, Joe Verstig, Building Code, Fire Code Consultant for the applicant. I don't want to readdress anything, but I just wanted some points of clarification. There was some mention about difficulty getting ground ladders to the windows around the building. Maybe, but the point you should be aware of is that the building code doesn't require operable windows in a sprinkler building, residential building, because of the effectiveness of the sprinkler system. I was on the committee when that was removed, and no one has ever offered to bring that back. There was also some mention about NFPA 1710 and some staffing. It came up last time and it came up again tonight. Just remember that it's not mandatory. It's not adopted by any standard or state statute in Connecticut. It's a guideline. It does contain some performance objectives for the fire department command staff and the town to evaluate their effectiveness and response times and their manpower staffing. And it's just a guideline, because there was reference to this building saying you needed like 27 or 28 people. What's also in that guideline is a standard 2,000 square foot, 2-story house without a basement, which we don't build in Connecticut. We always have basements. But a 2-story, 2,000 square foot, single family home. That same guideline recommends 17 people. So just keep that in mind as kind of in perspective. There's no questions. Thank you.
Tim Hollister for the record. Let me first underscore what Mr. DeAndrea said about Mr. Tracus's comments. It's not apparent that he reviewed the plans or the drainage calculations that we e-filed on Friday. He said he didn't look at them. So I don't know that he can respond, but that really underscores the fact that, professional engineers do drainage calculations, and they should only be making giving opinions and reaching conclusions if they've done the calculations. And if you listened carefully to the Q&A with Commissioner Bash, he hasn't done the calculations, which I believe is why Mr. DeAndrea quite rightly said his comments are unprofessional and unsupported. Mr. Trinkus's conclusion, if I can call it that, is exactly what our court system has said is not evidence of an adverse impact to stormwater, water quality, or wetlands. To quote from Mr. Trinkus's letter that was filed, I guess, Friday, quote, "The plan for 751 Wheat Street will result in significant increases in stormwater runoff," unquote, "and there will be, quote, increased non-point source pollutant loads discharged to down gradient wetlands or watercourses." Mr. Trinkus has not calculated any rates or volumes. He has not quantified anything. He has not identified what pollutants will be discharged in what quantities. You can talk about zinc from brake linings, but if it's a tiny little bit and it's not going to go very far, we don't worry about it. So we need where, when, how, and what. We also need a baseline. You could say there's an increase, 1 part per billion to 2 parts per billion is an increase, but it's inconsequential. And he doesn't draw the line between inconsequential and something that is actual impact. And his so-called reasonable changes were just speculation. For him to stand at the podium and say a 20% reduction in building coverage will be the answer as a calculation, as a statement of fact, is just ludicrous. So in terms of closing out the applicant's 8 months of effort, first, I want to thank the town staff for their logistical help, their communications, and their unfailing courtesy. I thank the commission for volunteering your time to what is an important function. I know this has been had a contentious undertone, but we admire public service in all of its forms. So I'm going to cover 3 things: procedures and criteria, 830G obligations, and then some observations about what we are asking you to keep in mind as you deliberate. 3-part application, zoning, regulation, rezoning of the property, and site plan approval. And by the way, with respect to Mr. Landy, I believe you know that the plan of conservation, development, and spot zoning are completely irrelevant to an 830G application. The application is as filed 3/31/22, along with 5 sets of supplemental materials, including the plan sheets dated or revised and clarified through what you received today. You need to vote separately on each part. I think Attorney Gelderman has instructed you on that. All 3 of the parts need to be evaluated under 830G. The factors are somewhat different for the regulation, the rezoning, and the site plan. You need to give reasons for each one of your votes. As you know, we have reserved our claim about the automatic approval of the site plan. I won't go into that further, but I would note also that the hearing record should contain everything from January 25th onward, which is when we filed the original application. Now, in terms of the 830G criteria, Attorney Gelderman, you may recall, gave you a very good memo in mid-February of this year about 830G requirements. You may want to go back and review that. But it's important to remember that 830G kicks in if a commission denies and the applicant appeals to court, because then the burden shifts to you to prove on the record to a judge 3 things: that the decision is necessary to protect substantial public interest in health, safety, or other matters which the commission may legally consider. Second, such public interests clearly outweigh the need for affordable housing. 3, such public interests cannot be protected by reasonable changes. Now, despite Attorney Green's statement, the phrase "other matters which the commission may legally consider" does not open the door to anything that's within the commission's jurisdiction. There are approximately 175 court cases involving 830G over 32 years, and the substantial public interest standard has been interpreted by the courts to mean basically 4 things: a proven traffic safety risk, not congestion, but an actual danger on the road; 2, lack of emergency vehicle access; 3, inadequate public utilities if the denial is final and unappealable; and stormwater if the impact is substantial and quantified. Cases also say that the commission must identify the type and probability of a specific harm that will result from the site plan, not just an adverse impact. What impact, when, where, how, and how much? As to affordable housing need, the second prong, we gave you months ago a thick package of information about New Canaan, surrounding towns, and the state of Connecticut. The need that you need to consider is not just the town of New Canaan, it is regional, being at 2.9% on the 10% list at Department of Housing, with little progress over the past 20 years. The town's need is substantial, compelling, and if you read the newspapers, the need is growing every month and just simply cannot be ignored, to use Mr. Poland's phrase, by patting yourself on the back. Reasonable changes, Mr. Trinkus, even as a commenter, is subject to that. And what he provided today in terms of reasonable changes, it was not quantified and not supported. But don't take my word for it. In 1993, Judge A. William Modelis, who was at one time the town attorney of Greenwich, said this of your obligation under 830G. The assigned reasons must categorically address the necessity to protect a particularly identified public interest or interests, must reflect that the commission engaged in the balancing test dictated by subsection 2, that is, balancing the substantial interest against the need for affordable housing. If your resolution does not conduct that balancing test, then you haven't met the statute. And the judge continues, the commission must manifest an honest effort to devise reasonable changes to the development that will protect the public interest that is jeopardized by the proposal. A decisional format that presents anything less than this abdicates the zoning authority's solemn responsibility and impedes meaningful judicial review. We've talked a lot about conditions of approval. Example, I think this came up earlier, you can't deny because the WPCAA denied the sewer application. It's on appeal. You must say this site plan requires sewer approval and see how that plays out. Legal constraints in your deliberation. You cannot deny the application based on a claim that the development will change the character of the town. If you mean by that, the predominant surrounding use being large single-family homes on large lots. The legislature outlawed that as a reason last year. Impacts on the school system, property tax revenue are not relevant to any zoning decision in Connecticut, much less 830G. Zoning is not a plebiscite, meaning a popular vote. It doesn't matter how many petition signatures Save Weed Street claims to have collected, even if you have an entire town that is unanimously and vehemently opposed, if a property owner has a legal right to approval, the property owner wins. Zoning in general, 1 acre zoning in New Canaan is not a promise. Abutters and neighbors have no legal right to demand that the adjacent or nearby property be preserved as the same zone as their land or what exists today. Visibility, something that came up tonight. We recall Mr. Kelly across the street, across Weed Street, showing his Photoshop of what the top of the building would look like from his backyard. But neither Mr. Kelly nor those who spoke tonight, nor anyone else in the neighborhood, when they bought their property, purchased a covenant restricting what 751 Weed Street can be used for or what they can see on the property. Neighbors can't demand a right they didn't pay for and don't have. The subject property, 3 acres, sewer and water, no wetlands, less than half a mile from the train station, walkable to downtown on a corner of 2 fairly busy streets. Any objective planner would say suitable for multifamily use, which, as Mr. Poland explained, is compatible with single family use, and your POCD does, even though it's advisory, does say this. Bear in mind, 71 market rate rental units, to rents of $2,000 a month or more, 31 rent restricted units. All of them will provide diversity in housing options, especially for town employees, young people and elderly relatives and others looking for a housing option. At this hearing, you have a consensus on traffic, that there is no health and safety issue related to traffic, Mr. Solé and Mr. Thompson. And I would point out the contradiction in the testimony of the nearby property owners. They all said the intersection is dangerous today, but no one has ever complained to the police department or the traffic authority. The message is, well, it's safe for us, but it's dangerous for anybody else. Emergency and fire response, the applicant's obligation is to comply with the state building code and the fire codes. It can and it will. Mr. Versteeg in my view, one of the world's leading experts on fire codes, has given you his unequivocal opinion that this plan complies with the fire codes. And I did not hear anything from Mr. Kingsbury or your fire department staff contradicting that opinion. The town engineer's comments are satisfied in the sense that there is no evidence of a substantial public health or safety issue. Unexplained differences between the policy and the plan are not substantial public interest unless there is evidence of a substantial downstream impact. Evidence meaning calculation, and you don't have that. Building height is not a safety issue. The proposed height is only a few feet higher than the as of right 1 acre zone, and this is much shorter than Canaan Parish, Millport, and the View. And as we have outlined in our September 1st filing, your zoning regulations as they exist today do not comply with the Zoning Enabling Act, especially as amended in 2021 with regard to obligations to allow and promote economic diversity in housing. To finish up, in 1993, Judge Modelis, the same judge I just quoted, in one of the first 830G court decisions said, quote, "The fear of an influx of families of low and moderate income into an established neighborhood of single-family homes tends to alarm the citizens and promotes embellished statements of probable harm to the point where they frequently become pretextual." There are indications that this phenomenon has been at work here. Your own elected leaders in the town of New Canaan have called this application an existential threat and an abortion. Mr. Demuth proclaimed this is Soviet-era housing that will crush property values. I haven't heard anything in this, and actually until Ms. Moore brought it up tonight, nothing about property values, but there's simply no evidence of any impact. Recently, a resident wrote in the New Canaanite, "Living in New Canaan is a privilege, not a right. If you can't afford to live here, buy a house, eat in our restaurants, support our shops, then live elsewhere." The applicant's response and my response to these comments is that economics, incomes, housing prices, the freedom of geographic mobility will always result in a variety of housing, and much of it will be organized in neighborhoods of similar houses and housing costs. But it is not a proper purpose of zoning to use regulations, zoning regulations, to exclude people from a town or parts of town based on their household income or based on perceptions of their conduct or their character related to their income. 25 years ago, I represented an applicant in a large 830G development in Simsbury. One evening outside the hearing room, an elderly gentleman approached me and said, "Mr. Hollister, may I have a word with you, please?" I obliged. He said, "Mr. Hollister, Simsbury is a town of substantial people. Why do you wish to change that?" First, I explained I was just the property owner's representative, that my client was concerned about, and why it had turned to 830G is that the town of Simsbury was using its zoning regulations to exclude people that he would consider insubstantial. And that is not a proper purpose of zoning. It is not a proper use of the police power, what is called the police power of government, to impose regulations to protect public health and safety. And that is the underlying issue here. At this stage of an application, I'm always hopeful that the Planning and Zoning Commission will vote yes, but I understand political pressure. I understand that if you vote yes, you will be criticized and ostracized. I have seen commissions deny 830G applications that they know are entitled to approval, but they do so anyway, perhaps because they expect the courts to take them off the hook. And in that vein, I'm just going to mention that your own Water Pollution Control Authority, whose denial is pending in the Superior Court, last week declined a Superior Court judge's offer to mediate that case in front of a retired state Supreme Court justice. Unbelievable, and probably telling about where the future is. So all I can do at this point is challenge you to do three things: follow the law, accept the undisputed evidence in the record, and in your deliberations and reasons, don't speculate and don't adopt pretextual reasons. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Mr. Hollister, I have to say one thing. This commission will do its duty. We'll follow the regulations. I have to say, I'm very disappointed that you took one-off comments in newspapers to effectively slander this town. The conclusion of your remarks. I'm just very disappointed in that. Commissioners, we will not be discussing this application tonight. Take time to digest. We'll probably call a special meeting. Of course, Attorney Gelderman will join us in our deliberations. So stay tuned on this. This hearing's closed. Kindly ask everybody, believe it or not, we're probably going to be here for about another 45 minutes. So if everybody would just quietly, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners' decisions.
Could I make some preparatory remarks?
Probably what you want to do is I've closed the hearing. So if you want it in the record, give it to the planner right now. Okay, okay. Okay, 39 Locust. By the way, one of the things I'm thinking about is, look, one of the things we can do for some of these applications, if anybody feels some of these applications we're going to make decisions on are not clear, they're not no-brainers, it's midnight. So we can, we can delay making decisions to next month. So feel free to state that. Okay, so 39 Locust, do I have a motion for approval or denial?
Motion to approve.
Reasons for approval, Dan?
The proposed modifications do not stray from the current installation significantly. It is a modification of the antenna types, and it sounded like it was a 1-for-1 replacement, meaning removal of 9 and replacement with 6 + 3, which I believe equals 9. All of which is to be positioned on the existing roof structure and painted to match. I have no opposition to that.
Okay, great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard Kent. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I call the motion. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward.
Yes.
Dan Radman.
Yes.
John Chris.
Yes.
Sarah Tiscornia.
Yes.
Krista Nielsen.
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant.
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay, super. 150 Rosebrook. Do I have a motion for approval or denial?
I'll move approval.
Okay, reasons for approval, Mr. Cassavant, that was you, Art, right?
It was.
Okay, I can't see that far anymore.
And my reasons for approval are that this is a reasonable use of ADU intent. And that I believe that the plan as proposed makes a great deal of sense. It has no adverse impact on our 830G position. And it seems like a well-reasoned plan.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, further discussion on the motions. John. Okay, so, that whole discussion, by the way, so just to come back to that, it's not adding to the housing stock if we are not deed restricting, is that correct?
That's the language of the act.
Okay, great. And that makes me feel better because we've talked about this before. I'll be very, very quick, but part of the, historically, one of the ways we're trying to beneficially add to our housing stock, older seniors, et cetera, is to do ADUs. So,
Yeah.
okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, I call the question. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward.
Yes.
Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Sarah Tiscornia, Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay, great. 62 Lone Tree Farm Road. I have a motion for approval or denial.
I'll move to approve.
Reasons for approval? Mr. Ward?
It was made clear by the owner that it's the structure for this 11-car garage was solely for storage of vehicles. He seems to have commercial locations, several around the state, where he can show or sell or repair cars. This would not be a place where he would sell or show cars. He is not going to maintain or repair cars. It'll simply have a cleaning facility. There is a structure for a small single bedroom kitchen living space on the upper level. It would seem that this is going to be consistent with the area.
Okay, do I have excuse me, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion of the motion.
Yeah, I would offer the argument that it's not a residence in a residential neighborhood, and that it's double the size of any of the other accessory buildings that we've approved. And so I found, that those would be the main two arguments against approving this. This is capable of 3 floors of cars. He says, I'm not going to put cars on the basement, but he could put 8. He's not oh, actually, wait, it's not 3 floors, even though it looked like that on his drawings. Anyway, I just found it to be a very large building, 5,000 square feet. We've been talking about 1,000-foot accessory buildings.
We could condition.
Yeah, I mean, I shared John's concerns, and Krista brought it out in the public hearing. As nobody's going to live there. So the question is, in our residential zone, should we have if there's a structure there, should it be inhabited?
It would seem to me that the 1-bedroom apartment is a box checking exercise in order to make it residential. So does it technically go over the wall and become residential? It seems yes, since there is a residence there, whether it's leased or owner occupied or otherwise. So it's a 1-bedroom apartment with a really, really big garage and a big basement, in effect. I don't think the design is that bad. And it certainly seems like the building can be hollowed out and repurposed for a more traditional house. Outside design's a bit different, but okay. So as far as being a residence, it technically is. I'm not sure how we can say it isn't, even though it's, again, a box checking exercise, in my opinion. That's where I feel a bit stuck.
Well, I think we can say it is. The owners clearly live in a house next door. They can't live in 2 houses at once. And I think it's a dangerous precedent to start allowing accessory dwelling units as the principal structure on a lot. That's the reason we have principal structures and accessory structures. And this is clearly an accessory structure. Whether they can make a case that someone's going to live there or not, that's a different matter, but it's designed for cars.
I would agree, Commissioner Nielsen. De facto, it is. De jure, it doesn't seem to be. That's my read on it. But I hear your point. I'm not disagreeing with it, but de facto, it's a residence. Admittedly, a oddly designed one, but it's a residence. And there doesn't seem to be a requirement that someone actually live in the residence full time either. It could be empty. There are many residences that are empty for many years because they're stuck in some kind of, probate situation and so on.
I assume we could limit or condition no more than 11 cars. And I think that Ruchi's pretty much sort of agreed that we could make that a condition. so that they couldn't put another 11 in the basement.
I think he also brought up deed restriction too, right?
Okay, it's midnight.
Meeting's over.
Motion sensor? No.
Part of our eco efforts here. in
Kevin, did
town.
we not pay the power bill as of tomorrow?
Come on, Kevin, help us out here.
Don't hit the wrong switch. Here comes the fire
It
department.
automatically goes off at midnight, is that it?
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Wow.
I do like the idea of restricting it to 11 cars. And
We can, but it's unenforceable.
technically,
Yeah.
I could start taking walls out in my house and park cars in my living room and my dining room too. I mean, who's to say? Does it look enough like a house? Even though it's only 10% being used as a house, and most of our houses are 90% residential, 10% garage. This is 90% garage and 10%. So it's a matter of degree. And then the final thing is the word precedent. And if I tell myself that I'm not bound by my decision here on the next one, I only have to decide if this one is okay in this neighborhood. And this one happens to be across the street from another one just like it. So why is this more egregious than the guy across the street who built a big accessory building with, I don't know, a sport court or something in it?
Right.
There's several of these around. So is it the carness of it that bothers us? Maybe, because there's plenty of big basketball courts around. And stables, right? The old Quiet Lake. So I guess I'm arguing against my original objection by saying that, is it in keeping with the neighborhood? Am I yes. Am I bound by precedent? No. So I can get over it.
Well,
And it's only a matter of degree.
we did hear tonight on numerous cases how our failure as a group to act in a variety of matters. Most specifically, it came up in the view discussion where ironically, right, we were using it was approved in the view, therefore we should be approving it here. We heard this in the auto case particularly, that there had been prior approvals, and if those were okay, we should do it again. My suggestion here is that if we do approve this, we should in fact condition it, and we should condition it on the owner providing an annual certification to the town that he's only using it for 11 cars. The real import there, I think, is not whether or not he's got a motorcycle and 10 cars, but that he's got a compliant application here. But he has a positive obligation to provide us with an assertion going forward that he's using it for what he's using it for. I just think that it would send a message relative to potentially future applications.
What would that certification?
Just an annual certification that he's using that as for no more than 11 cars. Honestly, I'd love to see it below 11, but
Right. But what does that mean? A letter from the owner saying?
A letter from the owner
This is what I'm
saying,
doing?
I continue to comply. I guess maybe that doesn't matter, but I don't know about you, but if I have to send a letter to somebody, it does provide a little bit of more than just, oh, I got those guys to approve it. Now I can.
What happens if he doesn't do it?
I can't imagine him sending said letter without complying, right? If he doesn't, I guess you deal with it, right?
No, but if he doesn't
car
do it
guys, or doesn't bother to
for
certify?
10 years, he doesn't send the letter, he forgets.
Well, I mean, this is like the situation that has poor John, losing his mind about the annual certifications we get from, the 42 pages of certifications we get up the road on 123. But it does allow the neighbors some protection, right? They know that there will be a reporting. I can't imagine this guy, after getting an approval, or any person, would thumb their nose at a simple conditioned request.
Doesn't seem like the neighbors have a problem with it though.
They didn't object.
I actually have to pay like $200 for a building inspection to the building department to have them come out and inspect the house. for a permit after the fact. They've already decided that it costs $200, you know, for such an inspection. So there's a vehicle for him to pay town hall to visit his house each year.
Well, look, we, first of all,
Not through zoning.
Not for zoning.
first of all, by the way, when I said we could put any of these votes off, this was the one I was thinking about, but you know, talking about the creep issue, not institutional for a change, Dick. You know, if we approve a use in a on a residential lot that is clearly not a residence. I mean, it's one thing to say we approve you know, an 8-car garage as an accessory structure to a house on a residential lot. It's another thing to approve a garage that's not a residence.
Well, can it be deed restricted that it can function as a accessory garage structure only under his ownership of the property, since he is the adjacent neighbor? That if he were ever to sell the property, that it could no longer be a garage.
I can't see how that happens. I mean, it's a separate lot. So It
Mhm.
can't be an accessory
Right.
structure by definition, because it's the only structure on the lot. And it has a residence in it. And so my guess is that he has it in a separate lot, because eventually, you know, he's gonna pass
sell it.
away, or he's gonna sell it. Anyway, the ownership will change of his residence and this particular property. And there's going to be a relatively expensive building sitting on this property. And he wants something that potentially can be hollowed out and used and turned into a residence without scraping the whole thing.
Mm.
So I think he's thinking ahead on finances on this, not unreasonably. And that's why he designed it as he did design it.
Well, he
My
went-
take on it.
As Attorney Ritchie said, he hasn't, the other option is he merges the lots.
Right. And I
That-
think,
But that's not an economic decision for him, so he's not gonna merge the lots. So I frankly, I wrote down, you know, you wanna have your cake and eat it.
We had something similar to this. If you think about that, the farm, call it the farm on Weed Street, the really big property, like 20 odd acres. Remember that? He has this 1/2-acre lot in the front where he put the big house on with 1 bedroom. That's massive. But it's a
Gatekeeper's
separate lot.
house.
So it's separate lot, which means saleable and so forth. It was done on purpose. It's not dissimilar to this situation, I think. But he's checked the box that it is a residence.
Okay, Dick, you
Anyway.
moved, you made the motion. What kind of condition would you? Or do you want to condition it?
Well, I think condition with 11 max
Okay.
cars. And I think maybe arts.
I'm fine. I threw this up as an idea. I'm fine as long as we condition it at the 11. I think we're gonna have a creeping problem in the future because I think we're gonna see a lot more garage.
I think it ought to be clear that it's purely for storage. That it doesn't sort of gradually become some kind of a sales room.
Right. Should we restrict the working on the cars? Cannot be done outside of the garage? I mean, what's to prevent somebody from working on the cars outdoors and in the driveway?
I think it's just enough that it not be commercial. I mean, people are allowed to work on their cars all over town.
So if there's a charitable fundraiser circulate, which is done frequently for those of you who've been down to the Malcolm Pray place and you know, I mean, I don't know how many charitable events I've been to there, but it's also a lot, right? You know, I presume the neighbors might not be so happy if they were aware of the number of those events that occur in Pray's place.
Okay, so Dick, condition to 11 cars.
11 cars, storage only.
11 cars, storage only. Okay. I call the question. John Goodwin, I vote no. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
yes.
Krista Nielsen,
No.
Arthur Cassavant,
Yes.
John Engel.
No.
Okay. Ferris Hill Road, 8 Ferris Hill Road. Do I have a motion for approval or denial?
Motion for approval.
Reasons for approval, John.
It's already one of the most, it's already heavily deed restricted as one of the oldest houses in town.
The oldest.
Allegedly the oldest.
Allegedly the oldest.
So reason number one, it's already heavily deed restricted on what he can do with the property. Number two, he's giving up the his right, and we spent a lot of time talking about that. So he's given up his right to extend the house. And number three, I think the extension of the garage is not egregious. It's in keeping with the neighborhood. It's a single story. It's rather small, and it's not in either of the two front yards. So those are my reasons.
To be clear, he wasn't giving up his right to extend the house. He was saying
He
if
would
were
have to come back.
He didn't even offer that. He said if he were to extend the house, he would only do it to the maximum allowable coverage that the site would allow.
I believe he has he has an agreement. He has our permission to build this very specific thing. If he doesn't build that, he has to come back.
Okay.
His approval is under section 7.7, so any changes to that approval needs to bring back to under this preservation.
Okay. Then we're protected.
Well, I just want to be sure we're not backing into a pre-approval of an excessive coverage by having the two. That was mine.
Sounds like we're
He
not.
has to come back.
It sounds like we aren't. which
Well,
is my
the
worry.
two things that I wrote down, Lynn, tell me if we can do either of these. One is you can condition no building permit for the first special permit. And the second idea was you condition it with, well, I wrote down no additional, well, not exceeding max coverage requirements, but that wouldn't cover our concern.
I don't think we want to restrict him any further on future changes to the property. That's not something we do to people. I think he already cannot proceed with the thing he was already permitted for. He cannot do it. It would be in violation. He would have to change it. And if he changed it, he'd have to come in for a new permit anyway.
The condition would give us insurance.
Further condition this one, say if he makes other additional changes. Submission for review.
Okay, well, John, you made the motion. What do you
So
want to do?
it's so for those three reasons, with the condition that the original permit be revoked. Period. The original permit. If he wants a permit, come back, modify it, come back in, ask us again.
We do that, Lynn?
Actually revoke permit, but there's no required to come back, further modifications.
Okay, good enough.
Good enough. However
Then
you
pull
want.
that mic a little closer, please. Okay, did we get a second?
We did not.
Yes. Did we, any,
Make sure I heard everything.
do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I heard Claire. I call the question. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay, 39 Sheridan Drive. Do I have a motion for approval or denial?
I move we approve with the condition.
Fire away.
The lot is a bit undersized, so for the 4-acre zone, so I understand some of the issues the applicant is dealing with. The design seems well done and appropriate. I don't see any excessive coverage, and so I would, and also provides an ADU and some additional flexibility for housing in town. With the condition I would have is a function of screening, which a neighbor mentioned, that it is somewhat nearer the property line, and that there be, what I wrote down, that there would be a dense picket line of native evergreens at least 2 times the length of the long wall. The long wall is essentially parallel to the property line. It'd be twice as long, and with a mature height of at least 12 feet. The idea here is that it would be a proper screening of the building, which is what the neighbor complained about. And the center of the wall would be the center of the picket line. So essentially it would extend slightly beyond the building and each side to provide very full screening. That's my condition.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, further discussion of the motion? I guess question for you, John, is by delineating that it be evergreens, is that sort in your mind, is that a no-brainer of a way to go?
It is. The addition is that it should be screening, and if it's deciduous, then you don't have screening in the winter. Evergreen means you have screening throughout the year. This is why I'm saying evergreens. Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion?
They were gonna plant the screen, what, midway, he said, between, right, and the 35 setback. So it's basically 17 feet from the neighbor and 17 feet. 35 feet is from me to the door. And basically you're having a 12-foot, that's about the height of the ceiling, 12-foot wall of trees halfway between me and the door.
The complaint from the neighbor was that I'd be looking right onto this building and I don't want to see it. So how do you not see it? You do it by screening it. If there's another screening option, I'm open to it, but this seems to be the screening option available, which is you plant bushes around it or trees or some kind of shrub. And you don't want something, as we've seen in other applications, 4 feet tall that doesn't really provide any adequate screening. So this would be enough so that it's not towering over the building, but would be enough to provide a certain amount of hiding of the building.
Okay, did I get a second?
I second it.
Oh, right, that's right. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I call the question. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay. Public hearing, Town of New Canaan proposal to opt out of the multifamily parking requirements. So what I think I need is a motion, an affirmative motion to opt out.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second? John Engel. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dan Radman, second. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay, item number 8, I need.
Did you want a reason? Don't care.
Yeah, sure.
The reason is that I think that our local regulations are even more restrictive and more appropriate than those provided by the state.
Okay, perfect. Okay, item 8, opt out of the excess ADU requirements. Do I have a motion to affirmatively opt out?
So moved.
That, and I will suggest that the reasons we do that is that maintaining a local policy will improve the probability of ADUs being effectively deployed in the town of New Canaan.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Claire. Okay, discussion of the motion, I'll add to what Art said is that we have been progressively using ADUs from some significant period of time already. I call the question. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Burtis is continued. 51 Main, we did not discuss. It's continued. And 751, as I said, we'll come back to you. So item number 17, 22 Pine Street. What do we got, Lynn?
fine. Michelle Aguilar.
She's still here.
She's still online.
Hello, I'm still here.
She's
She
calling in
awake?
from the West Coast.
Oh,
That's
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so yes, I'm Michelle. I am the applicant for this project. I have One Medical and Chelsea Garrison from Callison, who will be able to answer any of questions or concerns you may have. So Chelsea, if you'd like to
Yeah, I'll
introduce.
just do a small introduction. Hi, my name is Chelsea Garrison. I'm a designer with the architecture firm Callison RTKL, and we're representing our client One Medical. With me is Alan Montefar and Brittany Moss from Callison RTKL, Christiane Dobson and Laura Harsh from One Medical, and Michelle Aguilar with Permanent Advisors. One Medical Primary Care Office is a membership-based primary care practice with on-site lab services and healthcare professionals that is structured to make care more affordable and accessible for all through a blend of human-centered design, technology, and an on-site team. Members enjoy access to comprehensive care at offices near where they work, live, and shop in 12 major U.S. markets and over 100 locations. A new location has been proposed on the first floor of 22 Pine Street, New Canaan, Connecticut. The property is located in a business district and is a tenant improvement for a medical office at the first level of an existing building consisting of new non-structural partitions, ceilings, casework, finishes, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work. There is minimal work occurring on the exterior of the project with the addition of new finishes, but no built work is to occur.
Okay, commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Yes, could you clarify the window film that you are planning on putting on the windows? Is that reflective material? Is it Mylar? What is it?
This is Alan Montefar. It's an opaque film. It's not a reflective film. It's mainly used for privacy.
So it's a dark tint?
No, it is. Can you go back to the spec sheet or the rendering?
Yeah, there's renderings
Chelsea?
at the end of this set. There.
Looks reflective.
No, I think that's just the way the rendering is showing it, but it's meant to be an opaque film.
So which windows would receive the opaque film?
The top windows, which is the story up above.
You're putting blackout film on the windows?
No, they're white film.
White film.
Yeah, it's milk.
It's a milky spec that is opaque, but it has a white look to it.
Okay, my second question is on the signage. I believe that's an illuminated logo, which our signage requirements don't allow. And we would recommend that you come back with your signage that you're proposing at a later date. Because I noticed that at the lower level on the glass, you have boxes or rectangles indicated tenant signage. What, can you clarify that a little bit?
Yes, the signage will be a separate package that will be submitted for review to the city. I guess this is merely just for reference only.
Alan, if I may.
Go ahead,
Hi,
Laura.
I'm Laura Harsh. I'm the design director for One Medical. Thank you all for your time this evening. I know it's been a long night. The signage that isn't on this rendering was really just the initial flush. If the signage is not permitted to be illuminated, that's totally fine. We can submit it that way. We will be following whatever the local guidelines and code are for the signage. So this was representational. On the windows where there are small, the squares for that, it's just a vinyl decal with our little icon, and it's to help just, to designate where the window is, and so that somebody's not walking through it. Up on the second floor, so you're aware, the reason that we are proposing the vinyl up there is that floor is not going to be utilized in the same way as it is on the ground floor. So it was in an effort to mask any of the things up on the upper floor that we may not want to see. So we felt like doing it in the white could help just tie in with the rest of the building. It would be second surface, so on the inside. So that's why it looks reflective here, because you're still seeing the glass.
What is the program on the second floor behind those windows?
Empty.
Yeah, currently right now it's empty.
Just empty.
It's not ADA compliant. It doesn't have a lift or an elevator. So at the moment, we are not utilizing it at the moment.
The entire second floor?
Yeah, it's not the full floor.
Right.
Okay, I have another question on the mechanical units. It appears you're adding 2 new units plus ductwork on the exterior, on the roof of the building. How big are those mechanical units, and will we be able to see them?
Yes, you will be able to see a portion of it. The units will be approximately 4 foot tall. There is a parapet. The previous tenant, or the previous the existing units there, you could still see those existing units there. So we wouldn't be proposing anything larger than what's already there existing.
Well, do you have your rendering appears to have no units?
No, well, if you can go back to the other page 8, Chelsea, if you don't mind. Or page 7.
Yeah, keep going.
One of the sections. The reason why you don't see it in that rendering is because the second floor is actually blocking the roof where the units will be. So if you go to the roof plan, Chelsea. Next page. Yeah, so there's screen. You won't be able to see them from the front street. You'll be able to see it from the side views of the building, which if you're standing in the parking lot area, that's where you will have a small visibility of the units. And there's only 2 proposed units. There's currently a large unit that we're looking to replace with 2 smaller units.
Okay, and the ductwork, will I see that?
The ductwork will not be visible. The previous tenant does have exposed ductwork already. So our intent would just be to reuse the existing openings at the roof with new ductwork in the same location.
Okay, and my final question is on the parking. We originally approved this project with, what was it, Mrs. Green's? And the parking was worked out in conjunction with this building. And has anybody done any kind of parking study to understand if we're increasing the need for parking or decreasing? And how does it work with the new Merrill Lynch tenant?
Well, the previous use was the existing use is a gym, which is classified as an assembly use. What we're proposing is a business use, which has a much lower occupant load than what's already there. So the need for additional parking would be unnecessary.
You have calculations or, I mean.
We can provide
what you're
calculations,
saying.
yes.
I understand what you're saying, but if I recall, originally, that site was under parked. There were not enough parking spaces provided. And that's why the basement was used. And I'm not sure if the basement in the building next door to the Merrill Lynch is being utilized as part of this traffic count.
Well, it's being used as part of Merrill's traffic count
Yeah.
and Merrill's parking count. For this site, when we approved Oxygen back in the day,
Mhm.
they were short arm parking and we had to end up doing fee in lieu for the missing parking spots. And they ended up doing a calculation using street parking to get to the number that they needed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So they were already deficient in terms of parking, and we would look for a formal calculation and submission on the parking calculations for this use in this building with the square footage that you'll be occupying.
I would also say that medical facilities tend to have different parking needs, tend to be higher traffic.
Mhm.
And also the issue of appropriate number of handicap spots, since it's medical.
Right,
and
right.
Might be an issue worth considering.
Is that big rubber tire still in that handicap spot?
Not anymore.
That's all I have. Thanks.
So you want to have them come back with a parking?
Parking, some kind of, diagram section that shows the screening of the mechanical units and signage that could be a separate package.
I would also recommend or request that you come back with an alternate solution to filming the second story windows. Knowing what that will look like with an opaque white film on the number 2 surface or the number 4 surface of the glass up there. It's going to be screaming out bright white. If it's only going to be storage, can you just put in roll down solar shades that you can't see through, and it'll give you the screening and the privacy you're looking for, yet maintain an aesthetic from the street that'll be similar to what's there now.
That's certainly possible. We're open to suggestions on all of that.
I feel like we're really piling on here. Can you go back to the sign over the doorway? Because what did you see that was illuminated?
It's that logo on the left.
Oh, so you were
the
focused
cross.
on the logo.
Yeah.
Okay, because remember the other issue is we don't do logos, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah. So maybe you guys are, okay, maybe you guys are, so we're going to remove the logo. Do you
Yeah.
agree?
Signage under separate permit.
Which logo are you talking about? Sorry.
The cross or whatever. it is.
That is actually part of our trademarked logo. That is our logo.
Right, but we don't allow
logos are not
logos
allowed.
on signage.
It's not separate from One Medical is what I'm implying.
We understand,
We
but
understand.
logos are not allowed.
It's no longer our logo then. That's what I'm saying.
But the way we're thinking about is you're saying that's your logo. You put your logo over the door. Our view is we don't do logos in the first place. You just do the name of your company, your service, your whatever.
Right. That is our legal locked up name includes that. That's why I'm saying that.
Well, how about you check internally and see what you can do? How about that?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
I do
you.
have a question on the parking analysis. Can you confirm that that is needed?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you can, if you need more guidance on that, you can speak to the planner, Lynn Abney.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Lynn, Playhouse Theater exterior changes.
So, recently the Board of Selectmen approved a contract, that DPW put forward for, renovations and maintenance to the Playhouse Theater. At this point, they propose to start with maintenance, but they mentioned that they will be, having proposal that will come through that's gonna include changes to the grade, which will then include changes to the exterior of the building. So, under the village district guidelines, this commission gets to review, exterior changes in that zone. So the question I have for you is, when they generate those plans, does the commission want to review those, or do they want to just send it along as maintenance? That they need to address those changes because of, part of it's, fire egress from the building and UDA.
I presume they'll show them to you, and then you'll decide whether they constitute a significant enough change to bring them to us, right, for approval.
Correct, or would you just rather see them no matter what? That's the question.
I don't need to see them. I'm just speaking for one person, but I don't need to see them if you determine that these are de minimis changes.
John, I'd argue that with the whole tenor of the second affordable housing app that we have to deal with and its reliance on being in the district, that to then not review something in the district will open us to a you didn't review it. Why should you review this on another case? I think I have to see them here. Persuasive.
Guess we need to review it. I was just assuming that there were minor changes, and we're here at midnight or after midnight.
Then simply wants to know whether or not we want to take a look at them.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
Okay.
answer is yes.
Okay. Okay, minutes, August 23rd, 2022. Anybody with any changes?
Nope.
John Goodwin, I
Yes.
vote yes. Ken
Yeah, yeah,
Turner, Dick. Okay.
Even though I wasn't there, I read them. And on item 1, it says that John's friend Jacqueline Kaufman is the authorized agent for all these Veneta and town of New Canaan. You got to take out that and town of New Canaan. She doesn't represent town of New Canaan.
That's Parcel K.
It's what?
That's Parcel K, that 824 that you saw earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So they.
That's Burgess.
That
Cherry.
That postage stamp sized
Yeah.
real estate.
So that's what we're selling to them.
Yeah.
Well, the wording is, then you gotta change the wording, because it right now it says that she's the authorized agent for all these outfits and town of New Canaan. I don't,
It was
I don't know, that's
Tiger Man.
for me. And then the other on the item 9, at the very end of one of the pages, you talk about the public hearing on this matter was continued to September 25. And obviously it's September 27th.
Okay. You
It's
got
now
that?
September 28th, by the way. just for the record.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Lynn, you got both those? Okay, so I'm going to take a vote on on the minutes as amended. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner?
Yes.
Dick Ward?
Recused, I wasn't there.
Okay, Dan Radman?
Yes.
John Chris?
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia?
Yes.
Krista Nielsen?
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant?
Yes.
John Engel? Okay.
Yes.
Who wants to go get breakfast?
Yeah.